Oh dear.
I don't know.
I wish I could be a form of tech support.
Alright.
But I only hear that when people are utterly fed up with technology. I don't think I ever hear it any other time.
Yeah.
What's
Why?
happened? Hello everyone and welcome to Elevate 2, the biggest German event that we have seen so far this year, I believe, aside from Gamescom, of course.
Yeah.
A nice little C tier for us on this weekend. Of course, I am joined today by the wonderful Crispy, as we're going to take you through all of day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Obviously, the tournament kicked into gear yesterday. We're streaming now top 32. We're to the west of Dortmund, all the way in Germany here, in Bochum. Had to look that one up. But no, it's been really good so far. On the German stream, I think we just saw Yano and Luke, Pikachu beating the wolf there. But now, the VGBC English stream is underway, and I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to commentate some good old Smashy Bros.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I've become very familiar myself with a lot of these German players. It's going to be a nice little event to show off Germany as a whole. I mean, you see, like, you know, the big names of Tarik. I mean, even some like Luke at some of the bigger events has done very well. Kieron getting 9th place at a major earlier this year. It's looking well for Germany. They're getting a lot better at the game, and it's nice to see some of that depth, because the only real like top European threats we have here are Tarik and Solo. Of course, drybie is here, but he's a little bit fallen off from where he used to be at that tippity top. But you're going to see some wonderful German, not mid-level, but like, we're still getting there. Potential for European PR is what I'm going to call them.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, you've got Tarik, Tapsy, Youssef, I believe all German, or Europe in somewhere or another. Speaking of drybie, I seen you just play Game & Watch against Trash 1-3-0. I like, okay.
Yeah. Drybie's been pulling out the Game & Watch more and more often. Of course,
wow, okay, that's news to me.
Sorry, at the end of the day, is you've got some matchups where you're really going to struggle. It's really difficult. Game & Watch is just such a good character that you might as well whip him out where you can. And I feel like Rob is one of the best ones. I mean, it's one of Rob's worst matchups, so you might as well pull that out in that type of instance. I wouldn't be surprised to see it against Luke in their next set either when they get around to playing, because Luke did beat drybie the last time they played. They play quite a lot.
The little Pokemon rap battle, yeah.
Luke has a pretty good record in drybie, so I wouldn't be surprised to see how that one goes. However, enough about matches that could come. We've got a match in front of our screen. It's going to be Longo and Mukuro, which is going to be Rob Bowser. This is going to be exciting.
That is a clash of two German titans right there. Yeah, Rob Bowser, two big bodies. One's going to have a bit of harder time getting in, but Mukuro does not care about matchups sometimes, I swear to you. This is a Bowser to be feared. So this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I had the pleasure of commentating Mukuro fighting Zomba just earlier. I believe it was earlier this year, might be in the end of last year. And Mukuro, for it being Zomba, did well. It's, of course, a hard matchup anyways, but when you've got such a big skill gap. So I do believe Mukuro has a very solid chance in this. This is number 2 versus number 3 in the German power rankings right now. So you're looking for a big clash, which will affect their PR when it comes to it. But for now, we're going into game number 1 on PS2. God, we couldn't be anywhere else, could we?
Oh, we couldn't indeed. The classic L starter there, El Clasico. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Mukuro works his way into this. Rob Longo's like, can be a pretty defensive player, but obviously Rob can, like, he's like a jack of all trades, master of like most of them, to be honest with you. So we'll see how that plays out. That up smash nearly took the stock right there, but a clutch air dodge saves Longo's first stock. Jeez.
Yeah, Mukuro is off to a very explosive start here, already 95% on Longo. Of course, Bowser's moves do the damage like that. A lovely down tilt to dodge the up tilt there, and catching the jump from ledge there. Mukuro, what a start.
Jeez. Yeah, that forward air is such a big move, man. Such a massive hitbox. Great coverage, honestly, and very well placed. Yeah, and Mukuro's got himself a nice little lead to start things off here.
Longo trying to look for some gyro conversion to maybe finish off this stock. A lovely mash from Mukuro gets him out of that any possible situation that could have been even close to death when fighting Rob. Mukuro has been doing so well with this gyro, just claiming it for himself and getting combos off of it. So far, he's getting so much damage already. The trade from the dropping the gyro means that Mukuro will live just a bit longer.
Gosh. It was so simple. We did like gyro pro to fair, but it's just so much. But there we go. Up smash on the, I think get up attack got shielded. Going to clear out that first stock. But here we go. Longo trying to press the issue here.
And Mukuro's doing such a good job approaching and then just slightly waiting for Longo to swing something big. Tries to swing something big himself, but Just a clank with Rob Nair. That move has too much priority. Maybe tries to wait under the platform to dodge it, but unfortunately Rob is he's a bit good.
He's a bit good. I don't know if it's like, if he did it slightly bit later, it would have worked, but still, this second stock is still clinging on for dear life. Okay, the back throw is gonna put Merker in a bad spot, and Longo steals that second stock and steals the lead in this first game.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal edge guard there from Longo, just knowing where Bowser's weakest, and yeah, he knows where he's strongest as well. A little slam with the side B there will take the stock from Mukuro there, trying to dodge everything to get away from this potential Rob side B of death, and more follow-ups coming from the gyro here. Not wanting Longo to have it, so simply throws it up into the air so that it's in play longer and he won't get it back.
Yeah, very smart, very smart. You often try to see people try to use gyro against the opposing Rob, and it can work obviously, but sometimes it's just like, you know, I'm just gonna chuck it in the air. You can't have this for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, you're always running the risk of them catching it back themselves, and Nair back here from Mukuro won't take it just yet, but 144% you're dying to anything, and that up tilt will fall onto that anything. And Mukuro will take game one.
The first up tilt didn't succeed, but the second one will. That was quite a seesaw battle, but there's going to be a solid game one victory to our Bowser friend, Mukuro. Very nice.
It just seemed like Mukuro initially started with that big burst of energy, and then it kind of got matched later on, but because of that initial big burst, he's not coming back from it, was Longo, and we're going to go now back into game number 2. I believe the same stage again. Yeah, we want to change in the game plan, not the floor plan here. And Longo, we'll see what you can do differently.
Yeah, he definitely pressed the issue when he, at the most opportune moments, and I feel like he needs a bit more of that. Trying to, force Bowser off stage, as I was just thinking about it. Get that big old Koopa King out of here. There you go. Can we get the edge guard here? That would be a really, killing, such a heavy character early is such a godsend, to your mindset, honestly. You can see Longo trying to do it.
The heavies that you can edge guard, you have to! Mukuro just catching with the end of that Bowser bomb. It doesn't spike though. Longo in disadvantage, opting to go as high as he possibly can, but Mukuro still catching him with all of these landings, tries to get the side B onto the platform, but Longo able to land for now and getting a bit of percent of his own.
Longo sharking just enough here on the platform, gets the back throw once again. Gyro back in hand, never mind, gets shielded. Just throwing all the projectiles at Mukuro now, just please get off stage. There you go, the back air though.
Rose back here is a big move, and sometimes it will just hit you just like that. Tries to drop the gyro on the edge guard to get the kill. Mukuro just waiting for something, but Longo mixing up the landing with a falling up air, just mix up Mukuro's timing and is able to get a back air from it and take the first stock.
Very nicely played from Longo. Trying to steal this second stock before he even barely lived there, but the up B is actually going to take it. Such a great out of shield option. If Bowser didn't have that, he'd really struggle in the game in general, but Mukuro knows when to use it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on that there. The Bowser up B out of shield is such a godsend. You see, when you get parries like that, it's just such a good amount of damage and such a great get off me tool. Mukuro maybe just swinging a bit of a Randy up smash there, thinking 5 years into the future, he really wants to catch this Rob landing, but it's not happening, especially not with Bowser dash attack. Lovely little forward air to get through the gyro, and he's able to get back onto the stage here, and just trying to land seems such a challenge.
It really is. They're both covering each other's landings pretty well. Bowser has such massive hitboxes, you wouldn't really expect it, but then he's covering landings with up B as well. So up B is such a versatile pull a down B to grab the ledge and get rid of that second Rob stock. Mukuro is up a stock here.
What a wonderful option there from Mukuro. The Bowser bomb that you don't expect to hit, but because Longo just stuck his little arms out to try and get the forward air, it just was not going to happen. Into the skies he goes. And speaking of the skies, Bowser doesn't die to that wonderful DI from Mukuro. And another.
They had enough time to down air.
What recovery.
Very nice. Yeah, great survivability on the part of Mukuro. Obviously being the heaviest character in the game helps, but just his DI and everything's on point. Smart recoveries too.
Yeah, these two are well practiced against each other. The last 3 sets these two have played have all gone game 5, so I would be surprised if we enter something similar in this set here. But Mukuro so far getting lovely bits of damage just like that in.
That's the flame burst. Sure, grabs the gyro. Obviously grab the gyro, but nonetheless. Oh, that's a nair back air. That's painful. Honestly, we could see a dead Rob in a matter of seconds. Yeah, he tried it. Oh, we see a dead Cooper King though instead, but we're down to 1 stock apiece here. This is nothing a Rob combo or ledge trap can't bring back. I'm sure Longo is more than capable.
Yeah, looking for something there. Tries to go for the back throw into the forward air to get a bit more damage on him. Try to chase the gyro as well. He knows that's his way in. He just doesn't really want to have to pressure Bowser's shields just because like that.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, up smash finally hits. Mukuro been swinging for that so many times, and this time it will land. And he goes up 2-0.
Oh wow, what a call out. If first it doesn't succeed, try again. Something like that anyway.
You're absolutely right. He kept on trying. Sometimes Longo was in space when he tried it, but this time he was in the right position. He gets the kill for it. This is our 7th versus 10th being the 7th seed, so this would be an upset after all, but we'll see here if Longo can bring this back in a reverse 3-0 fashion, and he just wants this PS2, it seems.
Yeah, sticking to the same stage, of course. Same breath the wrong way. But yeah, I definitely can believe in Longo reverse trio. But Mukuro playing so solid, it's going to be hard to contend with. But Longo has a good lead to start off game 2.
It doesn't even feel like Longo's missing out on very big confirms, but he's getting one like that. The gyro into side B. Gets a 0 to death to start us off. Longo does want this, and he is making sure Mukuro knows that.
If there's one way to start off a reverse 3-0, that's the best way you can go about it. Very good stuff. Still hasn't been touched as I say that the down air comes through, but still great stuff for Longo so far.
Yeah, I've been loving Mukuro's mix-up on the timings, and even just the mix-ups of multiple land sometimes. That up B is so dubious on what side he's going to land on. I've seen Longo miss quite a few of those so far. Just tiny little conversions like that he was missing previously, which seems like he's going to try and be hitting now, but this pressure on Bowser's shield is just not working the way he wants it to.
Yeah, not quite, but you know, he's got basically lapping a stock here. Doesn't have to press the issue on his behalf. That's going to be a side B. Not going to be quite a kill. Next one may do it though on the platform. But the Bowser ledge trap, all reliable F tilt. It's going to clear out that robotic operating buddy. Bring us to 2 stocks apiece here in this game 3.
Oh,
the delayed bash.
Oh, that was lovely there from Mukuro, throwing down gyro as well. But a lovely wait there from Longo. God, this up tilt is just not working for him, and he just keeps it going. The down tilt trains will go to Mukuro, but he's now stuck on this ledge. No gyro though, and Mukuro's able to get back on and get some damage.
Oh wow, he's trying to drag down up air conversion. Not going to quite work out. Oh, the flame breath, that's going to be a lot of pain for Longo. Oh, the other smash call out. How does he do it?
Well, lovely up smash call out. Gets that kill so much earlier than Longo has been able to previously. 106% on Bowser. He is the heaviest character in the game, but you still got to try and get stocks before that percent. And now Mukuro's on with the percent lead here. This could get dangerous quickly. A lovely read on the timing of when he's going to drop shield there for Mukuro, and just dancing with this gyro, not wanting any big confirms. But no, doesn't jump into that gyro, just patiently waits. No, he won't die if he stays low. Gonna try and swing something big here.
As long as there is oxygen in the air, Mukuro will up smash, I swear.
He does seem to be a very big fan of this move, as Longo's trying to get these nairs in, just slowly mixing up timings of his own, and that's the wrong way. No punish here. This is so tight. Anything from Bowser could be a kill here. Of course, Rob is heavy, but Bowser's heavier. Now on that ledge trap, doesn't work, but the up tilt seals it. A 3-0 for Mukuro there.
Wow.
That was for what that was, a 3-0. The scoreline does not show how close these games really were.
Every game was like an absolute seesaw battle. Like, we started off with a 0 to death on Longo's behalf there at the start of the game. Had such a lead, but Mukuro just did not care. Kept pressing through and said, no, I'm going to turn the tables. I'm going to secure that 3-0. And so he did. Very good.
Yeah, that was great from Mukuro. That felt like a very fast set. I know it's Bowser, but even then, that still felt really quick. Mukuro forcing the issue at every turn, and Longo, unfortunately, is not able to capitalize. It feels like he's just missing out on the early kills. I mean, we only saw one edge guard, which it's Bowser. I know you can kind of mix up the recoveries, but it is linear at the end of the day. It just felt like a bit too much ledge trapping. It felt maybe a bit more edge guarding would have done him, but fortunately that's the way things go, and Mukuro's going to move on to fight Solo, who actually just already beat a Bowser, so his path to top 8 today has been Bowser.
No way. Oh yeah, King Kong the Bowser. That's crazy. You wouldn't thunk it, but there you go.
No. It's the type of thing that happens at C tiers, though. C tiers in that nice little spot where it's like there's a good number of high-level players there, but there's also just a little bit room for some cheeky characters to sneak through. And I feel like Bowser can be very much one of them. And we'll see who ends up coming up next. I mean, in the meanwhile, Losers has been running its full way through. I want to quickly touch on someone who has made top 8 winner side, though. Their set has not been played. I'm not sure if we'll get that up next. When you're looking at a bracket for top 32, I feel like it's reasonable for top 32. You think it's reasonable for anyone in that top 32 seeding to end up on the winner side. Obviously, 32 you think is a bit less likely. However, there is someone here, seed 44. I believe their tag is Takio. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. It might be Takio, but I'm going to say Takio for now. It does look like we will be getting them up next. Who has managed to perform, I believe in total, upset factor 6 over 2 players that he should have lost to, beating Pinky, who's a good German Peach.
Oh, yeah.
You're an upset factor 4. Seed 44 making it all the way to top 32 winner side. That's a big accomplishment for someone down at that seeding, and we'll see if he's able to take it further. He's going up against Pac-Slash, who's the 5th seed of this event, so it's not going to be easy.
No, yeah, very well pointed out. That is a great feat to accomplish, and I'm not sure I'm that familiar with Takio. They main Corrin and Ike? It looks like. Impressive.
It's mainly Corrin with like a tad bit of Ike. I mean, mostly yesterday they did go Corrin.
Gotcha.
But it is looking like we will end up seeing Pac-Man Corrin, which is not something I can say. I think I've commentated before, so this will be interesting.
Yeah, definitely a rare matchup.
Shenanigans with a hydrant.
Yeah, I feel like Corrin can definitely deal with hydrant really well. Just having a sword and that back air and stuff like that is just so blessed.
Yeah.
I mean, Pac-Man doesn't like disjoints on the best of days, but should be a good one here. So is that our next queued up set?
I believe so, unless they're going to throw us the top 8 winners qualifier set, which would be great.
Okay. It would make sense.
If they end up doing that, then we'll be amazed. But it should be that pair.
Gotcha.
Looking down at Loser's side, it seems like things have mostly gone to plan, except for I believe someone who caused the big upset to even get here, Midlight, the 78th seed of the event, took a big upset. I believe the biggest one of the tournament so far, upset factor 5 over the 14th seed of the event. That would be Lucia. And also upset 2 Ridleys to get to this, and also upset, I believe that's an Austrian Ness and Steve player to so yeah, taking that upset, that was another upset factor 4 on that Austrian Ness and Steve to guarantee himself 17th at this event, which for the 78th seed, that's phenomenal.
That's pretty damn good if you ask me.
As we previously noted, Pinky, who got upset by that Takio, has went on a run so far. It's guaranteed 13th, taking down I believe that is a different Rosalina. I don't know how to pronounce that. It looks like Vile, but there's a...
Yeah.
I don't even know where to begin with that name. And then beating King Kong, that Bowser immediately afterwards.
The other Bowser.
We're running pretty quickly here, it seems.
Yeah, games are going pretty well, I gotta say. We do love to see that.
Yeah, tournament running on time.
Things running a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this tournament is set to finish at 8 PM their time, so...
Gotcha.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get a move on. Germany's only an hour ahead of us, I think. Or is it 2?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So yeah, no, it's all looking good so far. The rest of the results and losers. Fetsack, actually, who is was the 15th seed of this event, drops in a Game 5 set to Otek, the Diddy Kong.
Okay.
So that
Ooh,
is
yeah.
another big
I
upset.
bet that was a long set.
Yeah.
Game 5 at least, yeah.
I
Very
can
good
imagine,
stuff there.
and I'm hoping this is a misreport and that Yano didn't just win his set 1-0.
Right.
If he won 1-0, that would be quite spectacular, actually.
The game just went that badly. There's like, I'm out. I'm out of here. But no, I'm looking forward to the rest of these winners quarters sets as well. We've got Tarik and Tapsy, Greninja, Snake. Youssef will be playing the winner of what we should be commentating next, Pac-Slash Pacquiao. And then Solo's got to fight, another Bowser and Mukuro, which you saw. I mean, that's a rough matchup for Bowser. Solo is just like absolutely ecstatic about. Like, oh, I got Bowser. Sweet, he's not landing. He's not getting to touch the ground.
Yeah, I can only imagine how that must go. Where you're just peppering the Bowser away. Obviously, you can't do the funky stuff with like the Luma Rapid Jab because of Tough Guy.
That's true.
You can do so much more because it's Bowser. You get away with stuff like that because of the heavies. And then, of course, as we mentioned before, Drybie Luke will be the last set for that top 8 qualifier, which could really go either way.
Yeah, it really can. I think you said Luke's got a record on Drybie, was it?
It's a good record. I don't know if it's a winning one.
Oh, okay, but like very contestable.
It is a very contestable one.
I'll have the Game & Watch again, right? Or
yeah, I'm fully convinced it will be the Game & Watch. If I go to these two's head-to-head here, it should hopefully reveal something a bit more. So I believe last time they played it was Pichu, but we'll find out shortly here.
Not sure I've ever seen the Drybie Game & Watch with my own eyes, so it'd be interesting to see how it deals with the rest of the competition. I mean, obviously getting a 3 on Trash in the previous round, another Rob player.
Oh, I'm very wrong. It is a very good record for Luke. It's 8 wins for Luke to 3 wins for Drybie.
Wow,
and Luke has won all 5 of their last sets.
Wow. We will be Takio Pac-Slash, yeah?
Okay, cool. Indeed.
Okay, cool, yeah. Sick, yeah, so it looks like we'll be transitioning to Takio Pac-Slash, as we mentioned prior. Pac-Slash, I assume plays Pac-Man. I've definitely heard that name before. I wouldn't really... Let me look at the previous round.
I believe it's Pac.
Yeah.
It's like calling yourself Luigi and not playing Luigi. It just feels wrong.
Hey man, like I know players called like Luigi Mitsu and they just haven't played Luigi in like 10 years, like, you know what I mean? So you never know these days. There could have been a funky secondary, you never know. But it looks like...
Oh, it's Ike!
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Ike,
so here for some Ike gameplay today. I'm so here for Ike. This will be awesome.
Alright, ladies and gents, everyone in between. Back to PS2, we have got Pac-Man held at the helm by Pac-Slash and Takio wielding the Ike. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if this is a bit difficult for Takio, of course, just the perceived skill difference in the seeding, but that was a lovely little catch on the jump. Of course, Ike's game plan is pretty cut, thin and dry, where you just want to nair into a follow-up, which we're going to see Takio abusing that nair, saying that it is a good move. And just as you've seen so far, he's got so much percent off it already, and lovely use of that back hit to confirm into that up air there. Won't kill just yet, but Takio, a strong start already.
Yeah, very good. Good to know that the Ike's F tilt just straight up clears the hydrant straight away as well. Obviously, it can be committed if you do it up close, but yeah. But getting pushed off stage now is Takio. The orange not going to be quite the despair, but the empty hop into the F tilt, catching Pac-Slash unawares. He's going to take the first off.
It's phenomenal from Takio. What a good option to pull out game 1, stock 1. Let Pac-Slash know you're here to play, and a catch with that up B, it won't do the full thing, but still a nice bit of damage. I'm seeing some lovely bits of adaptation and game plan already from Takio.
Yeah, no, for real, putting that Ike aerial to good use and the F tilt, but they go, the apple is going to clear away that first Ike stock there. Kind of seemingly out of nowhere. That apple is very quick. Gotta be careful,
Yeah, they joke about an apple a day, but it really does feel like the second you get into the worst strengths of your health, that one apple will do you in. And now it seems like Pac-Slash getting a lovely bit of damage here just from that one apple. 66% already, just from what is mostly item into Pac-Man's normal moves. Not something you see a lot of. You normally see a lot more peppering with Pac-Man, but
true.
It seems like he's doing a lovely bit so far.
Very good indeed. Like, Pac-Man's got great air-to-air, like, you know, combat buttons, if you will, and that's like really going to be really disruptive to Ike. because you know, he wants to jump in there. But then if you throw like an apple or some other bonus fruit into the mix, it's gonna make things a bit more annoying for Ike than he would like. There they go, Nair into up air, not gonna kill, but gonna do some nice damage.
Yeah,
second stock pretty hotly contested.
Pac-Slash just doing a wee bit of stalling in the air there. No one to give such an obvious opening, but Takio will find one anyways. A Nair up air. It's one of Ike's tried and true, and it works again. Takio with a strong lead so far, and doesn't fold early to that pressure on the ledge, knowing the bell's not going to hit him, and even if he does, Pac-Slash is not in a position to punish him for it, and he's getting some good damage already in this first stock, even if it's just 1 or 2 pieces.
Ooh. Yeah, for true. Oh, he jumps over the Gallagher, gets a Nair, then catches a jump read. Gets a bit extra damage for double. A duo of up airs. That's a lot of damage. Oh, he just runs half the screen for a dash attack. I respect it.
To be fair, you're not expecting it. Tried to use that key to get that kill there, but not quite. And now Pac-Slash, I mean, Pac-Man struggles to find kills sometime. Tries to go for the Hydrant setup. It'll still hit him, but it won't kill just yet.
Scary situation for Ike on the second stop there for Takio. But still clinging on for dear life. The back air will not do it coast to coast. The early quick draw recovery. Resets us back to neutral. The weak hit of up tilt. Catch an air dodge, wow.
I didn't know that move lasted that long. That up tilt catch was lovely there from Takio. And now it seems like he's going to try and take this last stock before he even loses his second in this first game already.
It's honestly possible. I think a Nair and up will definitely do it right now.
Yeah, Pac-Slash, don't want to give him the options. Yeah, tried to just jump off ledge. Don't want to do a neutral get up potentially on what could be a Nair. Lovely use of that upbeat to stall.
Oh, he catches the apple with the back air. Oh man, that nearly did it. Nice grab on the neutral get up. Yeah, just going to jump away. No confirms from Mike there. The Hydrant does stand in the way of this ledge trap here, but he still has a whole stock to play with.
Yeah,
ooh, that's good.
You're trying to just sneak in this apple somewhere to get this kill. It's so quick to charge that you can do that. Maybe throwing the Hydrant into the mix with a bit of water, but it still doesn't work. Oh, Takio is too aware, and he gets that up tilt to seal game 1, a 2 stock over the 5th seed of this whole tournament.
Damn, what an up tilt. I think, like, the water was actually kind of a hindrance there. Placing Pac-Slash precariously on that platform, and Takio's just like, well, it's up tilt time, and there you go. Sealing the game. Very nice stuff.
Something I do want to touch on before we go into this game too. Takio is not some unknown quantity within Germany. A lot of his events have been online, but he was PR'd both in 2022 and 2024. So he's a known good player. He just hasn't been around that much for offline events recently, and it seems like he's making everyone try to remember who he is really. And this game 2 is going to have to be a statement one for Pac-Slash to get back into this.
Yeah, very nice stuff. I definitely heard the name Takio before, yeah. But really re-emerging into what appears to be a great tournament for themselves. Ooh,
yeah, this would still be the best tournament of Takio's career if able to piece this together. But yeah. Pac-Slash just trying to not give Takio anything. Of course, you know what the game plan is. You know what Ike's going to do, but it's still so hard to dodge that massive Nair, especially as Pac-Man. You're so stubby. You need to use these projectile. Tries to get the follow-up. Knows the up smash won't kill yet, so just goes for a cheeky wee up there. Tries to get that attack, but reads the roll in. That is a bread and butter for Pac-Man players as far as a read goes, but a dash attack, my word, what a kill.
F smash, dash attack, both these players eviscerating these stocks here in this game too. They both want this really badly.
Yeah, that was a good quick reply there from Takio here as Pac-Slash is able to get 55% on the board already. The up tilt tries to read another jump. Takio's been doing so well at them, but Pac-Slash has been doing well with these combos. The Galaga getting a lot of damage for him.
Yeah, Gallagher is the combo tool for Pac-Man. But you don't really want to approach. You want to try and make them waste it if you can. Otherwise, you're eating like 40%. Like for an optimal combo. I don't think he got the longest combo, but he still got enough. Still though, 100% plus racked up on Takio's second stock here. We could be seeing a dead Ike soon.
Yeah, the bell is out, and
oh, here we go.
You know, unfortunately, gets a bit too close. hiding under that platform is always advised against Bell, but Pac-Man can still get that close to you and hit you with it before it bounces upwards. And as a result, Pac-Slash is able to get that stock and a pretty sizable lead so far.
Yeah, it was quite the game changer. Momentum shift in this set here. Really answering back there. Could get a 2-stock of his own. He plays his cards right, honestly. Maybe even a stronger 2-stock. Because he's not letting Takio play the game very much right now.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure here is Pac-Slash. Just not letting Takio breathe, like you said. And it's going to have to be a bit of an effort here from Takio. Just trying to pepper through that hydrant. But Pac-Slash is already charging the bell. He wants to kill him now, but seems like Takio didn't let that happen. Yeah, that's a strong move.
It's very strong. It's broken as well. Pac-Man is fighter path 0 after all.
There's so many characters in this game that are fighter path 0. It's
That's true.
But now you'll see Pac-Slash charging the bell, tries to extend it off the hydrant there, gets the one in the air, but the up smash won't kill. Just trying to juggle him now with up airs and up tilts are doing it, beating out Ike Nair, not something you see very often. Trying to set up a house of mystery for Takio to have to get through here, and he's just getting so much damage because of it. He tries to F-tilt now, 153% is already such a Herculean effort to come back from, and especially when he's going to start peppering you with these apples, it's going to come sooner rather than later.
Very well good. Oh, the dash attack! Just not expecting it. I wasn't expecting it either. Just catching that bonus fruit charge. Very nicely stopped. Oh my god, he's trying to cheese it.
I can't really blame him.
Oh,
but hang on. This could be something big here. Okay. Up B cheese, but not working yet. He's just trying to seize this opportunity of getting off stage, but now he's the one facing the off stage situation. Hydrant's coming.
Oh, he goes too
Pac-Man
fast.
grab misses.
Oh my god. I thought he was going to go for like Nair down air.
I really thought a Nair down air was coming out there, yeah. But no, the back air just barely misses. Now at 181%, Pac-Man struggles to kill. The first up air comes in. This could be the moment for Takio, but
my gosh.
Nair just doesn't quite hit its mark.
194% on Takio. Can you make this happen?
And
Nair will absolutely take it right now.
Oh, he's got so much percent, 85%.
Oh,
He's killed percent, but just barely hits through the hydrant. It won't kill him. This is such a close game here. More apples are getting thrown, and that one does it. It was only a matter of time until one of them hit, but Takio really tried to make it happen now.
Oh gosh, he really, really did. I was a Takio believer in that last minute. Like, holy crap. I was like,
it felt inevitable, but it never came.
The first half of that game was like, okay, it's gonna be 1-1. And I was like, oh wait, is it going 2-0 up? But no, it is indeed 1-1 between these two great players. I can tell that they've probably like played before in the past and like just pretty familiar with the matchups as well, I'd say.
Yeah.
You can just see Takio like nairing through a lot of these bonus fruit and hydrants. I swear once at one point he naired through an apple and hydrant at the same time. It was like really, really impressive. But a great start to Pac-Slash in this game 3 to start things off here.
Yeah, an absolutely wonderful start. Just to touch on what you were saying about them potentially having played before. It's actually their first set, believe it or not.
Oh, really? Wow, okay.
That's always exciting when it's two people in the same country playing for the first time. I know Germany's a big country, but it's still something awesome to see. Really just talks to how little Takio has attended offline. Tries to go for the there with the chase down, but Pac-Slash putting on a lot of pressure here. It seems like he's remembered how to play against Ike because it's not often no jumps here. Can he make it back? Oh, he brings him down with him as well. And he evens it up. If you're Takio, you take that every day of the week.
You honestly do. That is a miscue on the part of Pac-Slash. That should have all been but a secured stock there, but just a bit of a miscue, and it's going to take us to a 2-stock game.
Yeah, it's a really tight contest here between these two players. It's the type of set you love to see, and
yeah,
Takio's just trying to create a little bit of space there, but Pac-Slash just rushing him down because, of course, that Nair is safe, but you still have to space it properly. Takio needs this little bit of room. It's why you still see us on PS2. He likes how big the stage is. And Pac-Slash is loving the platforms for the combos here. As 85% is racked up, tries to catch a devious roll from ledge, but Takio's not giving it to him. Instead, he's giving a lot of percent here as this ledge trap is becoming quite brutal. What a lovely weight, man, on that roll in.
Very nicely stuff. Yeah, both players putting in a lot of combos on each other here, but 85% each way. It couldn't be closer.
Yeah, the bell is starting to become a component in the game plan here for Pac-Slash. We're at those percents. Touched on it a bit. You can hide under these platforms to potentially make the bell bounce on the platforms if he throws it from too far away of a distance, but Pac-Slash is really trying to close the gap here.
Oh, the orange! Oh, not the second time.
Barely misses that edge guard there. Takio just using walking to be able to just walk shield, get a bit closer to him to seal this gap so he can get off the ledge and not die to anything from Pac-Man, but he's getting to that percent again where it's looking inevitable.
Yeah, I think in there, it's off, it might take it, and just as I say it, it comes into fruition. Takio stealing that second stock. Rage Ike is an absolute monster. Ooh, but the apple gets rid of the Ike for this day. At least for now. One stock apiece. Game 3. You know, both players really want this to get the edge up on. In this set, who's going to take it?
Yeah, this game 3 is going to be huge for both momentum and mental for both of these players. You really want to go that 2-1 up, especially when they've been so tightly contested.
Yeah.
If you're lying back in your seat after those, going 2-1 down, you're like, man, this set could have been over. But instead, it's this tight competition, as Pac-Slash seems to be the one who has been pulling ahead just in this last bit of this game, number 3.
Yeah, ever so slightly. Nice little catch the orange there from Takio's part. Not gonna get much of it, but just having that skill to be able to grab, you know, like people can just like grab gyros or fruits or whatever, like when they're landing. Really important skill to have. But trying to rack on a bit more percent is Takio, because he is trailing behind just ever so slightly, a bit more than slightly right now. Hang on a minute. Oh, kind of read the air dodge, but not the jump.
Yeah, it seemed like he was fiending for the jump there, saw the air dodge, and was like, I'm just going to try to read the jump anyway. But of course, he's already gone, and up B, that move does so much damage, and honestly, after a point, it can start to kill. So
yes,
if Takio opts to go for something like that, but we are looking at percent where Nair up air
Whoa!
could do it. The hydrant flying across the stage will put Pac-Slash in a bad position. Has to side B here and goes for the double up B. Just not far enough down where Takio can do the trampoline bounce trick, and lovely grab there will make Pac-Slash off stage. Attempts to re-grab the bell. I don't think he did get it.
He did get it. Oh, this is a dangerous
tight
spot.
Oh, back air. Wow, what a sneak in there. I thought that was going to be an up air, but he picks the only move that he could have done to kill there. A lovely option select there from Takio, and he's the one that goes up 2-1 here. We could look at a big upset here. Upset factor 6 potential.
Wow, that'd be really impressive. I mean, I'm really impressed by how both these players are playing. But I think every game has been like really close. So like it's really neck and neck. Like it could like we could slightly turn to another dimension and the other player could win, and it'd be like very believable. But we are currently in this timeline where Takio is 2-1 up against Pac-Slash. Can he seal the deal here, or is he going to go into game 5?
Yeah, it seems like we're having a PS2 type of day. Every game
so
has been on this stage, and I can't blame either of them. Takio's been able to use these platforms wonderfully in both hiding the bell and getting the conversions of the Nair up airs. It's been good for both players, and of course, Pac-Slash, he wants the room to run away, charge these fruits, but this dash attack's actually becoming quite a thorn in the side for when he is charging them. Yeah,
dash attack is a great, like you wouldn't really think is a decent burst option, but it can really catch you lacking, especially if you're committed to something. I know you can cancel bonus fruit charge with a shield, but still, it can catch you unaware sometimes. Whoa!
Oh, wow! That was a gorgeous, gorgeous wait there from Takio to find the earliest stock he possibly could. What a statement to make in this game number 4. He could seal it all because of this. Pac-Slash, though, hoping to not make that the case, but Takio just feels like he's got such a good read on his options. The amount of times you've seen Pac-Slash do multiple times neutral get up into immediate roll, and Takio's been waiting every single time, and he's just waiting for these options to catch him with Nair and do so much damage.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like there's been not a full download, but like Takio's really catching on to some of these habits here, whether it's a bonus fruit pull or an air dodge.
Wow.
He's playing phenomenally right now, and what an up B choice.
I cannot believe that reached. Tries to go for that up B again, just trying to see these stocks even earlier, but Pac-Slash are able to just barely scoot away there. You'll see waiting under the platform. The bell bounces on top, does get hit by it, but it means he's not dead. Lovely bit of Pac-Man counterplay there. Something you have to know in the matchup, but also Pac-Slash knows where you're going anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Guess Pac-Slash got a few reads of his own to, like, say, I'm not out of this set just yet. Still though, 120%. Oh my gosh, I think that was an up tilt coming in from Takio's Ike. Crazy stuff there. Still, there was an apple involved, but nonetheless, that second Pac-Man stock is gone. And Takio's still looking good.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I think the apple might have caused an extension on the hitbox of the up tilt, causing Pac to get hit by it. And that's so unfortunate. Sometimes your day just goes that way, and for Pac-Slash, he's not having a good one. Takio now up pretty much a full stock here. Pac-Slash trying to use this bell to get a bit more damage, but you have to wonder if it's a bit too late after all. But of course, Ike off stage, just potential there, but he's been able to get back every time without much worry.
Yeah, there's only been a few edge guards. Whoa, catching the key. Okay. Nicely done. But yeah, really needs to capitalize on these edge guards. I think there's only been a few circumstances where it happened, but... Oh, the quick draw out of nowhere. Okay. Don't really expect that too often.
Yeah, Takio's been doing such a good job with it, knowing his distances for quick draw. But, God, it's barely not a kill off of that.
Oh, there you go.
But will get it that time. Just a bit too long waiting on the ledge. Pac-Slash aware he has been waiting on that ledge just a bit too much and catching Takio for that habit. But we're at 90% now on Pac-Slash. You're getting in dangerous territory, my friend.
Yeah. You are getting into Ned territory. Ned up there. But Pac-Slash try to get Galago combo going. That's what you kind of really want at this moment. But I guess an apple. Hey, yo, 2 apples in a row. Okay. Guess he didn't need a Galago. He just needed an apple, bro. Oh, never mind. Really I think he needs a bit more than that. That's going to be Takio taking it 3-1 over Pac-Slash in a very contested set. But it is going to be 3-1 to our Ike friend indeed. Very good stuff. That's an upset, like you say. Upset factor 6 or something.
That's a huge upset for, especially considering the size of this bracket. That is a really big win for Takio here. And I can't help but feel like this man has paid off the TOs for this bracket path. This man has managed to run into, obviously, Kazuya, he's went Corrin for, so that one's fair enough. But Peach, Pac-Man, and now Mario, if you're Ike, you are salivating. That's not a bad bracket at all.
For an Ike, that's not bad, honestly.
As I just mentioned, he will be moving on to fight the 4th seed of this event, Youssef, for a position in top 8 winner's side.
Interesting. That is really good to see. Yeah, impressive stuff there. Really enjoyed commentating that. Nice stuff to both players, but Takio moving on to winner's side.
Yeah, if he does end up losing the set to Youssef, he will have either Yano or SV, so Wolf or Duck Hunt. I can't help but feel like you're preferring the Wolf almost there for the case of Ike, but I don't really know Ike's matchups well enough to comment that.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, having a sword against Duck Hunt is great, I know that much, but Wolf is the better character. I don't know.
Yeah, just by a little bit. The rest of the bracket, on the other hand, Pac-Slash will go down to fight Otek, which is Pac-Man Diddy Kong. And if you know anything about Diddy Kong, Otek is not about to have fun. That is a rough matchup for the likes of Diddy Kong. So I'd be surprised. Of course, this Pac-Slash is the 5th seed. You're still expecting him to make that loser's run into top 8. But he'll have it highly contested. He will have the winner eventually, assuming he gets there. So he'll have the loser, of Luke Drybie to get into top 8. So that's going to be a rough one regardless for him.
Yeah, we're getting to the nitty-gritty of bracket now. Everyone's just getting so formidable.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole tournament's been pretty contestable, but yeah, we're getting to that higher echelon of bracket now where things are getting very tightly contested. Very tough indeed. But that's what we're here for. That's what we want to commentate.
Exactly. It's always nice to see sets like that where there's like the perceived, again, difference in skill because of the seeding of the 2 players.
Yeah.
When you get into that and it's a really tight set, even if the person who's like meant to win wins, you're still happy to see it. Of course, in this instance, an upset did happen, a big one, but we'll be seeing if another big upset can come next, as we will have Tarik versus Tapsy on.
Oh yeah. Nice. Yeah, I love. I've done this matchup myself a few times, so it's
Yeah.
like, kind of interesting to see like better players than me do it. And I love watching Tarik as well. Like just like as a general player, I also play a bit of the Frog myself. But I love watching good Snake play and just seeing how people interact with Snake and how to deal around with Snake's like general game plan and recovery, grenades, blah blah blah. But yeah, can't wait to commentate this one. It'll be really really good.
Yeah, of course. We'll talk about the elephant in the room first. Tarik he's just such a good player.
He's so bloody good, isn't he?
So good. And of course, Tapsy himself is very good, but he's still in. I believe he's European HM, if I remember correctly. So he's obviously very good in Europe, but Tarik has that global scale. He's beaten these amazing players, so it's still such an uphill battle. And their set record, it's 27-6 in the favor of Tarik, but with them both being in Germany, you're expecting a few funky ones in there. I'm currently seeing in their most recent sets a set of Falcon Kirby, which I'm not going to put too much into. But
I'm not sure we're seeing those characters today.
Yeah, if we do, I'd be very excited to see that. Actually, that would be quite awesome. But yeah, like you said, Greninja Snake will be the matchup, and it'll be an uphill battle. But I'm excited to see how they do. Tapsy, of course, 5th on German PR. He's no slouch, so you're expecting a good set to come.
We are indeed, yeah. All these winner quarterfinal sets should be pretty good, honestly. The only one I would think would be somewhat of a wash is Solo Mukuro. But sometimes Mukuro doesn't care about matchups, so you never know, it could surprise us. That's literally just because it's Rosa and Bowser, so...
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Mukuro. It's like, obviously Mukuro phenomenal, but sometimes you do just get matched up as Bowser. I mean, even just in Scotland, I know some who have quite a good money match record into Mukuro.
Okay.
Just because of matchups alone, like Luigi Bowser, it's still a rough one. You're not surprised to see the Luigi win the money match.
Right.
But, well, I'll be excited to see how he gets along. The rest of the sets and losers that have been played, Yano does end up taking it over SV, so that is going to be the Wolf player moving on to guaranteed 9th. SV out at 13th. Good showing for the Duck Hunt, of course. That character's not all too common, and especially against Wolf. Like, Wolf just has, obviously, the Reflect, which is the big one, but just the priority on the moves to get around him.
Yeah. I feel like Nair just wins that matchup. I don't know.
I agree. The Wolf Nair is so good. You just have to be ready for it.
You're good, but I'm Wolf.
Yeah.
Basically. But yeah, no. Shouts to SV. There's quite a good few Duck Hunts around Europe.
There is.
Like Squirrel and stuff like that. But,
yes, SK World is the one that comes to mind. I believe he's Austrian, best player in Austria.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if I've got that right. I'm a bit out of touch with the Austrian scene.
I don't know if he's the best. But yeah.
Oh, Yoni is also Austria, right? Yeah.
The Lucario, yep.
Yeah, I've actually, just from looking through this bracket, I've actually been quite interested. Of course, it's a country that doesn't get talked about much, but there was quite a few players from Luxembourg at this event.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah, kind of next door.
Yeah, I mean, it's as good as they're going to get. The country size isn't the biggest, so when you can make it out to these big events, you try your best to. And it's been nice to see these players from these smaller countries travel like this. I mean, I feel that whenever anyone from Scotland goes anywhere, of course, our big name at the moment is Kerbo.
Yeah,
it's like any event I've been at or commentated, I've just been accidentally following him. He's been at King of Fields. He was at No Tech Milan. He was at Albion. Like, he's been at everything recently. And it's nice to see smaller countries get that on display for them.
Oh, yeah.
You telling me we're about to see a Kalos stage instead of PS2 for a Game 1? Oh, it's cinema!
Wow, okay, that's interesting. So, it looks like, indeed, Tarik and Tapsy, getting set up on the stage here. So, you say we saw Kalos? Interesting. So, that kind of benefits both of these characters. So, it's interesting to see how that will play into things here. But, wait, I saw
this
in pools, and I was like, I was like, oh, Tarik didn't drop any games in pools, except for maybe with this character right here, Richter Belmont. So the Frog is not right here right now, despite being on the Pokemon stage. But I'm not sure I've seen the Tarik Richter, you know, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I feel like for Tarik, when you're so dominant in Europe, you have to have some fun with these types of characters. And it's like Richter. And he didn't go up with the previous set, so I thought we were done with Richter for the day. But it seems like Tarik says we're going to still keep going, trying to keep Tapsy off stage here with all these B button options.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of B button presses between both these players. I know that much for sure. But we'll see who presses them the most. I think stage control is going to be really, really important here because you really just keep both these characters at ledge if you play your cards right. Especially with all these projectiles and kind of long hitboxes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is the position Richter wants you to be in. He wants you to be on the ledge, gets that fire set up, gets the Holy Cross. You maybe even throw an axe if you're feeling a wee bit nice, but
yeah,
it's entirely where he needs to get Tapsy at. Unfortunately, the thing is with Snake, he can just go that high, which is why already you've seen Tarik trying to cover this high so much. But able to get Tapsy the ledge here. Lovely little axe catches the first bit of high. We'll see if he can catch another, but a nice grenade from Tapsy to cover himself. And
already expected the air dodge. Oh, and he's down at the Nikita! Oh, but he covers it anyway. Oh, he tried it again. Oh, I love that from Tarik, but great stuff for Tapsy being all over it. But I kind of blinked and some stocks went flying, and now it's 2 stocks apiece. I was just so focused on that Nikita recovery.
Where were you when Tarik spends the rest of this set down airing Nikita? And now he is able to equalize it, so it's not out of his grasp just yet. But it seems like it's so much easier for Tapsy to rake on this percent here. He gets so much percent from these random grenades and then the follow-ups from them, whereas it feels like Tarik has to be so much more precise with the options he's covering. Tapsy, not when to get caught with that axe by jumping again, just waits in shield and actually gets a good punish for it this time, but now we're getting...
Oh man, he tried to set something nasty up with that one. That was a really great holy water throw into the follow-up. Didn't quite secure the up air or up smash off, but still
I don't know if Tarik knows this, because I don't. I don't know if Richter Nair actually can break Cypher. He keeps on going off for it, but it seems like it would be just too weak a move to do it. He might be trying to catch the air dodge afterwards, but I'll be surprised to see how that works in the rest of this set. As you'll see Tarik just trying to keep at this ledge, able to catch the jump off. But it's unfortunate, didn't mean to grab ledge there. Just accidental here. The forward throw. We want him off stage. This is deadly, but Tarik's able to get back. But he's still keeping him.
Oh no, he didn't grab the ledge. That was unfortunate. He's been so careful with these recoveries, but that time just not working out for him. Ooh, nice parry on the last hit in there. Gets an up B out of it. Gonna push Tapsy to the right side, but the dash attack. I was gonna say the dash attack is so painful. It's such a great burst option, especially like someone like Rick who just takes so much time with getting these setups, and it's just such a good zone breaker.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna have to try and find this kill relatively soon here. 180% already on Tapsy. Tapsy might end up accidentally finding it on himself with a grenade at this point. But we'll find out if Tarik is able to do this. This up air shield from Richter is a good option, and he's able to get a conversion into it. It's a lovely wait there to bait out an option from Tapsy out of that shield to get the down air and the conversion after it. But it seems like it's not enough as he's got no jump, and that's the first game gone.
Just like that. It was looking pretty good for a while there, but yeah, just getting caught trying to jump from ledge, I think. And just that big old back air from Snake lasts so long. It's so strong. If you ain't got a jump, you're dead, Belmont. That's about it, really.
Yeah, it's such a struggle for him to get back when he doesn't have a jump, and it seems like Tarik's sticking to this. Hang on.
Oh wow, okay.
You got me seated now, Tarik. I'm interested if we're sticking to it.
I want to know the method to the madness, but okay, but I'm interested to see
Asheville.
it. We're a smaller stage this time. See how this works out.
Yeah, you've just mentioned it. I'm very surprised for a Smashville.
Ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't break Cypher. That's what I thought would happen. It just seemed like too weak of a move to be able to do it. Obviously, he's getting some percent off of it, but I don't know if it's worth the percent trade for him getting the stage control, especially when you're Richter. It's a rough trade-off to go for, but it seems the one that Tarik wants to go for right now. You'll see that up B just keeps on clipping these grenades at ledge. It's so hard for Tarik to recover without taking any damage.
Yeah, it really, really is. Yeah, I do wonder if you mentioned it, trying to get like an air dodge after the cypher or something. At first I was going to go for a down air, which has been ballsy as hell, but maybe we'll see that in the future. But there we go, nice punish, down tilt. Ooh,
I'm a big believer in this Belmont down tilt. I think it's actually a lot better of a move than people seem to think it is. And Tarik using it very well to get out of the corner, which is where I think it should be used. He's doing a very good job of using all of Richter's moves. A bit dangerous there, but he's able to sneak out.
Sneak out indeed. Yeah, the down tilt was really good. It's almost like it's basically kind of Belmont's best first option. So, oh, but he's gonna miss an up B in the skies, and he's gonna get punished with the sneak F tilt, I believe. That's gonna be first blood to Tapsy.
Yeah, a bit of a randy up B there from Tarik. He wanted the stock now. It's the type of thing you expect from a player when they're on the secondary, where they're like, I'll just go for this. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him. That axe just barely disappears before.
Oh, that'll do it though. Perfect
yeah, it's a
timing.
lovely little setup there from Tarik, and able to keep us equalized.
That's like the classic, like, oh, throw a projectile that may catch them hanging off ledge or something, and then forcing them to sort of regular get up, and then you go for the grab. Solid stuff there. But 72% already on Tarik. You just blink and you take damage from Snake. It's like, come on. It's like, what's going on, man? These grenades are killer.
It just feels like the damage appears on you. Especially when down here, just 20%.
Jeez, man.
Snake is so strong.
Like a tank.
Yeah.
Yep. Whoa, doesn't quite get the recovery on that occasion. That's going to be a big stock loss. Big lead coming in from Tapsy here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's able to just get that stock for Tapsy, and you have to wonder at what point, Tarik, do we start considering maybe the frog is the correct option? I know it's not the greatest matchup for the frog, but it still might be one that you would consider after this game if he goes down to 0-2. He's going to start peppering in these projectiles. He tried to play the long range game now. Oh, tries to go for the down air kill, but it's just in a correct position. It just seems to be always in the correct position for Tapsy to not die. Yeah,
for real. We're trying to get a down smash as well off that down tilt 1. Didn't quite work out though, unfortunately. But Tarik really needs to get this second stock off of Tapsy here if he wants any chance of securing a Richter W. Yeah, just as I say it. Gets that forward air, swats him out the skies. One stock a piece here. But 95%, I don't know. That you can just sneeze and push Richter off stage, and then you could edge guard him, you know.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous game.
Oh, hang on.
Lovely few strings there from Tarik using the weak hits of Richter's whip to the best of his ability.
Yeah, that was quite a big game changer here. I was kind of like writing off this game, but suddenly gets the last hit dash attack as well. Hang on a minute here.
Yeah, Tarik's cooking a little bit, just slightly misplaced on that back air, which might have just been the game. Tapsy whipping out the grab here, doesn't catch the option just yet, but the up tilt is still looming. It's always there. It's a dangerous game. Seems like Tarik thinks he was going to swing, but he's able to swing Tapsy off stage. Goes all the way down there, but that doesn't break Cypher.
I thought he was going to down it.
Oh,
down smash, no way. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think Tarik's learning the hard way. Not as many of Richter's moves break Cypher unless you hit that tip of it. And especially when Tapsy's recovering at that angle just so below. It's a bit hard to nail that positioning. And as a result, Tapsy will go up 2-0.
Wow. I thought Tarik was making a believer out of me the last 30 seconds, but I thought he was going to go for that down air again, but nah, yeah, once again, the nair or the back air or whatever it was, just not strong enough to get Snake out that pesky Cypher recovery. But
I assume he's like 50-50 on if he's going to hit the Cypher or Snake.
Right.
The down air, that's the only thing I can assume. But I agree with you. I think you're right. I think the down air should be getting ripped. Obviously, it's a dangerous risky, but it's not something we have to consider anymore. Greninja is here, and we're ready to play on mains. But Tapsy now only has to take one game, and he's taken games before. He could definitely do it again.
Oh, for sure, yeah. We'll see if Tarik can make his reverse 3-0 with his tried and true Frog, Gakuga, Greninja. And he's already off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, already doing so well. It just feels like he has so much more control of the grenades with this character. Of course, the movement allows you to do that, and Tarik's just going to be so much more comfortable in what he can and can't do with them already. Yeah. So Tapsy is able to get 90% back on him. He knows what moves will break Cypher with this character.
Ooh.
Oh, but a nice delayed back here there. And the Cypher keeps Tarik off stage. It's not going to be that easy, mate, to get back. The Nikita, though. Oh, he's gonna it around. And Tapsy will take the first stock. Hang on, the upset is maybe on the cards after all.
Trying to get such a tricky recovery, but the Nikita was even trickier. Tapsy takes his first stock here in this game 3. Potentially last game of the set. See if Tarik has something to say about it.
Top of Tarik, obviously we're giving the credit because he's playing the secondary, but Tapsy's just also been playing really well.
Yes.
He's been doing so well at his setups, just always covering everything that is on the cards. But Tarik, of course, Snake is still got to land after he goes that high, and Tarik will catch him with an up air. And we're now 2 apiece.
Very nice stuff indeed. That was really good awareness as well from Tarik. He did down tilt, and instead of going for a Greninja kill confirm, he knew the grenade was about to be set up. So that exploded, hit Tapsy even further into the skies, and then Tarik just waited for his chance to get that up there. But despite all that, quite a deficit for Tarik. As I say that, does manage to turn the table a little bit, rack a bit of percent, catch that snake landing. Hang on a minute here. Oh, the Nair breaks the Cypher, the strong hit, very nice.
Yeah, forcing Snake to go low is where you want him to, but the dash attack is just so late and is still able to catch him with a forward air. Tapsy is not getting off the ledge with ease, and the Nair's definitely not going to be one of the options. A lovely little stall there. We'll get him back in a grenade recovery, but still has to find his stock.
Oh! I didn't realize he had the grenade there. I don't know if he tried to up smash it, but never mind. Gets the up air once again in the skies. I think like Tarik's been doing a really good at spacing that as well, so he doesn't get exploded by the grenades, but he gets exploded by the up air. Oh my god, Snake really does hit like a truck. This is pretty even here for game 3. This could be the last game, folks. Oh,
yeah, this is dangerous territory for this set for Tarik. Of course, he has such a dominant record, but that doesn't matter. None of it does when you're faced with being 1 stock away from losing, especially at a tournament like this where you're the first seed. You're meant to win this, and Tapsy's trying to say otherwise. Just hitting into that grenade. There's so much damage onto this frog, and it's looking dangerous now, Crispy.
Yeah, it really, really is. There's a couple of trades you do not want to take if you're a Tarik, but take them he has. But Tarik will be more than happy for that to happen. If Snake's trading, he's kind of winning. And winning he is right now, ever so slightly. So if Tarik makes the right play here, he can push Snake off stage, maybe get an edge guard and clutch this game out. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, you're seeing Tapsy start to really hunker down and just put out these grenades and C4s in position where it forces Tarik to be the aggressor. He does not want to have to deal with anything that could potentially get rid of this lead that he has, but Tarik is doing his best. He's using these water shurikens to try and pepper some damage in, make these grenades explode on Tapsy when he's not expecting it. He's actually doing a pretty good job of it. 77% here onto Tapsy. It has been slowly clawed back at from Tarik.
Oh my god.
We're looking in dangerous straits again.
This is so delicate right now, oh my god. I mean, a down tilt could I think a down tilt will definitely now take it for Tarik. Oh, he's got a throw into the back throw. Did Nikita, can he get past this? Oh, the weak hit, what? It still exploded. Oh my gosh. The weak hit again. Can he recover? No, that's it. He's absolutely been exploded out of here. And that's going to be a 3-0 to Tapsy. Wow.
What wonderful final stock there from Tapsy. You have to give him credit there. He knew what his win con was, and he played to it the best he could. Especially getting that first stock was so big for him, and as a result, he keeps his nerve steady. He knows what could go wrong, and he keeps it and takes it over Tarik. Puts himself in winner's top 8, winner's side, and claims what would be the first seed location. So he's got what should be an easier bracket path now.
Yeah, that's true. At least technically. But
yeah. He will have to fight Youssef or Ike, and if it's Ike, he's gonna be thrilled.
That's true. still both very formidable opponents, but Tapsy definitely gonna be thrilled over that 3-0 over Tarik. Of course, the frog wasn't involved throughout the whole set, but still looking pretty dangerous throughout. But that's gonna be a 3-0 and a handshake, nonetheless.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Tapsy, all things considered.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's going to move on, and Tarik will go down into losers. If I am Longo or Pinky and I see Tarik as my top 8 qualifier, I'm not very happy.
I just saw that, yeah. I wouldn't be happy either. I'd be like, bro, what are you doing here?
Of course, Longo was actually able to clutch it out 3-2 over speed to even make it to fighting Pinky now. And then, of course, being rewarded with Tarik afterwards. That's just the luck of the draw, innit? Sometimes it happens. And you just got to be okay with that.
I do. Very nice.
It seems like a lot of losers is waiting for the most part. We've got
looks like it.
We've got Yano waiting for the loser of loser of J. Sorry, so Yano Youssef actually has Youssef or Takeo. Takeo. I keep on going back and forth. I feel bad for not knowing, but
yeah, we're not German. We're sorry.
Yeah, if it's a German pronunciation, I am cooked. I'm Scottish, right? There's not a single bit of my throat that can pronounce German words. But other than that, we're looking at, of course, Tarik fighting the winner of Longo Pinky. Pac-Slash Otek is still ongoing. And then he'll fight up against Big Smoke, the Mii Brawler that we slightly touched on earlier.
Yeah.
And Kasim took it 3-2 over the Bayonetta player. Was the unfortunate loser of that set. Is
3-2.
Kasim the Kazuya will go on to face the loser of Solo and Mukuro. Now, Bowser Kazuya is not a good matchup for Bowser.
No, it's not.
You can just electric that shield for the rest of time.
You sure can.
You can get there. Mukuro might pull another phenomenal upset. We've already seen quite a few of them in just these 3 matches that we've commentated. I believe every match we've commentated so far has been an upset, actually, now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I guess.
Mukuro
on the technical side of things, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even consider that.
We're on upset city today.
Okay, cool. Youssef and Takeo coming up next.
Yeah, that'll be a good set. I'm very glad we get to commentate this. I mentioned it in the first set we did with Takeo. I'm a big Ike enjoyer. I quite like it.
Yeah.
Of course, as much as he is, you get the accusation of his game plan being basic. He just does the same thing on loop. When you get those types of characters, it means it's so much more up to how the players have to move and the mix that they have. And I feel like you really see a lot more expression from those players when they have to do things like that. When they've got less gimmicks to pull out on you, he has to just play better. The things that I remember, obviously, that just the timings on his aerials, he was so good at. The little conversions that you don't expect, like up throw back air that he hit Pac-Slash with, and even just simple things like tomahawks, like he put them all down to a T, and it's the things I like seeing. So we'll see, hopefully see them against Youssef, but we'll
we should do indeed. Yeah, it's sort of like he's a very like player based. No, what am I trying to say? Like he'll try and read the player very well. Like we saw a lot of air dodge reads and empty hop grabs and what have you. So, but I think against Mario, that could be even trickier because I feel like Mario can just like. I mean, Pac-Man's similar, but Mario can just breathe buttons at like a million miles a minute. I don't know. So I think it'd be hard for Ike to contest with. But does have a sword, which is always great against Mario. But the speed of Mario wahooing everywhere may be hard to contend with. Youssef's a very good player too.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the thing with Mario is like obviously he hates swords, but with Ike having that game plan of jump nair, I mean Mario, the up air is the criminal tool.
Exactly.
Does so much for him. He's gonna catch him with it on repeat, and you just worry that it might lead to some moments of quick stocks for Youssef. But we'll see if it shakes out that way. Assuming that these two even ever decide to sit down at the setup, we'll find out.
Apparently they have.
Are they here? Have they put their control tags in?
I I think Ambler said they were sitting down, right? Or
Excellent.
yeah.
But yeah, no,
yeah.
it's gonna be good. Of course, Youssef, a great player in his own right. I don't feel like the German PR does him like proper. He is 6th on that German PR. However, he's 38th in Europe. So I feel like we should focus on the 38th in Europe part.
Right.
Youssef has done so well for himself in this past season. Excuse me, he's got
barrier.
such big wins. I actually want to quickly have a look at Youssef's big wins over the last few months. Let's just take the last 6 months, for example. He has taken down Big Boss and Rakior. Those two alone.
Wow. Yeah, I was
would
gonna
be
say. I
enough to
swear
tell
he
you
did
how well
something
he's
really. Yeah, that's amazing. Fair play.
Of course, there is the lesser names on there. Of course, Mukuro, who is here, still 41st in Europe, has taken down Kendrick Olimar.
Right, yeah, I thought I saw that somewhere. I can't remember what event that was at, but
Yeah,
UK's
God, it was some major in the last few months.
Yeah.
So many big. It was Gamescom.
Oh yes, that sounds
Yeah,
about
it was
right.
Gamescom.
Yeah.
And of course,
Also in
he's
Germany.
gotten such good wins, just lifetime as well. I mean, I don't know if this was when Luigi was as good as he is now, but he does have 3 set wins over Luigi.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
Proving the better Mario Bro is, bro. Jesus, alright.
saying that the last one was at Terra, that French event.
Okay.
So it has been a while,
yeah.
but
That was a good 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah.
I think Terra was 4 years ago now, you know? Or is that Temple? Oh god, I can't.
No, Temple
There's so
was
many random
older.
French events that are
Yeah,
just like the
yeah.
one and I forget.
I think Temple was in like 2021, bro. Like, oh my god.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. And Terra was like 2023, I want to say.
Oh yeah, you're right. Terra was 23.
Yeah, I was there, man. It was
Oh, were you?
it was one of the events of all time. But it was exciting to see the Smash action. But it looks like now stepping up to the plate finally is Youssef. Youssef and Takio, Mario, Ike, or perhaps some Corrin.
This is true, yeah, you're right. We should touch on the fact that Takio does have the Corrin, used it to get out of pools yesterday. Of course, we saw the Ike against the Pac-Man, but could be that he decides that the quicker Nair and the quicker aerials, I mean, I should say the quicker up air, really, for Corrin to get him out of this disadvantage state, might be the thing he wants to go for against Mario. It's probably a hard call. Probably be hard for him. He's probably got a planned list out of who he wants to go, and he can always swap in the middle of it depending on how it goes.
That's
but
true.
this is for winner's side top 8 as well to fight Tapsy. So I mean, for either of these players, you're looking like you kind of want to win this.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, if you win this, you don't have to play the projected Tarik, who's now been ducked into loser's side. So you're kind of thinking the paths. You know, you don't want to think it's easier, but it's just less hard. Perhaps you're not playing the first seed anymore if you win this. So
It's not ideal to fight the first seed of the tournament and loses. I hate when that happens.
For sure. But yeah, I would. Maybe you'll try the Ike game 1 because it's a bit more warmed up or more freshly played. But I feel like Corrin is definitely the better pick on paper. I mean, 90% of the time it's probably better on paper, right? But sometimes you're just feeling the Ike, I suppose. You know, you never know. I feel like Mario can really mess with that Ike recovery. Corrin's as well, you know, like Flood, Cape, and whatever else. But we'll see what happens.
You made a really good point there. I didn't think about it, actually. Caping anything or flooding anything Ike wants to do, or even probably flood into caping anything Ike wants to do.
Yep.
It's probably going to be really deadly. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see him start Corrin after that. Yeah, you're right.
And like Youssef is more than ready to do that. Oh. Okay. Headphone swap.
Diggy headphone swap for players is, I mean, it's expected.
Oh yeah, I've got it there too.
We're getting reports that they have no idea which way the headphones are going around on the setup. So just another couple seconds before we actually get into this. It's always going to happen. You know, you're faced with so many new monitors and new setups, especially when it's a stream setup. I mean, when we have the professionals come up to the events that we do here in Scotland, I look at that setup and I don't even bother touching it, man. I'm gonna break something if I go anywhere near that wizardry.
Yeah,
So it's better to let
same.
the professionals show you where the stuff goes and not try and fiddle with it yourself before you break
For
something.
sure. Gotta have that audio. I'm also a game audio enjoyer. I would prefer to hear the game I'm playing if I can.
I used to be like that a lot, where I was a big game audio guy, and however, I am one quite bad for getting the shakes in the middle of a game.
Right.
So I kind of need the music nowadays for doing that.
Oh, okay.
It depends how in practice you are, right? Like if if you're playing the game a lot in bracket, the shakes aren't really there because you're just over it. But
yeah, just used to it in a way.
yeah, you get used to it after a point. But I'm sure these players. I mean, there's the whole study of that your ears can react to stuff quicker than your eyes.
Yeah,
I think it's what,
exactly.
it's not 200 milliseconds. That seems like so much of a gap. But so
There are
that's
definitely audio cues that I like quicker in
Yeah.
this game, like Snake, down C4, or like PK Fire or something. You just hear it and it's like, oh, there it is.
Dude, I'm honestly surprised when people play against Snake. I'm surprised if they ever manage to get on FD or Battlefield. We don't see them take them to like Wii Fit Studio or something because that C4 is so blatantly there.
Right,
It is on the ground. It's oh god, 200. It's 20 milliseconds audio
Wow.
difference.
I see. I guess so. I guess so.
Yeah, a couple of frames difference it does feel like it doesn't feel like a lot, but then you put it in the context of some of the trades that we were even seeing just in the games that we've watched, they
Yeah.
could be so
Hey, this
the frames can mean so much.
It's fighting games, bro. Frames are everything.
Yeah, there is certain characters where you kind of just get like the sound to parry it, I guess. A big one for me is Mithra Side B. There's a
Okay.
very distinct sound cue on that fourth like slice where you can just hit the button and you auto
Interesting.
parry it.
I see
Which
it.
I can only assume these players that are significantly better than me have far more of those in the back pocket to think about and just have them intrinsically in their head.
Yeah, for sure. like just having headphones on and hearing the game just helps you lock in a bit more. So
Yeah.
I feel like these players are the same way.
Especially in big loud venues at big events. It's
Also true. Also true.
Yeah, I don't quite know I know they're in a hotel for this venue. But
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know how big the ballroom is. I don't know how open to the public it is. This could be something with a bunch of kids running around, man. You need those headphones. I'd imagine not, but
I had like a bit of the True Force stream on it. It kind of like a different, like a function room, like a cafeteria or something.
yeah.
Part of the hotel. I don't know.
aye. Yeah,
Looked like
it'll
there was
be
a bar or
some sort of
something,
hotel. I'm imagining in my head like a Let's Make Big Moves style of venue, because that's just in a hotel.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking about.
perhaps similar.
In the meanwhile, for losers' side, we have gotten another result through. Longo has 3-0'd Pinky, so unfortunately
okay.
for him, it's Tarik time. So
Okay.
he'll end up playing on the stream against Tarik at some point. Don't know how much further down the line that will be.
Okay.
And Pac-Slash taking it 3-2 over Otek. So despite the matchup being not great for Diddy Kong, took it to game 5. Unfortunately, not able to close it out though. And Pac-Slash Big Smoke will be a reality that's getting played right now. So Pac-Man Meat Roller. I'm very sad that we don't get to see that because I feel like that would have been a good set.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, that'd have been good. But battling out in losers, they are indeed. Whoa, Tarik Longo for 9th is crazy.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a bad draw.
I've known like both. Oh, really? Jeez.
It seems like this
Audio
this
issues.
headphone audio jack is elusive. It's unable to be found. We're currently roaming the jungles looking for the audio jack for this headset.
I've been to
Hopefully we found
tournaments.
it.
Well, I don't know if they've got like a splitter coming in from the jack or whatever, but I've been. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what they can come up with in the meantime.
Hopefully they fix it soon. 'Cause we wanna
I
get that
really
gaming
hope so.
going.
Well, I'm going to look a wee bit ahead into top 8 prospects here, seeding-wise at least.
Sure.
Of course, if things go to seeding, then Yano will be the one who has to fight Tarik. Both sponsored by Berg, actually. And I didn't realize how many German players Berg has sponsored. They also have Drybie in this event as well. Berg, I remember them back from when they sponsored our beloved Boss Hog in Rivals, of course.
Oh, right.
I remember those days that was a long time ago now. But they've shown some support to Scotland before, so I'll give it up, Berg. I'll give it up.
Very nice.
Then the other side of losers would be looking like Kasim Pac-Slash, so Kazuya Pac-Man. And this entire top 8 it looks so much more scuffed when you have Tarik coming in and just running the entire way to winners and just winning. But of course, I mean, for certain players that have already made it this far, I mean, like for Takio, even if he does lose this year, 9th, and he goes on to say losing against Yano, 9th is a phenomenal placement, especially for the seeding he was given. It's so much harder. I don't think it's talked about how, I don't want to say inherently unfair, but how much seeding can play into how a tournament turns out for you. There's this concept. I can say this because I'm Big TO, but as from Big TO, that like, oh, your seeding doesn't matter. You're gonna place the same anyways. Dude, the path you get, especially in this type of game, can be so rough for you because you're like, with the likes of Melee, you're getting a pretty strict selection of characters. With this, you realistically have all 80-ish that you have to
yeah, for real.
And you might get
smorgasbord.
One seeding path is a matchup you never played before. The other is the matchup you play with the guy you live with. Like there's so much variance in how it could be. So being dealt the hand of a 40-something seed and making it this far is very good for him. Seems like we should be getting into this, assuming they've set their tags.
Yeah,
they have.
okay.
And it will be Ike actually.
Alright, awesome. Folks, we're finally getting into the game. I think the audio issues have been solved. We've got Youssef on the Mario, and Takio returning to the stream on that trusted Ike. Here we go.
Let's get into this one. PS2, of course! Our beloved Takio played a whole set on this earlier and doesn't seem to want to move from it. We are going to see a lot of Youssef trying to intercept these jumps, these aerials coming up before Takio can do them. Of course, Mario's aerials are so fast and so strong. They combo into so much. We've seen that already, and goodbye, Takio. Oh my, Youssef, what a start of this set. He's showing why he's the 4th seed and he wants this winner's top 8 now.
My gosh. Great start to the set coming in from Youssef, untouched. Yeah, just you said it, just catching those jumps and it led to a death. Very good stuff indeed, and you just got to watch out for that if you're the Ike player in Takio. Oh, but these platforms, great for both characters, but maybe more so for Mario. Low key, we're not seeing another death here, are we? No, not quite, but damn, that's a lot of pain.
Seeing Youssef try to charge this flood, get it going, so that Takio has literally no chance of recovering. That is the goal. To use the flood and then the cape when he tries to up B is always an option. Takio able to get a bit of percent here, a lot better than he's done so far, about 9 times what he's done so far in the rest of this match. But he is at 121%, so even an up smash from Youssef will take it.
Yeah, 10% for an up smash now. Tries to get the flood out, gonna snap perfectly to ledge though. Thankfully for Takio. Oh, but there you go. Speaking of the up smash, catching that jump perfectly. 3 stocks to 1, man. That's rough. In a matter of like, what, a minute and a half?
Yeah, it's been a very fast-paced game already, where Youssef very much at the helm for the whole of it. Just doesn't want to let Takio stand in this place and force him to approach, but a nice little Nair Bear will at least show some signs of life. The pulse is still there for Takio. But it's gonna need to be a defibrillator to get this one back, I fear.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Tries to get the catch and jump again with the up air, but perhaps not quite the right percent. An air dodge away. Nair to fair. Ooh, gets the up air into. Oh, okay, I thought he was gonna catch that dash attack. Sorry, that air dodge with a dash attack, but up smash at that percent, why not?
An interesting option there from Youssef. Don't know.
Oh
If that was
man.
the intended thing, but this is definitely intended.
Wow.
Sky high he goes. And Youssef with a 2-stock already on this game 1. That was a brutal game 1 after that first stock.
That was absolutely devastation. Stretching that platform out to like he barely managed to get that up air, landing on the very edge of that platform and get that full extension. Very nice stuff to Youssef. Easy, clean 3-stock for Youssef. That's kind of how I imagine Mario Ike to go, honestly. We may be seeing a character switch maybe here.
It would not surprise me if a Corrin made an appearance on the screen. However, we don't know for certain. We'll see if...
True.
Takio is obviously considering his bans. It's so hard to know where to go against Mario because you're going to ban the flat stages. You're not playing Kalos. You're not playing FD. I believe he would probably ban Town as well because obviously the high ceiling, no plants.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem very ideal. And then at that point, what are you left with? Small battlefield? Yoshi's? You're taking him to Yoshi's?
Definitely not.
Like, it's such a hard... Mario's a hard character to ban against. Seems like, yeah, small battlefield will be the one of choice.
Kind of like pick your poison, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe small has a higher ceiling than... PS2, sorry, so...
Right.
I'm hoping that he's doing that for the sake of not dying off the top. However, it's still incredibly possible. This is Mario after all, and the Ike is being stuck.
Yeah, the 3-stock not deterring Takio from steering off of this Ike pick. See, something can change here in this game too, because boys, something needs to change, because that 3-stock was... Whew, that was deadly.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't think double jumping into the air and then landing right next to him with an air is that option that will work, but Takio's gonna have to try literally anything at this point. I know it's only been one game. Maybe he's had his time to think in between the 2 games. He's got more of a thought-out plan. Seems like Youssef's being a lot more cautious about when he's running in so far, but he just does a full sprint cross stage. 78%, goes high with that quick draw. Just doesn't even think about Mario Flood being an option that you could use against him.
For sure. I'm pretty sure Youssef just ran like half the stage and did just a rising out there, catching that Ike jump. It just happens so easily, it seems like.
Yeah, it really does feel like it can just hit you at a moment's notice and that's it gone. So
okay, Nair forward air. This is a good thing for Takio here. Pushing this pesky plumber off stage, getting a bit percent in the process, and a lot of stage control. Slips past through with the air dodge. Never mind, gets caught in the net up there. I'm gonna kill this percent, but it's good damage. Jab.
Okay. Let's see if he can get something off the edge guard here. Tries to catch the jump from ledge. Not a bad shout against Mario, but it's still not going to work from this time. Youssef trying to find his way in, do something sneaky to catch an early jump out of shield from Youssef, but it's just not coming. Able to get that nair on the landing. Youssef has been doing such a good job of these landings. He's leaving it so ambiguous for Takio to try and deal with. He's never getting rid of all of his options very quickly. That was a potentially dangerous one, but he's been doing so well at keeping his options open.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not every day you see Ike going out off stage for a little edge guard, but... Oh, is that dead Ike? No, not quite. Does have a bit of meat to his bones, but the flood not going to deter that recovery just about. And Takio actually sneaking back in, I believe with a back air, but retaliates with a back air of his own does Youssef and wins 2 stocks apiece.
Yeah, good catch there in the jump out of shield there from Youssef, just covering every possible option that he could go for there. A nice little starting string. However, I'm fearful that Mario's do a bit more damage than the 46 you just got, so you're going to still have to be careful. That back hit in there has been doing so much work for Takio. Even if he misses the initial, it's still confirming into something for him. The back hit on the landing as well can even get the up air after him. Able to catch the air dodge, tries to catch that one as well, but nice drift there from Youssef. Yeah,
nice drift indeed. This Mario does quite a bit of drift on this hand. He's not quite Wario or Jigglypuff, but enough drift on this plumber to avoid that air dodge read follow up. Ooh. On the chase. Hang on a minute. Is that a dead eye? Not quite. I wasn't sure if he had another jump there or something, but still. He's going to turn the table slightly here. Runs in with the grab. Oh, the air dodges. Oh, the F smash. What? Okay.
Not
I'm not
sure
sure
if you
how and why that works,
smashed it
but...
and tried to do a run-off back air, and the S-Smash came out, but it's worked regardless. That was a really good call-out. We'll call it the good call-out for today. I think we're in a good mood. So let's get this last stock started for Takio, as it just looks like Youssef hunting for an up air, a down air, even a grab, just something to... There it is, the grab starts, the down air. Try and follow up with an up air afterwards, but it's just not enough drift to the side. But lovely bit of drift. Takio's able to make it out. I think he's going to make it the full way out. No platform for Youssef to land on, so it's only 73. I say that, it's still going. 87% on Takio, and he's not being allowed to breathe.
Such a shame. That F smash, like, Takio like playing really well and had like pretty solid momentum until the F smash. Now it's all gone pretty haywire for our dear Ike friend. And could seal up the second game here quick. Can Youssef? Nice turnaround grab there. Realizing the shield's gonna be brought up.
Yeah, Takio needs to get this stock ASAP. It's just looking like it's getting more and more dire as this goes on. Youssef's trying to start swinging these up smashes as well. He wants this Ike gone now. The Flood not doing as much as we might have maybe hoped, but catching the DI on the runaway is Youssef, and able to take it with a 2-stock. Youssef looking very strong in this set so far.
Indeed. Yeah, that was honestly like Takio. I don't know exactly what was different in that game. Maybe just the pace that he was playing, or be a bit more careful. But until the halfway point, until the F smash,
it genuinely felt like
everything just went downhill after the F smash.
Yeah, you're right. He got brain blasted in the middle of that, and just got so befuddled by the option choice that it just kept on moving and moving. Such a stock like that can, especially against Ike, who's a relatively heavy guy, it can really turn the tides of battle. As now we're going to go back to small battlefield. Takio feels like this was the better choice after all, and just going to see what he can get here. The down throw, tries to go for a cheeky F smash, and who says that the combo's done? Well, unfortunate there from Takio. Youssef starting with another huge lead. These forward airs have been so good, and Takio, we're going to have to find something special.
We really are. He tried to escape that conversion, did poor Takio, but forward air was still quick enough to catch it. I mean, it might be just down to Ike's attributes at that point. He's a slow guy, you know what I mean? He's got a frame 4 air dodge, if I'm not mistaken, really slow. Yeah. But then even his jump just doesn't ascend that high.
Got a lot of things working against him, does poor Ike. However, Takio's made it work this far, and I believe he can keep making it work in this set. Just trying to find some chink in Youssef's armor there, but Youssef's just finding these sneaky up airs, the sneaky aerials in just wherever he can. It feels like Takio's trying to make space, but Youssef's just not allowing it. The up air won't do anything, but he just keeps on chasing him down. These tech chases are so good. The down air crosses up his DI, and to the sky you go. Youssef up 3 stocks to 1, 2-0 up. We're looking in shambles.
This is just a feast for Youssef to devour. Ike is just perfect for Mario's combos. He really struggles to escape, as we're seeing, especially when they just become true. But my gosh, Youssef is all over our dear Ike friend in Takio. Just more up air trains into the back air. Yeah, wow. Nice adaptation to the combo. Second before we know it.
Lovely pickup, and a down up there. Signs of life. There's still something to be played for here. But Youssef is really trying to make that not the case. He just keeps on chasing him down. Another down air. Can he get this edge guard? Not quite.
That's looking pretty precarious. Takio's Ike right here. Youssef all over it, but commits with the jab a little bit. Tries to get the clip. Okay. A bit of cheese.
Hang on, the cheese is here.
Oh god, trying to do that rip F smash. That is exactly what Takio needed to get back into this. Perfect carry. It's back throw. This should be curtains. Oh, the flood
he's gone
into
so
the
high.
catch. Wow. What a catch coming in from Youssef. That's gonna be a 3-0, right? That's it.
Yeah, he just went so high to the sky. Youssef saw him go high with the flood and said, "Why don't you go further up, mate?" Phenomenal catch there from Youssef. I don't know if he reacted or that was like a known thing. That's an insane catch.
That was incredible stuff from Youssef. Just like kind of forcing the off recovery.
Yeah.
He has been releasing these quick draws pretty early and high onto stage, so the flood kind of forcing the error there. And yeah, Youssef was all over it. That's gonna be 3-0 and a hand joke. Very good stuff.
Yeah, that was just good play from Youssef. You can't really argue with the results of that match. It just, he had a handle on it. The player diff was there. And he's going to move on to fight Tapsy. That's going to be a very good set for whoever's commentating that down the line. It won't be us, unfortunately, but you'll still be treated to some wonderful commentators with the rest of this English stream. I believe we should have time for potentially one more with us.
Yeah, I got time for one more. I shall do. Yeah, I got one more in me.
Excellent. Let's just hope that. Presumably, it's Solo Mukuro that should be coming up next, as that's who they've queued. Okay. Let's hope they're able to make it to the setup in a bit more of haste than the last of them.
No
Maybe
audio
these
issues.
ones have found the headphone splitter. And we'll see how they carry on for the rest of this. I don't think we've got any more sets to update you with. Pac-Slash and Big Smoke are still going head to head. That set was so quick that we've got no other results to report, unfortunately.
Yeah, basically. And I am wondering if you could see another slight washout here. And I mean, every winner's quarterfinal has been 3-0 so far. Doesn't quite tell the whole story, of course, but I'm wondering if the matchup is going to be this bad for Bowser, where Solo could really wash out Mukuro here. But Mukuro is such a strong player, man. Sometimes he doesn't care about matchups. He just cares about getting that dub. So we'll see how he works out here. But Solo's such a great Rosalina player, so
yeah. I also feel like if you're Solo with Tarik going to loses, you kind of smell a bit of blood in the water, because well, now even if he makes it back to me, I only have to beat him once. I can win this event.
Yeah, for real.
Obviously,
for real.
you want to win on Tarik. You don't want to have a fraudulent tournament win, but because you want the Tarik win for the stats, of course. But you won't say no to the prize pot difference once you see it after you win the event. So Solo will be more motivated than ever to make sure the Bowser does not get to play the game. Of course, it will be a factor is the weight of Rosalina. It's not, obviously she's a tall character, but it's not Ike heavy, you know? We're not talking Rosalina being able to live that long against Bowser. It will be something to consider, but like you said, Mukuro has to actually get in first. Yeah,
for sure. You're going to try your best to swat away that pesky Luma, perhaps with a big Bowser forward air or something of the like, then try getting in on that Galaxy Princess, because yeah, pretty big hurt box to swat away into the blast zone. So I'm definitely interested to see how Mukuro goes about this, because Solo is just such a really strong player. So is Mukuro, so it'd be really interesting to see here.
I don't think it's talked about how good of a move Bowser forward air is. It
great.
Covers everything. That might as well be in there. Like it covers below you. Like
yeah.
Let's see if these two have a set against each other before. If this Super Major app would love to load. Oh, there actually is a set record here, and it's actually 1-1.
Really interesting.
Granted, the first one was all the way back in 2021.
Jeez, that's ancient
and
at this point.
The most recent set was at NRW Cup 6, which was like October last year, we'll call it. So a much more recent set, and that was a 3-0 to Solo.
Okay, makes
so
sense.
much so, Mukuro swapped character.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's going to be a slight rough one for Mukuro, but regardless, we shall see if he's able to conduct something of importance here. It's just going to be so hard for him, man.
When you see a character like like a dedicated character main Switch character, you know something's like cooked late.
Yeah, you'll never guess who he went either.
Oh, I think did I watch it? Was it like Rob or something? Or
It was Sephiroth.
Sephiroth. Okay, kind of
I
makes
feel like
sense. They're both villains, but
I feel like I saw that set, but like only kind of, because I feel like I remember seeing Mukuro Sephiroth and being like, oh, that's strange.
yeah, that's a
But
good
yeah.
pick on paper. I feel like against Rosalina, but
Yeah, it's just, you see people swap to Sephiroth, and Sephiroth's got this kind of stigma around him, right? Of being like,
yeah,
he's not that great of a character. He's not that solo mainable Fighters Pass 2, which literally all the rest of them are.
yeah.
And you just start to worry a little bit, but who knows? We might be seeing a Bowser masterclass here.
We might do indeed. I also feel like one of the players just plugged the headphones into the Switch because I saw the little icon. It might have taken the game audio away.
So I'm sure they'll get told off for that very soon, and then we'll have another little adventure of the headphone splitter. But now that they know where it is, we should be. Yep,
Okay.
and that's already fixed. This is a production team that's on. They're on the nose. They know when it's happening.
Nah.
Dude, I've never
That's
thought about
old school
tape
right
over the headphone port. Oh my god, I've been running events for like 6 years. Why have I never done this? That's so smart.
Nice.
Well, we have a new strap. I'm starting taping all of our monitors for the foreseeable. That is an awesome idea.
Very nice.
And we'll see.
Looks like-
Hopefully, we get these headphones plugged in shortly.
Yeah. I've got
I'm
ads, so I'm like trying to see what they're up to, but
I'm looking forward to watching Solo. I do quite enjoy Rosalina. It's a few like
Yeah.
uncommon characters that you just don't see. Obviously, Rosalina is a lot more common in Europe than you would in watching your America. Or obviously there's God, I forget the guy. I think it's Matt, the Japanese one.
okay, I'm not familiar.
The
But sure.
Japanese, he won like I don't know if it was a major, but he got second at one.
Okay.
Very good Rosalina player. That's pretty much the only time you're going to see her, because obviously the buzz has moved on to greener pastures of Street Fighter 6.
True.
So we don't really see any big roses. They're pretty much all European nowadays, with both Solo and Popo. Almost forgot the name there. And
Oh, yeah,
Popo
of course. Yeah, that was the other one.
on the Rosa. So yeah, Rosalina pretty much a pretty good mainstay, I'd say, for like that top 16-ish area of the big tournaments.
For sure.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
It's gonna be hard.
it's gonna be nice to seeing some Rosa. We're getting some controls put in here. We're gonna
Alright. That's what we like to
get
see.
all these characters. No way Solo's tag is just S. It's so much smarter to have your control tag as one letter. You save so much time.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know if it's a common thing in the rest of the world, but I have Scottish players sitting there and typing out each other's full names on the setup, and I just have to tell them no. Like,
Just hurry up, get on with it,
I'm like, please just type it in, man. I'm about to watch Pac-Man Kirby. Can we hurry up, please? Like, it's a very true fact that if many of them use the same tag, that will, yeah, I can see that being a problem.
Just short and sweet. Keep it short and sweet.
Of course. You and me both, man. You and me both. But yeah, I'm a big fan of I'm a big fan of putting my tag as whatever's trending at the moment, or like whatever thing I'm interested in at the moment. I've been running the tag Trobio, my favorite boss from Silk Song, for quite a while now.
Nice.
Just wee things like that, putting as your tag. Much bigger fan of that than full names.
Super Dark Lord Destroyer the second or something.
Dude, you joke. I remember thinking that we've got one of our best attendees for the Dundee scene, someone who's been attending for so long and has been genuinely been improving, whose tag is Jewel Death Lucario. It's under that genre of tag where
Okay, sure.
play
Very good.
Sephiroth, not Lucario.
Of
Again,
course,
one
yeah.
of these. We were talking about it earlier. But right, small battlefield seems to be our battleground for this first game. I'm actually quite surprised. I feel like it's a pretty small stage, all things considered. And Mukuro's gonna be loving that.
Yeah, this is probably the ideal situation for Bowser, right? You can sort of swat away the Luma a bit easier, a bit more close quarters combat. But not sure how the ban situation went, or they're just gentlemen to SPF, which I'm always a fan of.
Yeah, big SPF.
Yeah.
But let's get into this. Solo versus Mukuro, Rosalina Bowser, not something you'll have seen very often, so let's get into this. Of course, it's going to be a lot of Solo trying to keep Mukuro away with that Luma, and Mukuro just trying to find a way in through it. Of course, those hits from Mukuro will do a lot of damage to Luma, but Solo's being an artist so far, just retreating and throwing the Luma forward, and there goes the Luma already.
Yeah, the Flame Breath pretty didn't work. You have to get a bit closer to get the down B gravitational pull to tuck in those projectiles, but there you go. Luma's already back, but Flame Breath is working really well here. And a bit more at ledge here, gonna trap Rosa at ledge. But fighting back through is Solo. Trying to land now is Bowser, and that is the Mario Party minigame we have to play, is can you land against this Queen of the Galaxy? Oh, never mind, you can't even recover. Jeez.
Yeah, that's the type of edge guards you have to do against Bowser, right? We were talking about it during the Longo set, where he just wasn't doing anything like that, and you're absolutely right, he sealed that out phenomenally.
Very nice stuff. But, oh, there we go, there's the actual... Just as well as Rosalina can edge guard Bowser, I feel like, you know, Bowser can ledge trap or even two things. Rosalina really well here with stuff like F-tilt, so... Kind of a bit of game of tit for tat here, but still, Rosa does have the edge. But for now, Mukuro has the edge. He tried to delete that stock. That's the F smash. It didn't work.
Yeah, Mukuro, we saw him in this last set. If you missed it, Mukuro goes for these big plays of these big up smashes on the Rob, these big F smashes. He's just flinging forward at all time. The Luma's gone right now, but that doesn't mean that Solo can't put on percent and stall at this ledge. Waiting for it to get back. A nice bit of dash dancing to just waste a bit more of that time and maybe mix up Mukuro's options, as that Luma is so sneaky for where it can hit you from.
Yeah, it really can. You know, you can buffer an aerial and land with the Rosa, but the Luma aerial still comes out. It's really sneaky stuff. There you go, the star bits coming out, allowing Solo to grab the ledge, but gonna get grabbed by this Koopa King. That's gonna be the second stock going first from Solo, and Mukuro does have a little lead for himself.
Yeah, that side B did very well for him in that second stock. I'll be impressed to see if that's something that continues through the rest of this set. It's allowing him to just sneak past and just... So obviously Rosa's hiding in that shield behind Luma a lot of the times, but what if I just grab you out of that shield? Oh, a little bit of jabs here. Goes for the grab because, of course, Bowser, tough guy, will let him out of Luma's rapid jabs. A lovely bit of probably Bowser and Kazuya-specific counterplay there from Solo, knowing the character he's up against quite well.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Does tough guy still work at this percent? Probably not much. I forget how it works exactly. Ooh, but I do know that is a stock loss there with an up air. Very nice stuff.
Falling there in an up air? I thought we just got done watching Ike.
Oh yeah, that was... I missed the Nair actually. Yeah, it was very good call, very good call.
Yeah, people don't talk a lot about Rosalina Nair. That move is so good, but so's Bowser back here. Oh my god, just dead Rosalina off the side. Mukuro already changing what happened in the last set, taking your game.
Very nice stuff indeed. Trying to play out the plot of the Mario Galaxy movie with this one. We'll see if there's a plot twist coming up later, but very good first game coming in from Mukuro here. That was a very worthwhile trade, I will say. Bowser loves trading, most of the time anyway. But just those big meaty hitboxes, packing a lot of damage, and a long knockback, as we saw there during that first game. So yeah, with Mukuro, you're happy.
Yeah, Bowser lands a move like that, and it just feels like a jump scare, because we've been watching these matches with like Pac-Man in them, where it's like he struggles to kill. Hello, Sora. Haven't seen this character in a while. Okay, Rosalina clearly wasn't cutting it. Never mind. Simply went too far down in the character select screen.
Is Sora directly underneath Rosa?
No, I think he's like 2 rows down.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Guess we'll find out in a sec.
Yeah, I assume Just
I've only
simply
ever seen
press the A
Solo play
button
Rosa.
poorly. Yeah, Sora, not one that we see often, and for a good reason. It's saying that the lot from Lancashire in England, they were down at No Tech Zone in Milan. I was there with them, and whenever Sora used a single spell, all you would hear is fire, thunder, please. I'd never experienced that in person before.
Okay, so yeah, we've got the Kingdom Hearts music being picked purposefully, and we got the Sora. So,
No way it was a skin change. Oh my god, it was a skin change. I hate these players.
Oh, wow.
I get it though. You want to play with what you're comfortable. But a Sora pick is actually coming out.
Solo's decided that I want a more winning matchup, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel like this matchup's only really winning if you have the Sora
loops,
down
right?
though. Yeah. Of course, you need the loops. You need to know how safe these moves are, and I'm not one of a proponent for Sora's options in this matchup, but it seems like Mukuro has them down stellar.
That was a great answer on that second nair, I believe, on the shield. Just fighting back to that side B command grab. I didn't know he had enough time to do that, to be honest with you. Very good. Nice up B as well through the Thundaga. Ooh, I think Murkrow was looking for a forward air, never mind. Gets frozen and out of the ice comes the down air, I think. And that's already a stock on from the Sora.
Yeah, a bit of loops there from Solo, but nothing that's going to lead into a full-on kill just yet. Just wanting rid of the Thunder, swap back to the Fire so that you can potentially open up a approach opportunity into this Bowser, this Flame Breath. Mukuro's not been using the full breadth of it, just been using little bits there to make sure they can't SDI out of it. But he's actually playing quite turtled now for the turtle.
Yeah, very well said. Great play, honestly. If you don't need to advance, you definitely don't have to. Ooh. Trying to look for a jab lock there. Ooh, the Flame Breath falling into it. Swatting this floated Sora out the skies. It's kind of interesting that Solo's gone to another floaty character for a counter pick here. Uh-oh. Oh, what an up smash call out! Wow, following that side B. Mukuro is on fire right now.
He's absolutely on fire. It seems all these fires from Sora's just boosting Mukuro's spirit here. Meanwhile, Mukuro's making sure Solo gets burned by his, but able to find one. It's going to be a long road back here and jumping off a ledge. What a lovely drift in there. Mukuro, I think, once it's done, ASAP, just wait for the up B. So there is a massive gap at the end of that Sora up B where you can swing on him like that, and Mukuro knows that perfectly and has a much more dominant game. I think we're going back to Rosalina.
Honestly, like, we were talking so much about how Murkrow had such a steep hill to climb in this matchup against Solo, but like, it's Solo that's on the back foot here. It's 2-0 down now, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Murkrow, you're a god. Jeez.
10th seed versus 2nd seed of this tournament. This could be our final match of the day, and it could complete a lot of, 4 out of 5 upsets would be something stellar for a watch on the day.
Another upset. Oh man.
Mukuro can do it.
Another upset. It could be another 3-0 in winners quarters. Let's see if it happens.
Mukuro maybe getting a bit ambitious with that down air, I think. I think that option might have been shown, the cards have been dealt, but I'm sure we'll see it again soon, exactly as foretold. He goes for the... Okay. It's a Bowser player, he's either going to do it or not.
Yeah. I think Bowser players look at down there like the Green Goblin master.
It is. It really is. They tell themselves they won't do it, and then, oops, there it is. Oh, tries to sneak that Luma up smash, but a lovely little setup there from Solo. The wave dash causes the Luma to be in the perfect position for the up smash, and it's a much more dominant game. Maybe just needed a game on the Sora to de-rust a little.
I guess so. Something's clicked in the brain of Solo, playing a lot cleaner here. Excellent conversions. Got a nice little lead for himself. Guess not be out of shield though for trouble. Woo! Luma's dead, but the bad spot is Mukuro. But that B does come through. Tries to get the forward air off stage. Mukuro's a fiend for those. Gets the side B though. That's really good. Next one might do it. F2 ledge? Nope. Ooh, that is a strong... Coming off the ledge there with the neutral air. That is a very offensive way to get through. F-Smash, just the Rosa version. And they're down there from Luma's securing that second stock. Solo, this is a great answer back from the first 2 games here.
Luma is so strong. Who put all that meat in his legs, man? He just does. That was an 87% kill, and it wasn't even close. Oh, tries to potentially drag Mukuro off stage there to get both of them with the side B, but no, Mukuro's able to redirect it back to the center of the stage, and we'll take that stock now. Still got 2 stocks to battle back from here. Solo's looking to make this a much more competitive set than it first looked in those first 2 games.
Yeah, really great answer back from the previous few games. For Solo here, this is pretty much how the matchup should go on paper. Oh my god, sending the Bowser to the skies. But we'll send him to the depths, or even to the side. Oh, narrowly missing that back air. Send him straight back off stage.
He is down airing with this. Luma really wants to find it, and the third one will hit. Solo able to take a very, very convincing game number 3 there to put it still down 1-2 against Mukuro. So still work to be done, but that work that can be done is looking a lot more confident now.
Yeah, something definitely switched there in that game. Just playing a lot more confident and just like playing around Bowser and what he wants to do even better. And just, yeah, very solid stuff. That's exactly how you want to start the process of a reverse 3-0 if you want to complete it. And Solo definitely does. Very good stuff. Back to game 4 here.
Seems like a full set on SBF. It will be, as both players are preferring the stage even after a game loss. So we will see if Solo can do more of what was done last time. Nice bit of safe pressure to bait Mukuro out to doing that up B out of shield, and that's a huge 93% already. Tries to go for the full thing, but no, the up B has got that strong hitbox on it, and it means that Mukuro's dead anyways. Luma up air will kill him so early off the top, and only 27% on Solo. He's woken up.
Oh my gosh, what a conversion. Like, solid string to start the game off, and then just the up air in the skies. Catching the DI unaware slightly there. It's kind of tricky to react to and just like be ready to. I'm not sure if he DI it behind the move, but nonetheless, that's a great start for this game 4 to Solo here. Oh my god, the strings just keep on going. The up or into the up air. Trying to swat away Luma now, but the mother coming in.
Yeah, I am appreciating Mukuro is spending a lot of time forcing the fight onto Luma, because you want rid of the Luma, that's when Rosalina becomes that vulnerable state. You'll see spending so much time getting, oh my god, Luma's gone! That flame breath evaporated him! And now Solo has gotten Mukuro at this ledge, and these nairs are just getting thrown through. Tries to get a grab, but just misspaced it slightly, and an up tilt from Mukuro. Good reaction. Will get that stop. Air dodge though, and the down smash will send Mukuro off to the side. I'm looking at a juicy game 5, it seems.
It may be that way, but I've been wrong before about the state of these games sometimes. Mukuro could make something happen and secure the set. But Solo, like, Solo in the first half of this set compared to the second half is almost like an entirely different player. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but Solo's really locked this down here.
We've called in the Mpopo hiding in the venue to play the rest of this set, and it seems to be working very well. Lovely up smash catch. Bowser's not got that many options to land, especially if he's not catapulting down with down air or down B. Ledge situation here. Have to dance around this Luma. Sneaks through with a dash attack. Unconventional, but does work a treat. Now we're at this ledge. Luma's just going to stand, stare at you. He's so menacing. What's he going to do? He's just standing there, but thankfully Mukuro's able to get through, but he sneaks up on you from behind.
Caught between a Luma and a Rosalina. The up smash coming in from the Luma. Such well played puppet play coming in from Solo there. And just like that, we do indeed have a game 5 on our hands. Solo on the verge of a reverse 3-0 here, but can Mukuro keep it locked down here and secure this win, which still would be a pretty good upset. another upset that we would see. Obviously breaking the tradition of these 3-0s in this winners quarters, but we've got a game 5 on our hands.
Nice, I believe our first game 5 of the day.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which shows how strong I think the competitors have been in fighting their opponents so far today. People have been pretty strong-handed against their opponents. It is felt. I mean, even Tapsy had a pretty strong read on Tarik.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at a reverse 3-0. I think Mukuro's sitting back in his seat, pondering what stage. It seems like small battlefield is still just the best option for him. Rosalina, Luma, and Bowser are picked. And we're going into this game 5 situation. Who will get winner's side top 8? Let's find out.
It's all to play for here. Game 5, let's go.
Immediately Solo goes to this corner. Does not want to interact with the Koopa King.
No.
Mukuro just trying to find a way in. Just thinking about the options he's got. The option is punching away the star. And getting rid of that Luma. Genuinely went right through at the tough guy. We mentioned it before, but it's been working in Mukuro's favor for now. As able to get back to stage, but he's still in the combo. 97%. That down air worked somehow. It's always a dangerous
just about to get away with it.
Yeah, you can't hang on the platform. You're still going to get hit. It's still a hard move to deal with, as stupid as it looks.
Yeah, I've seen that down there clip through the platform a few times, especially against a tall character like Rosa.
Exactly.
Okay, the side B coming through. Low recovery, no F tilt. Whoa, regrab? Yeah. Can't be regrabbing the ledge against Bowser. That is an easy F tilt. And Mukuro will take that any day of the week. First stock goes to Mukuro.
Still felt like there was a bit of pause from Mukuro, like he didn't actually believe Solo would go to ledge, and then had a realization. It was like, oh, I can hit you, and you're gone.
Yeah, it's a funny one, right? It's an interesting little mind game. You're like, oh, so I'm like, oh, they're not going to do the obvious regrab ledge. Yeah. But sometimes you get away with it. You don't think you're actually going to do it, but not on this occasion.
Sometimes the theoretical worst option is the best option because they don't expect it. And
exactly.
From what we've seen so far, I haven't expected Mukuro to be so far in the lead in this game. Number 5. These last skins have been so strong that unfortunately not the Luma hit of the up smash won't kill. Gets off the stage now is Mukuro, and Solo's just trying to find something down here from Luma. Tries to swing, but that's a randy up smash, and it might just be a bit much.
The side B command grab collateral hitbox clears Luma away, and that back air is going to clear Rosa away. Oh my gosh, 3 stocks to 1. Never mind, we get that Luma into up smash convergence on the respawn. But still, great lead for Mukuro here if he wants to secure this upset.
Gonna struggle.
Say about it.
Yeah, it's going to struggle for Solo to get back into this now. The same way we were talking about Mukuro beforehand. It's now turned back on its head to Solo's side. This Luma is completely eviscerated by that flame breath, just completely gone. But Solo trying to bait some options, and it seems to be working so far. Goes down here off stage. Bowser now off stage, doesn't where you want to be, but just delays it by going a bit low. So the setup from Solo didn't work properly. We need some damage here, Solo. Can you provide it?
Gonna try and meticulously, carefully make his way in. Get this Bowser where he wants him, either in the air or off stage. But just as like you said earlier, the turtling from the King Koopa himself. Getting this flame breath out, trying to just be careful. Oh, an overextension from Solo. This could be bad. If you're a Solo fan, never mind, gets through. Regain stage control, what's he got with it? Trying to get for a Luma down air. Oh, throws Luma the wrong way, unfortunately. Ooh! Oh, I love that up tilt choice because it kind of hit Rosa and Luma, but I think it tanked with a Luma hitbox.
Yeah, the Luma rapid jab being stopped early from that tough guy, but this tough guy looks in an edge guard situation, but no, he's still getting back. The 1, 2, 3, it's an up smash. Hello, it's game 5, last stock time.
The gentleman jab from Luma setting up that landing catch. The up smash, very good stuff, but Luma gets swatted away from now. One stuck up piece here. Rosalina, such a light goddess of the skies, of the galaxy. He gets swatted away and gets sent to the skies. Stars, but will that happen, or Solo have something to say about it? This is so hard to contest right now.
Mukuro's being so careful. Even when Luma's gone, he's not really running into Rosa that much. But there he tries to find a gap. Just got a bit impatient. He needs to find something here. It's been so long since it's felt like he's like a strangle on this game. But Solo now just feels like everything is understood. He just needs to not get hit by anything big. A Bowser back there will still do it. But a lovely grab there.
Oh my God.
Going higher and higher here. This could be it for Solo. This advantage state keeps on continuing. The Bowser on the ledge now. Tries to F-smash. An up tilt though. It's so scary for both players. Last hit here. Solo's able to land. Just has to dodge all of these. Luma is gone, and that is huge. But Solo able to get him off stage.
Oh, is that it?
It?
Oh
Not
my God.
quite. One more,
No,
but no. Mukuro unfortunately missing, puts the side B instead of the up B.
No
And
way.
that's how it ends. So unfortunate there for the German player. So close to a huge win, but just barely falls short.
Wow. I missed that side B actually. Holy crap.
Yeah.
That is so unfortunate. I knew the jump was gone, but damn, it's gonna end like that.
You saw the quick swipe as he goes down, and you're like, man.
Because I was watching what Solo was doing, you know, and cooking at what he's cooking at the ledge. But that's such an unfortunate side B miss input. But hey, you know, Solo completed the reverse Rio through the fire and flames. He will go on. But yeah,
Reverse 3-0, reverse 3 stock there from Solo. That's showing a good player right there.
it actually, wasn't it? That
Wrong thing to come back from is all that, and I'm sure he's pretty happy with himself being able to stay in winner's side.
Whew.
But unfortunately, his opponent, we will not be around to see that. You will be joined by some lovely other commentators, whoever is up next, to watch Drybie and Luke. That is it from myself and Crispy. Thank you all so much for tuning in for our com section. Our socials are, wrong side, are both here and below Crispy as well, if you want to get in touch with either of us. But anything you want to say before we close this out?
Well, Kiwi, it was kind of nice meeting you. It was nice commentating
absolute
with
pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun this afternoon. The temperature's cooled down a little bit, but the action remains hot here in across Europe. So stay tuned. We've got some more commentators coming up for you to bring you the rest of the top 32, top 16, and then eventually top 8. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
And see you later, folks.
Peace.
Start the battle! battle. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, welcome to Elevate 2026. My name is Asura, and I'm here on commentary once again with my good friend Jackie here on my left. And we're going to be here to bring you top 8 qualifiers, top 8, and a little bit more action here today. And obviously handing off from our previous commentators. Jackie, it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful Sunday. How you feeling, man?
I'm very excited. We've seen some crazy runs already. We've seen a sort of XPR, Wi-Fi Warrior, Ike go all the way, seemingly, and really push the limits here. There's been a lot of crazy upsets. Tapsy has got his first win on Tarik in a long time. Before today, he'd taken, I think, 3 games across the last 5 sets at ranked events, and now he's just got a clean 3-0. So there's so many different stories, so many different narratives, so many different ways to enjoy this event. The biggest event in Europe this weekend. I am so excited. Are you ready, Asura?
Absolutely, always. There's something about German Smash that always excites me whenever I get the opportunity to watch it. So, that being said, let's get straight into our very first game here today. As we get into some action, it's drybie and it's Luke. But I'm seeing something a little bit different here today. That's Dr. Mario.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's from drybie. Drybie has gone for Game & Watch, usually in a when a Pichu matchup doesn't quite fit. But right now he's decided, actually, I'm gonna go with Dr. Mario. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's familiar enough with this matchup and this has worked, but I mean the parries are definitely on lock, I can tell you that. There's some matchup knowledge here. Obviously, like, I was expecting the Game & Watch personally. That is a matchup that Pika has historically not done as well into as the rest of the cast. But oh, okay, well, yeah, one thing Pika's also struggled with is recovering, and the angle's just not quite working out for Luke there. Speaking of recovering, though, I mean, you got to try and find a way to recover as Doc in this matchup. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
No, unfortunately it's not. And again, we all know Dr. Mario's weaknesses. When you push off stage too far or you're going down too low, you're going to get pushed into a position that you don't want to be in here. But stocks it even, percentages can be even up very, very quickly here. Seems like Luke was able to get their get back. Thunder Jolt comes in and then we're going all the way down onto the side, but a down air stops them in their tracks now. And drybie, having control of the stage, has Luke right exactly where they want them. Great parry. No punish. A beautiful read there from Luke, carrying on this combo.
Great up B there from drybie as well. Just trying to get back into this, looking for a kill here. Really extend this lead again, because if you have to approach Dr. Mario, I mean, that is scary. That is truly terrifying. Ooh. He's got no resources here. Oh, just got his jump, but no anymore. Not anymore. Yep.
I mean, you saw it there, drybie literally giving up on that recovery, obviously, after that down air hit. There's no point. After that, there's just no point. You might as well go ahead and get that that fresh stock, sorry. But 2 back airs already putting drybie in a very awkward situation here, but the Thunder comes out there, and again, stalling enough for airtime. Luke takes it 2 stocks over nothing as game 1 moves on in their favor.
Yeah. That is, it's a little rough for drybie. We'll see if he sticks to this counter pick. It's a very interesting choice. But Luke figured out the win condition pretty quickly. He sat there and he said, I need to edgeguard you. I need to edgeguard the character with a bad recovery. And then he did it 3 times. And that's what you got to do against Dr. Mario, because his damage output is so high and so difficult to deal with at times. And you just need to be able to say, no, I don't care. You're also going to die at like 30 because you're just going to get edge guarded.
100%. And I feel like that's such a simple game plan, especially when you have a character so versatile like Pikachu that can absolutely just take you apart in a situation where you are Dr. Mario. Not much that you can realistically do, especially off stage as well. So your immediate thought is, why am I scrapping him in the first place when all I have to do realistically is just take him off stage? But now we're seeing that drybie is switching over to that Pichu, that tried and true character. No Game & Watch in this matchup as we're going to Hollow Bastion. Smaller stage here, smaller ceiling. Let's see whether or not it works out in favor of drybie.
Yeah, interesting, and especially in this matchup where both characters have T-Jolt, it's all about controlling that space underneath the platform.
No.
Almost dead already. If only that was a sweet spot. Looking for the Thunder, not going to quite find it. And any damage deficit is a massive problem for Pichu in this matchup. It's already awkward to get a lot of damage against either of these characters just because they're so small. What a kill. Great catch on the neutral get-up. Just saying, I'm going to react to whatever option you pick, and I bet it's going to be neutral get-up. Really, really good stuff. And now just going to keep extending this lead. And it's really difficult for Pichu to come back from a deficit, as I was about to say, because it's just a lot harder for Pichu to approach, because T-Jolt costs. It costs percentage, it costs part of your health bar, and it's costing drybie a lot. It's not really the T-Jolts that are doing the damage. Luck just so aware of how to play this matchup.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate there. Again, when you're playing Pichu, you do have to worry about, you know, just how much damage you yourself are actually dealing to yourself here. And it seems like drybie, once again, has been thrown into that sort of awkward position. Same deficit as earlier before. That Thunder, unfortunately, not going to be able to hit. Double T-Jolt there. The down air end up going ahead and stopping Pikachu from making it back up onto stage. The forward smash, unfortunately, not finding its way through. But Luke going for a more unconventional method as they make it back to stage. Right back down to neutral again. drybie has to find a miracle.
Yeah, drybie looking for something there with the wave land. I want to quite find it. The back air, that's going to take it. But at 133 on this stock to 0, it's not looking great for drybie. And we're just a full stock down now. And again, it's so difficult to approach in this matchup as Pichu. Every lead feels so difficult to overcome. But you have the damage output. You have those raw numbers when you get in and when you find an opening. But Luck's defense is just too good. And in comes another edge guard.
Yeah, Luke's defense has been absolutely incredible so far, just keeping drybie at bay now, and once again just chasing the little mouse all over the stage. Quick attack comes through, great cross-up potential there, but unfortunately gets caught out with the grab. drybie holding on to nothing but a dream and a one stock left. Again, T-Jolt just chasing down this little rat. drybie basically running out of options here in this situation now, has to try and find something soon. Drag down, up smash will do it. Luke takes game number 2.
Yeah, and again, it's Luke immediately knowing the win condition of that matchup, saying, I need to get a lead quickly, and I need to hold on to it. Because when drybie has to approach me, it's just way more difficult for him.
100%, 100%. I will see whether or not that Game & Watch will potentially come out here. I think, obviously, I don't really know if we should feel comfortable with going back to that Pichu. It is a question of what, obviously, they're feeling in this situation. But obviously Luke going to stick with that Pikachu. But we're going right back to Dr. Mario, a character that, you know, drybie did see a tiny bit more success with in that neutral. Going to a bigger stage this time in Kalos. Obviously a lot more space for Dr. Mario to move around now and give himself a lot more to work with. The question is, however, is that space going to be enough in a matchup like this?
Yeah, much lower ceiling as well, and sort of bigger side blast zones, which means it's going to be a little bit more awkward for either of these characters to get a kill, but obviously Dot with way more kill power, and also much heavier, so just going to make him a lot more survivable. Hang on! Are you dead yet? Beautiful tech! Still living. And this is one of the first times drybie's got a lead for a bit of an extended period, since that game 1, actually.
Yeah, let's hope that the commentator's curse doesn't kick in here now. Forward tilt comes out there from drybie now, and again, great stage control. What a nair! Unfortunately, not going to be able to kill. We still have resources here for Luke. T-Jolt being thrown out here, and you can see drybie now starting to play a lot more passively. Doesn't want to go and charge in head first. But speaking of going in head first here, that's a forward air right off the dash attack, looking for the down air, but the platform again stops Luke in their tracks. And both of these two are just throwing out wild hitboxes. drybie has to find a kill soon. Otherwise, it's going to look really, really bad for them.
Yeah, drybie just has to find this kill quickly. Again, being really defensive and saying, you know what, you are going to have to scrap with me eventually. And out comes the forward air, just stuffing out that approach. And getting that lead early is so massive for drybie. And just forcing Luke to approach. How much is it going to matter? That trade not really coming out in drybie's favor. No double jump, you're dead. And now the game is dead even.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate because you did mention that, you know, drybie had that lead. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you got that lead. If you're put in a position where your jump's been taken, then there's not much that you can do. Wave bounce out of the way, looking for that forward air. Up B comes out, though, as consolation here now. drybie moving like a demon with this Dr. Mario. Up B comes out once again, not enough to kill, unfortunately. Again, wider blast zones, so it's going to be kind of hard to get that kill. And then T-Jolts are coming out now. Luke trying to find a way in, but drybie moving like this massive iron wall that is yet to be uncovered. And an up smash there again, covering that aerial option. Luke now taking a little bit of time to breathe. Now has to try and find a way to even this out quickly.
That was beautiful, by the way. Saying like, I know you're gonna run in after that T-Jolt. Because every single Pikachu ever runs in after that. Oh, you're almost dead. Yeah, he's dead. But he was saying, I know you're gonna run in after that T-Jolt because that's what every Pikachu does. So I'm just gonna parry it and kill you for it straight up. And I tell you what, drybie is maintaining this lead despite being edge guarded there. He's gonna keep things going. 65% on Luke now, who has to approach, who has to find a way in, get his own source of damage. And this Doc that seemed like a bit of a wild counter pick seems like it might be working out. You got to be really careful anytime you set off stage though.
Yeah, being off stage is kind of the worst part about this matchup, especially for Dr. Mario. So again, it's just about being careful in that sort of situation here. But it seems like drybie slowly planted their feet here. But as I say that now, again, pushed off stage, crazy corner pressure coming out there from Luke. Quick attack comes through, great spot dodge there. Gets the punish there with the back air. Trying to punish again, going down low. But once again, both players gone back to their position here on neutral. Up B comes out there from the confirm off the down tilt. And drybie puts one on the board. This unconventional pick, Jackie, is looking like a solid one.
Yeah, it's looking really good. And I like that they both ran up shield. And it was almost that like, that rock, paper, scissors of like, okay, well, I know that you're going to grab because we're both shielding, so I'm going to spot dodge.
Yeah.
Really smart stuff. And that's how you secure the kill at the end there. I think the Kalos pick honestly helped a lot. Having a wall jump helps Doc in general, although we didn't see too much use out of that. But the main thing is that the Kalos blast zones are just so big, and Doc is so heavy that it really improves his survivability. It just makes it a little bit more awkward to run off stage with that. And I don't know, it feels like Luke in general just kind of struggles when he does have to approach, because Doc's moves are so big, he can kind of stuff out T-Jolt. And so whilst it's really difficult for him to get in, I think that if he has the lead and Pika has to approach, it gets kind of scary for Pika, and that's what we saw in that last game.
100%. But this time around, obviously, it is counter pick time there for Luke. And as we've just seen, we're taking it now all the way down to Hollow Bastion once again. And I think, obviously, that Dr. Mario pick is probably going to be the safest thing. We're going to be seeing that again here for sure. Now, but the question is now that we're going to a much smaller stage, Dr. Mario has to scrap. If we notice something from the previous game, drybie had the space to play a lot more passively in this situation. Now has to be playing a much more scrappier version of the character. It's safe to say it might be a little bit more difficult this time around to get that win.
Yeah, it might be a little bit more difficult. This is a smaller stage, but it's also a stage where, again, Pika can really control that space under the platform with T-Jolt. So it's something you've got to be very careful of. And the ceiling is also pretty low, which is going to benefit Doc a lot more than it benefits Pikachu.
Yeah, if we can get those up Bs out, then I'm sure it'll be more than enough. Once again here, back to neutral as we start things off here. This is game number 3, or 4, sorry, I believe, because drybie did get that one. But here we go. Back air's coming out now and looking for that T-Jolt just to follow it up. There's the down air. Great spot dodge there from drybie. Great recognition here now. Again, both these players just scrapping, looking for something to start themselves off with. And drybie doing their best to try and play as passively as possible. Stay away from this Pikachu. Use those big hitboxes to your advantage there. Down B. Not necessarily gonna kill here at the moment. Parry down smash. Great reaction there from drybie on a character that is quite slow here now. Luke obviously having to take a little bit of time to just kind of reel in at what's happened. But Jackie, what a reaction, man.
How many times you see Dr. Mario down smash? You can count them on one hand, I think.
Genuinely.
Really, yeah, really good awareness. Really good awareness there from drybie, who is making it work with a completely out of left field counter pick, starting to really extend this lead now as well. And again, it's all about controlling that space under the platform, just keeping that stage control. He is not letting Luke off ledge.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary position to be in here at the moment if your name is Luke. 3 stocks for drybie at the moment. Only just about to hit that rage, but it doesn't matter as we get rid of it. But again, 136 here on that Pikachu. We're going to go low here again. Right, make our way back up onto stage. But drybie has got to find that kill soon. Otherwise, if Luke gets what they want, especially with rage, it could be very, very dangerous to deal with. That being said, though, drybie has shown us some level of crazy expertise this matchup so far. Great up B. Little scramble situation here with the shield.
And again, just really, really good patience around these T-Jolts from drybie. Has to be super, super aware of it. Just play a little bit more defensive. It's a lot of T-Jolts. There's a lot of projectiles being thrown today.
Yeah.
But you got to be patient in the face of all this electricity. You've got to be very, very aware of the fact that it's just going to be more awkward for you to approach. That you do have the lead. You got to sit there and say, "I will wait the 4 minutes." He's waiting the 4 minutes.
He's waiting the 4 minutes. Has to at this point. All right, I'm assuming that's backdoor, and that's got to kill here at 179. There's no chance of survival there for Luke. drybie is yet close to making this go to game number 5. Up B comes out here at the perfect time there, though, for drybie. It's all about making sure that they can get that percentage up. Otherwise, if things go back to equal stocks here, the momentum could shift dramatically. Forward air comes out here once again as we make our way back to stage. Crazy good up air there. Great stuff. There is a down air comes out. Crazy trade. Up B unfortunately misses there. Luke able to find their punish here as the back air comes out. We're going to go and try and trace them low. Looking for the down smash, but the spot dodge came out at the perfect time. Punishing it with the up smash here, and drybie now having to play on 1 stock apiece against Luke. And potentially that lead starting to slip away. Luke now seems revitalized.
Well, it's just 1 edge guard. That's all he needs when the stocks are the same, and he might find it. And you can see with every combo route that Luke goes for, he's trying to push Dr. Mario off stage. He knows his game plan. Every opening that he gets, he's not going for juggles, because why would you? He just wants to get you off the stage.
Scary position to be in here as the T-Jolt manages to hit there with the back air. It clangs there. The Thunder not going to hit at all. Great punish there from drybie. Parry comes out into the net, looking for that fair, but again, just sent out a little too far to go underneath the stage once again. drybie's patience waiting at center stage instead of going ahead and engaging straight away with Pikachu was incredibly smart. Here at 76%, you can get carried off stage if you're not careful. Neutral B clanks there with the forward smash. And again, scary position to be in here right now if your name is drybie. Back air is coming out here, looking for 1 big hit, and that's all it's going to take. The patience from drybie, insurmountable. But Luke has been showing us some moments of brilliance here. The up air is going to hit. 146% is still incoming. Scary, scary stuff, Jackie.
Terrifying, and the patience from drybie again, just hopping over these T-Jolts. Trying to slowly corner Luke, just keep Luke in the corner. And get him as he tries to break out, but they're not going to quite work. Not going to die to that punish. And again, just gets the reversal, trying to keep Luke in the corner.
No. Oh, wait. The back air! Out of shield! And there we have it. We're going to game 5. drybie. Patience was rewarded, an immeasurable amount of time waiting to just find that punish, and was able to do so there with the back air out of shield. Now, reverse 3-0 is in the books here, but if it's done with Dr. Mario, I'm just saying.
That's absurd. I haven't seen it since, like, I think Orion did it at Genesis once. That's like the only time I can think of that. Is Orion at like top 64 of Genesis just brought out the pocket dog. I've never seen anything like it, really. But at the same time, I kind of see the vision in the sense that when you do have the lead, like, it's a bit awkward for Pika to get in. Not necessarily because he's stubby. It's just a little bit, because you've got a lot of options to deal with T-Jolt, in Cape, in your aerials. You can kind of camp back with your own neutral B. Like, it's kind of awkward for Pika to approach.
Yeah. Even
if the reward is definitely there for him. And he could obviously also camp for a very long time. The thing that has separated a lot of the game where drybie lost by some margin and the game where the games that he's won have been his ability to take the lead quickly, but also his recovery mix-ups and his ability to just make it so that, you know, if you're playing Doc, your options aren't very good, but you have a lot of different options. So if you're unpredictable, yeah, exactly. If you're unpredictable and if you're aware, it can be more awkward than you think for even a character whose edge guarding is as good as Pikachu to keep you off stage and kill you for being there. And that's what we've seen from drybie. So really good defense, but also taking the lead early and just being able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and doing a really good job of it as well. I mean, it is a difficult thing to do in that sort of situation, especially when it comes down to one stock, because again, drybie had a decent lead, but then after a while it shifted and momentum ended up 50-50 situation, especially sort of in that last stock. So anything could have happened there. But we're moving our attention to game number 5 here of this incredible set between drybie and Luke. Once again, running it down back all the way to Hollow Bastion. And at the moment, it seems as if Luke is all over drybie.
That's the kind of start that Luke wants. Try and force drybie to approach you. And also punish him for being in the corner here. But I think Luke needs to be a little bit more aware of stage control. Something especially at the back end of the last game where he's so willing to edgeguard Dr. Mario that he ends up getting reversaled one too many times.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. He's getting caught overshooting a lot because he's expecting drybie to kind of corner himself, or he's trying to force drybie into the corner with his movement or with his buttons. And it just means that he's getting reversaled more often than he'd like. And then being in the corner against Doc is terrifying. No matter what character you are.
110%. There's no doubt about it. Super scary character to have to deal with. Again, heavy, strong character like Dr. Mario. There's only realistically so much that you can do. Once you get hit, though, I don't know, man. Your jaw could get cracked here. Great edge guarding there, from Luke as we keep ourselves alive. The air dodge is just not going to be enough as the back air was there lying in wait. drybie down a stock. The question is, how does the Dr. Mario come back from this? Looking for the cake, trying to go low, a little too low. And again, you don't want to be dancing with death in that situation. Up the out shield here, perfect combo breaker there from drybie. As Luke keeps on the pressure with the T-jumps.
Yeah, Luke just got to hold on to this lead now. This is going exactly as he wants so far. And he's got to really extend this lead and not die. I was going to say, you've just got to really chip away with the stock lead that you have. But that's not what's worked out. Still, you successfully cornered drybie, so you can make that work. But you get reversals here, and now Luke's got to be careful, because drybie's really going to push any advantage that he's got, and that lead that you once had is completely gone.
Yeah. Scary position to be in here. Alright, well, back to neutral we go. Again, both players scrambling around, jumping all over the place. Saw a couple T-jolts being thrown out here as well, and patience from drybie, as we've seen in the last 2 games, has repeated itself. The down air again, trying to take drybie out from down below.
The patience, like the awareness from drybie to not full drift there so that he didn't get hit by that is nuts. This is like the advantage of Smash being an analog game, is that like you can just kind of like half drift in those situations, and it becomes way more awkward. But Luke picked up the kill anyway. He's got the lead anyway. He's gonna start extending it now.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, I mean, look at this. That's the momentum shift that I was talking about earlier on. It seems like Luke, obviously, after having such a rocket start now, this is what you want to do. Be up in Dr. Mario's space, force him to play super aggressively instead of having to just rely on those edge guards. But the down B comes out here at the perfect time, and we are now down to 1 stock apiece. Luke taking a little bit of time to just take it all in. Again, this is your top 8 qualifiers of the winners side of this bracket here today. Meaning that even if your favorite player here does lose, they still have the losers bracket to run through, but it's still a situation and a position that you ideally would not want to be in if you're either one of these two warriors. Forward air comes out, and again, looking for another one, but the down air is going to hit there with the up B. Both of them going to clash. Down tilt, 2, 3 with the forward tilt. Drybie doing a really good job of holding onto this ledge right now there. However, the up air comes out there from Luke and immediately manages to make it back to stage. Parry, no punish, unfortunately. Gets the cross up there with the up B. And now it is so even, it is unreal. No up smash.
Oh, the misinput there! Does he die for it? No, he's still alive, just
That's
about.
it though, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, no jump there as well, unfortunately, either, so there was no guarantee that they can make it back to stage. The only thing you can do is air dodge in. But unfortunately for drybie, the comeback was not complete as Luke was able to shut the proverbial door on their winners run and as they move on into that top 8. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Luke just staying that little bit more patient in that tense moment. And yeah, it was just a slight misinput from drybie that decided it towards the end. I think he was trying to go for an up smash, but went for something else instead. It was like a forward air. Maybe it was supposed to be back air, but he turned around by accident.
Yeah, and it came out with a fair. Yeah.
Yeah, just not what he wanted at all. And sometimes that's all it takes, you know, just those moments. So you've got to be really, really aware and stay really calm under the pressure. But it was Luke who stayed that little bit calmer in this set so far. I mean, what a top 16 it has been. Exactly. We've got
I'm here. I'm excited.
we got Tarik Longo, which for some reason is in loser's side. For some reason, Tarik Longo is for 9th. So I don't know what's happened there. Well, Longo lost to Makuro, of course.
Yep.
Tarik lost to Tapsy. So 2 big upsets that have completely changed the picture for winners side top 8.
Still kind of want to know why Tarik played Richter in that situation.
I don't know.
I believe, I don't know, it's weird because Greninja does alright into Snake, and I have obviously seen Tarik being Tapsy quite a lot. So it does beg the question as to why that decision was initially made, but that being said, it's led us to probably the biggest question mark in this entire bracket, which is Tarik and Longo for that 9th place, potentially. So it's like, you know what? In some ways, it's exciting. In other ways, it's very confusing. But honestly, this losers bracket right now, to me, looks like an absolute, like, shark fest. I mean, Mokuro is set to play against Kasim, I believe, up next. Big Smoke has a match against drybie, who we just saw on stream. Yeah, there is a lot going on here. A lot going on here. Here we go. There it is. Top 32, best of 5 here on Elevate number 2. And as you can clearly see, we have had some pretty big names go out, man. And it is cool to see some of these guys constantly playing the game. I mean, SV is a name that I recognize quite well. Yano as well. But man, yeah, it looks like an absolutely intense bracket. Insane bracket at the moment.
A bit of a bloodbath there as well. I
Yeah,
think that was Big Smoke has gone on a pretty crazy run after losing to Youssef. He's beat Pac-Slash now, which is huge. Pac-Slash, our 5th seed, is out at 13th after losing to, I believe, that Ike player that I mentioned earlier, Takeo, and Big Smoke. So completely nuts, but the losers bracket has just become such a bloodbath, and that's what happens. You know, Takeo, of course, his run has ended, but he could arguably be the sort of story of the tournament. If you didn't catch any of his sets, I recommend that you do. We did have a few of them on stream, but right now, of course, we have Tarik and Longo, 2 players who have both been upset to get here, to redeem themselves by making it into losers side top 8. Longo, of course, losing to Makuro in a surprise upset. Tarik losing to Tapsy in a set that he normally has the record in. This is a matchup the two have definitely played before, and it's a matchup I'm very, very excited to watch. What do you think of Rob Greninja?
Well, I mean, we've seen it a couple times in the past. I mean, these two have constantly clashed over and over again. This is bound to be one of the more scrappier matchups for sure. Tarik is going to want to get in very close and absolutely put the hurt on Longo, but Longo has been seen to play quite aggressive too. I don't think I've ever seen Longo be scared of actually putting his hands up and going, you know what, calm, let's go, let's box, like, right in the middle of the stage. That being said, also, these two are very, very stylish players in their own right as well. So I'm expecting some swag in this match. I'm expecting some crazy moments in this match for sure, because these two are showmen. They have been showmen.
They are,
yeah,
and
it's going to be good.
I tell you what, they've played a lot across ranked events. So their offline record, their ranked record is 12-1 in Tarik's favor. Their offline record is 25-3 in Tarik's favor.
Still, though, it's insane to think about.
That it is nuts to think about. But the last Longo win was not from too long ago. It was within the last 5 sets. So something to keep in mind. You know, there is hope here for Longo.
100%. All right,
But
well,
the-
looking up for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the main thing to worry about is that Rob is big and he's gonna get juggled for a very long time.
This is true.
And that's the kind of matchups where he struggles a little bit more, is characters that are willing to really push his size and hit drag down combos they wouldn't otherwise hit juggles for ages they wouldn't otherwise hit. You've got a lot of landing mix-ups as Rob, but again, like, your air drift is sort of okay, and you're quite big, so there is a lot of room to get juggled by a character like Greninja. If you're Rob, you've got some good camping tools to keep Greninja out, and also you've got the Rob boxing and killing you early tools, so
Yeah.
those are quite good.
I think also one thing that we have to factor into this matchup is also the stage itself, right? Small battlefield, again, much smaller stage. You don't have a lot of space to move around on. Rob might struggle a little bit more to really get the job done against a character like Greninja here, and we definitely saw it in that first stock as it was going along. Drag downs coming out. That looked like a 4th or a 5th. I completely lost count after a while, but we're going all the way up to the top as Longo gets completely challenged once again from none other than Tarik.
I told
Oh my
you.
God.
I told you this robot is very large and it's very
Yeah.
awkward to SDI out of any of that stuff, and it's just gonna make those combos last longer and longer. I mean, look, he's already at 100%. It's been about 20 seconds, and he might just die here.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's looking like game one is going to be very dominant, as I said.
Okay.
However, complete reversal there as the down air comes out there from Longo. He's large and in charge. That robot is showing us what for. 137% currently, though, however, Tarik can take this stock. Granted, if he can get this kill here, he's going to challenge him going down low. Great tech there from Longo as we're still alive in this matchup. Gyro comes out, but the Nair just about hitting into the neutral B. Double time. But can Tarik get this stock? It is now or never as the back air comes out. And Tarik with only 6% onto his name still have a decent lead.
Yeah, lovely timing mix-up for that back air. Looking to get a little train going here. And I'm impressed with how much Tarik is going for edgeguards. He's just saying, look, I know I'm never actually going to edgeguard Rob, but I can get a lot of damage if I go for these. And
Exactly.
it's working out, right?
100%. 100%. Alright, well, drag down again. Great follow-up there with the Nair into the jab lock. Dash attack there. Great stuff coming out now from Tarik once again. It's like watching an artist at work. Going a little bit too deep, but the down air, that would have been a horrible line to have said had that down air hit.
Yeah, you got a little lust in the sauce there. Brilliant. The amount of times that Longo has teched a stage spike, you can tell he's played this matchup for 13 sets.
For sure. He's
But-
aware he knows, but yeah.
Yeah.
That says it
You can
all.
also tell what the record has been in the past. It's up to Longo to try and change that, to try and throw a spanner in the works. But so far, it feels a little business as usual from Tarik. Very, very knowledgeable about this matchup and very, very aware. Again, like, something you have to know against Rob is you have to take advantage of the fact that he's big because you don't have anything else. So you have to just know what weird niche setups work on, like, him specifically, And if that means you're dragging him down 5 times for 80, then you got to drag him down 5 times for 80. Tarik knows how to do it, and he's doing it.
And I mean, look at it. I mean, we're already on 3. He's at 24%. The game has already begun. Game number 2 of this set, and at the moment, Tarik has just been putting on the hurt. The gyro comes out here once again. Great combo breaker there from Longo, and we're going to go ahead and actually low profile the start up with the laser there with the dash attack coming out from Tarik. Beautiful work, but gets caught there on the side. Down throw, forward air. How do we want to get rid of this frog? Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, as Longo is once again being tested. That robot being pushed to its quite literal limits. As the upbeat comes out. No push coming out from Tarik, looking for the forward air from the gyro. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find anything.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, lovely.
Oh my god.
Really nice. That inside hit onto the down tilt as well, making it even more awkward. Nice catch with the down air though. We are dead even. We are completely level here. And now it's time for Longo to take his first lead of the set.
Oh my god. Quick fire response there from Longo. Kept it calm, kept it cool, and keep moving on. Falling up here, unfortunately, doesn't end up hitting the full thing as Tarik is able to fall out of harm's way. And that allows him to go absolutely crazy again. Look at these drag down up airs into up tilts now. Longo, unfortunately, can't do so much as just try to SDI out of it. But again, there's only so much that you can realistically do. Forward air's going to come out, and that is going to kill. Holy sauce. Tarik continues to cook.
Yeah, this is getting outrageous from Tarik. He is freestyling right now. And it's more and more awkward for Longo to try and deal with. He has to try and match this damage output with the gyro in hand. It's not impossible for Rob, but it's definitely a lot more awkward just because Greninja is a lot more awkward to hit.
We're in a bit of a dangerous position here right now as a couple of knives are being thrown out here. Once again, the up B moves Tarik back to center stage. Longo's got to find this stock. He's got to find it now. Gets the down tilt once again, chasing him out of the way. The back air, unfortunately, not going to find its mark. That would have been some big damage there. Tarik now being pushed into the corner. Crazy pressure coming out now. Can Longo keep this pressure up here? Gets chased, looking for the down smash. And again, the gyro actually working out better for Tarik in this matchup than it has for Longo here, Chucky.
Yeah, working out really, really well for Tarik. And again, it's just the way that he plays around it, but also his familiarity with this matchup. Oh, he could just do that. He could just do that. He could just pick it up.
I mean,
he'll dodge it. He'll pick it up. He'll use it for himself. It's his gyro now. And yeah, as you were saying, it's almost more effective for Tarik. He's used it so well, and I think one of the things that I will say is kind of missing is that when you do see Robs win this matchup, when you do see Robs that have beaten Tarik, a lot of the time that comes from just how obnoxious a lot of Rob's neutral options are for Greninja. Greninja is a character who does not have good out of shield options, really, and Rob is a character with very safe buttons on shield. And so it's just about trying to find a way to get some shield pressure going, because it's really awkward for Greninja to deal with. And I think the main problem for Longo, honestly, is that, you know, we can talk about the difference in damage output, but...
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, Tarik's starting this game off with a pretty big deficit, but he is 2-0 up in the set, so no reason to panic quite yet. But the thing... Okay! He looked to level things very quickly. But the thing I was going to say...
Yeah.
The thing I was going to say is, like, we're not seeing enough from Longo in neutral, right? Like, if you're Rob, you should be winning neutral more often than not in this matchup because you have better neutral options. It's just, you know, the advantage should be very, very different, obviously, between the two characters. But
no, I agree. Oh my god! No indication of that actually gonna kill, but that forward throw was more than enough, and now immediately Tarik again only takes 7%. Only took 7% since he lost that first stock. Nothing's changed.
Play it like a man possessed.
I know, right?
Just completely absurd. He wants a 3-0. He wants to get his way into top 8. Why am I in losers? Get me where I need to be.
He's trying to get there. Definitely a massive shake-up to the bracket at the moment that Tapsy did beat Tarik in winners. But again, that gyro now actually forcing Tarik in a very interesting situation there. Though for Longo, unfortunately, no punish came out at that time. Very interesting. Okay, falling up air comes out, and we're going to go ahead and reflect the gyro there with a side B. Looking for the down air again, but again, the invincibility came out at the perfect time. Are we going to get the confirm? No down smash. Instead, we're going to try and set up for the up smash, and he didn't hit it. Would have been a stock up there for sure. Longo having stage control right now here, looking really, really solid at the minute. The forward air is not going to come out now. And again, an opportunity served on a silver platter. And this time around, Longo said, you know what? I'm going to take it and eat it. And we are still here, a stock up 75%. Falling there comes out, looking for another one. Looking for that third. Unfortunately, no one was home. And Tarik is going to have to play like a madman.
Oh,
and
and he is. And he is. That was a lovely setup, but he just couldn't find what he was looking for. And again, it's that safety. Like, against most characters, parry into footstool down air is guaranteed, but not against Rob Nair. Not against Rob Nair. We need Longo to keep abusing this safety if we want this set to last any longer than it currently is.
Oh man, speaking of footstools there, just manages to jump out onto Longo's head. We're going to try and trace down wherever Tarik is going. 143 as the gyro comes out. Tarik more than likely going to try and set up for that forward tear, but again, Longo is able to make it back onto stage without any issues. Up throw is going to come out, and again, because of Rob's big nature, not necessarily going to kill. Bullseye. Big shot there from Longo. Not enough as the forward air finally manages to get its mark. 175 completely taken down. Longo has an opportunity to close this game out now. Otherwise, if not, it is looking like a golden opportunity for Tarik. And once again, these up tilts into up airs. Chaki's going to miss this time, but the back air out shield still keeping Tarik's ass alive. No! Forward smash. Longo still alive.
Still alive somehow. Still living just about. Tarik just using that jet to keep some stage control here. And all he has to do is find this kill. He's leveled things up. He's made things completely even. The forward air is not going to do it quite yet. And again, that Hydro Jet just setting up a big wall, making it really awkward for it to recover on stage. And the forward air comes out, just threatening to hit your shield and saying, I know you're going to roll in. Lovely stuff.
Wow. Wow. What a set. What a set. Unfortunately for Longo, completely 3-0, and that puts him out of the bracket at 9th place, losing to Tarik. But, I mean, kudos to Tarik for coming back there with a stock deficit and still being able to keep the momentum that he did throughout the entirety of that set, because that's just not easy to do. And forcing Longo to play his game the entirety of the time, making him feel uncomfortable. That's got to take a lot. That's got to take a lot of experience, but obviously we've seen that set count, Jackie, and history has repeated itself once again.
Yeah, it is now 13-1 in Tarik's favor at ranked events, and like 26-5 at offline events. So just nuts. These two have played a lot. You can tell that Tarik is very experienced in this matchup. You can tell why the record is the way it is, and Tarik is going to keep that momentum going, keep that record going, cruising through with a 3-0 into top 8, and he has Yano in loser's side top 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be good. It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be
good. That is going to be very, very good. All right, well, we still have a couple more matches coming up in just a moment. Our stint is still currently going. If you are enjoying what you are seeing currently, go ahead, give VGBC a massive follow and massive love for allowing us to showcase our talents here on this incredible channel as casters, TOs, and also production as we get the opportunity to talk about this beloved game of ours.
Yeah, it's amazing. I got to thank Ambler for putting this on. I gotta thank the Elevate TOs as well. I gotta thank everyone involved in a brilliant production so far and a great event. And right now, we are almost at top 8. We got one set before our top 8. One set in loser's side to qualify. It is Kasim Nakazia versus Makuro Bowser. Yeah, I mean, Makuro has taken some names, by the way. Let's make this clear. He beat Longo in winners round 1 of top 32. And he's now going to have to fight Kasim. Kasim's been on a bit of a loser's run himself, beating Midlight, Twink, Now he has to fight Mukuro Bowser. And look, Mukuro is the higher seed for this event.
my.
But this is a matchup that does not bode well. That's about as much as I can say. Like, this matchup is
I mean,
it's not good. It's not good. There are things that Bowser has. His up B can kind of get out of some of those like offstage nair chains, things like that. But it's very awkward to like SDI out of any of a Kazuya stuff because you're so massive. You're gonna die. You have to scrap with Kazuya. It's not good.
it's not good at all.
No. No, it's despite coming in as the favorite, he's also kind of approaching this as the underdog.
Yeah.
In an interesting way, just from sort of a pure matchup perspective. So it'll be interesting to watch. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with this matchup in particular and how he's dealt with it in the past. I think looking at Mukuro's set record into Kasim, I need to double check if they've actually played before. But it's 9th seed versus 10th seed, so these two are pretty even. And interestingly enough, as much as I've just doomed about this matchup, this record, all time, 3-0 in Mukuro's favor.
Wow.
The last set was Kazuya Bowser. It was streamed, and it was a Game 5 set. So
I mean, like, it's not impossible, you know. It's
not only is it not impossible, it's Mukuro has the record. This is by no means impossible as far as matchups go. This is a matchup that Mukuro knows how to play around. And he is somebody with really good fundamentals. I mean, I don't know if you keep in track of shoe stats, but this guy is the best random main on the planet.
Fair enough. I had no idea up until now, so you know what? That's completely fair. That's quite the feat to have for sure. But we're not relying on the random button here today. There is going to be some randomness in this matchup. Mukuro takes on Kasim. It is game time as we start off with a crazy good throw there. Down air immediate response there coming out though, however, from Mukuro. But again, we know what Kazuya is capable of here, Jackie.
Oh, we do. You're almost surprised he's not died already. Nice call out on the spot dodge there, getting that flame breath going, leveling up that percentage. And the thing is that like some of Kazuya's zero death combos do get a bit longer and more annoying. Just because you're so heavy. Great catch. Great catch. Beautiful stuff.
Amazing catch.
Yep,
You
and
looked
Mukuro.
away for a second, you missed it.
Exactly. Nice jump away. Hang on.
Away!
Okay, I respect it. I respect it. No. You're at that high percent. You're like, I'm just gonna send it. But
I mean, I guess, but like, what a gamble, you know? Incredible gamble there from Mukuro, just to give us a little bit of that entertainment factor, you know, which I respect. All right, here we go. The jab coming out now into the neutral B. Forward air comes out, though, coming out now. It's not going to be enough as they manage to make it back to stage. Mukuro looking for that forward air. Still what a forward smash, man. Mukuro showing us what for.
all right, he's showing us why this record is the way it is, and it is pure fundamentals. He says, I know when you're gonna spot dodge, and you're gonna die for it. Both
Literally.
times.
Oh my god. Unreal set coming out so far from both of these players. And Mukuro has shown us some incredible domination so far. But that being said, if you look at the stock count now, 1-1, can't really count Kasim out, as they're still able to get some nice damage. Great perfect electric wind godfist there, but the forward tilt comes out now from Mukuro. Looking for that forward air, isn't able to find it. The side B will do some good damage here, 95%. Looking for the up smash, no one was home. Forward tilt once again, full rage, but again, forward tilt once more. And Mukuro goes off stage a little too far.
He didn't mash correctly.
Oh no.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough. I mean, some of Mukuro's defense in that set, in that game was also really solid. That like air dodge up to get out of that nair chain, like
Yeah.
you have to. If you're playing Bowser in this matchup, your disadvantage has to be as good as it can be, near on perfect. And Mukuro is doing that. He can do that. He's very clearly shown that this is a very winnable set for him, as if his 3-0 record in the player matchup hasn't shown that already. And I think that, you know, again, a lot of it comes from his fundamentals. If we sit there and we kind of came in and we said, well, Bowser has to scrap with Kazuya. Hang on a minute. Kazuya has to scrap with Bowser. Like,
the way we see it now, it's completely different. Murkrow completely changing the pace of this game and is like, you know what, you're going to have to come to me and you're going to have to be the one to fight with me instead of having to worry about it being the other way around. Forward throw comes out. We're starting us nice and strong with the down air comes out. Great combo breaker opportunity there from Murkrow. Forward air comes out here once again, not wasting any time whatsoever. Chasing Kasim off stage. That side, that up B after on the last game must have hurt for sure.
oh yeah, and again, it's also like his ability to take advantage of Kazuya's weaknesses, the way that he's getting damage off juggles, the way that he's getting damage off edge guards. This is the third flame breath in a row, and it's just so difficult for Kasim to match Mukura's damage output right now, which is an absurd thing to say, but it's a great combination of Mukura's defense and just how good his offense is as well.
Hey, that could have been mad dangerous on that hit. Alright, well, pushing Bowser right off stage. The mash isn't going to matter here as the great edge guard comes out there from Kasim. Completely stopping Murkrow from making it back onto stage. The side B, unfortunately, not going to hit. But Hell's Gate opened up beautifully there from Murkrow. But what a conversion from the back air into the back air from the neutral air. As Murkrow, again, secures yet another stock on the board. Damage output insane right now here from Murkrow. Kasim drifting around in the air is going to try and find something soon. Bowser's side, but Kasim was not going to come back up on stage.
That's my move. No, you forgot that who the originator was. Okay.
Exactly.
He was
You have
there
to remember.
when the texts were written. And beautiful stuff from Mukura there. And again, like, he's willing to go for Bowser's side. He was willing to go for that down air in game 1 as well. Like, willing to say, I have the lead and I'm just going to extend it because I really don't want to deal with Rage Drive.
I think it's safe to say Murkrow's just having a lot of fun with this set. I mean, if you're in that right mind, realistically, in a situation like this is losers, mind you. It's like, you know what? I'm feeling adventurous today. I'm gonna go for a Bowser side off stage just because I'm feeling it.
I mean, to be
This guy's
fair,
having fun, man.
it was optimal. It was optimal.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fault it. It's not like it was a stupid decision. I just think it's hilarious. Oh, okay, here we go. Electrics right into the up smash here. Great follow-up there from Kasim. A couple wave dashes showing us some level of confidence at the minute. Murkrow gets punished.
Now comes a Bowser bomb. Gotta be careful. Out comes another one. Getting that damage up. So much of this damage has come from Flame Breath. Like, often you're kind of scared in a matchup like this because you expect Bowser to have to jump in a lot. But he's just not. Like, he's going for a lot more Flame Breaths. He's willing to double jump away. Okay, good catch again from Kaz. And Kasim just getting caught by that F-tilt, trying to back away, ended up DIing straight into the blast zone.
Alright, well, here comes that neutral beat coming out there from Murkrow. Again, just trying to build up some really good damage here. Gets caught. And there we go. The down beat not going to kill, actually. 174. Still alive, but just to get those invincibility frames, we're going to go ahead and down beat right back onto that ledge. Up tilt manages to find its mark. Drop down, beautiful up tilt once again. Murkrow patience is showing off the parry. No punish there, and again, wasn't able to make it off the platform. Because unfortunately, in Ultimate, the platforms can be mad sticky at times, but for Kasim, was able to find that stock no problem whatsoever.
Oh, lovely.
Okay,
Side
alright.
B there. Just looking for this kill. Oh, okay, just SDIs behind where Kasim was expecting him to be. Really, really nice mix up the disadvantage there. Gets a side B.
Still 148, still alive. Yeah, not gonna kill. We're gonna
Not
get rid of the
gonna kill.
rage.
Yep, and that's actually going to be the stock right there, and just really, really good awareness from Mukura to use that flame breath in that situation. It's done so much mileage for him. Just having that range in this matchup is so useful. But right now, he's just taking 80. He's going to level that back quickly. No double jump for Kasim to try to catch him skipping ledge, but that didn't happen. Another catch off stage. No double jump again for Kasim. And again, expecting him to skip ledge, but not going to happen. Oh! Okay, that saved him. That definitely saved him.
Insane. Well, that's not going to save him, is it? It is, actually, believe it or not. DI, great stuff there from Kasim. Just keeps himself alive. Bowser breath, not going to be enough. But the down tilt, however, will be more than enough to get the job done. Murkrow is up 2-1.
I mean, what's wild, honestly, in this set so far is how ineffective Rage Drive has been. Partly because Bowser's so big that, like, when you get Rage Drive at 30, it does 40%. And now it's Bowser at 80, you still can't kill him.
Yeah, this is true. This is genuinely true.
And partly because a lot of the time he's just not hitting it. Like, the Flame Breaths are making sure that he can't have it, can't really use it. The early kills that we've seen from Makura, especially in game 1, like, also made sure that he couldn't really use it as much as he wants to. So it just seems like a much less effective option than it normally is in most matchups.
All right, well, doing a great job of keeping ourselves alive here so far.
Oh, what a mix-up! Okay, nah, he's in his head. I mean, he's in his head.
Yeah, it has to be.
Part of this is also like a lot of these these are all slight timing mix-ups that are really offbeat, and because Kazuya's moves aren't active for a very long time, genuinely, like, although the risk is obviously massive, there is reward to gain there because you do need to commit to delaying your own button in order to punish those moves.
That's true. Alright, he's been pushed down with that now. Kasim gets the forward throw into the electric. Down below, I could see the vision. I know exactly what Kasim was hoping for, but Murkrow says it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
it's not going to hit, but the side B will.
Both times Kasim has hit that setup in this set, Makuro has known exactly what to do in this situation. It's just such good matchup awareness! That's great awareness as well. And again, it's those little timing mix-ups. He's starting to play with his food.
I'm gonna lie, that is good. That is good.
It is good. It is good. And again, it's that situation of like Kasim. You're in a scramble situation against Kaz. The Kaz is always going to be like buffering his input. He's going to be getting that electric ready and raring to go.
Oh my
so if
god!
You can just force him to delay slightly, it changes everything.
Oh no!
Whew.
The electric, gonna push him back there. Great, nice stuff with the back throw.
Yeah, good job at DIing down as well to survive. Still living at 203.
Oh, this guy Murkrow is a monster, bro. Oh my god. I was so ready for it. I was genuinely so ready to see the Bowser side come out. But obviously now, if he does hit it here, we'll lose the game. And obviously Murkrow does know this. I'm assuming he's going to try and set up for that down tilt as we did see earlier. Ron, no, actually, in fact, was looking for the down B there. Had that shielded broken, that would have been for a very good clip. And here we go. That's going to be it. Murkrow. No, actually, believe it or not, Kasim's still alive here. And here we go. Tensions rising here for Kasim now. But the up B is going to be more than enough. All she wrote as Murkrow moves on forward.
Amazing,
Unreal.
amazing there. And just that frame trap that we've seen a few times in this set of like, my up B covers every option apart from get up attack.
Literally everything you want to do aside from get up attack.
Like, basically everything, yeah. So I'm just going to press this button and you're going to have to deal with it. And part of it, well, the real option that it doesn't cover is jump. But in game 1, Makuro, like, hard called out jump twice. And Kasim died really, really early. Like, there was one moment where he just held up smash and said, like, I know you're jumping off ledge and you're going to try and land on me and you're just dead. And so, because of that, he was, like, completely scared of using it, terrified to use it. Okay, great. I'm going to sit in shield and press up B and win.
Exactly. And it just worked.
Exactly. Really, really solid conditioning to force Kasim into a situation where every time he was at ledge, it was like a lose-lose. Really, really good stuff. And Makura is going to move on. 4-0 up all time in that player record, I mean, just really, really solid. And a lot of that just came from really, really good fundamentals. Towards the end, again, like, using options that we kind of consider bad, but because they give you that slight timing mix-up, and because they do a lot of mental damage, they're kind of worth it to throw in, especially towards the end of the set, where you're conditioned to much more normal play. Really, really good awareness from Akuro. Really, really great play. And now we're just waiting for top 8.
We are just waiting for that top 8. Because I believe that was it for top 8. Or the top 8 qualifiers, should I say. Sorry. I believe, if I take a look at the bracket now, we should have in our winner semifinals Tapsy versus Youssef, which is Mario Snake. Solo taking on Luke, which is Pikachu, Rosalina. And then obviously in our losers are on the loser side. It's a Berg team kill. Tarik takes on Yano. And obviously, Drybie set to take on Murkrow in just a moment as well. Yeah, this is going to be an insanely close top 8. Any of these guys could genuinely win this, which is what I think is super interesting about this top 8.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah,
nuts.
I genuinely think anyone could win it.
The head-to-heads here are a little crazy, but I can rattle them off for you now.
Yeah, let's do it. We've got time.
We do. So the head-to-heads for Tapsy Youssef is 11-1 in Youssef's favor.
Hey.
For Solo Luke, it's 0-0. They've never played before.
Wow.
Which, I mean, again, you know, Solo is traveling out to here, and it is, you know, not a super rare major appearance from Luke, but definitely, you know, winner side top 8 is not something you associate him with yet. It's definitely something that we could do soon. Tarik is 12-0 on Yano. And the last set, of course, is drybie and Makuro, which I will have to double check because I have to go look that one up manually. But
I believe it is anyway.
yeah, no, it's drybie Makuro. Obviously, it was the winner of Makuro and Kasim to play. I wouldn't be surprised if those two have played a few times. That seems like two players who play a lot at different German regionals, and I'm just gonna double check this one now. But yeah, very exciting record. These two have actually played 3 times. It's 2-1 in drybie's favor.
Oh wow, fair.
Yeah. So they've not played that often at all, really. But yeah, 3 offline sets. And the last 2 have gone in drybie's favor.
Of course. Okay.
Yep. The last set that Makuro won was actually in 2022 at True Force Spotlight.
Oh wow. So
Yeah.
a while ago then, yeah.
A long time ago. True 4, of course, is our co-stream for today. If you want to watch this in German, then you can. But I'm sure you already know that. So credit to him for letting us co-stream, letting us have a lot of fun, providing you with a great English cast. And yeah, we're just waiting around for our top 8 to start.
Yeah, we are just waiting for our players. I believe they are setting us up with Tarik Yano first, if I'm not mistaken. I took a little peep at the stream over there on the German side of things, and it seemed like Tarik was sitting down, so I'm assuming that's the case. That being said, not too sure. But we are waiting for that to come up in just a bit. Either way, this top 8 is bound to be some of the most exciting Ultimate we'll probably watch, because, as I said before, there's something about German Smash that just kind of is so fun to see. They're easily, in my opinion, one of the most progressive scenes in the entirety of the world. Forget EU, the world. The way that they have infrastructures for just, you know, beginner players up until, you know, players that are incredibly experienced.
Yeah,
yeah, you know, it just goes to show you just how serious these guys are in actually like developing their scene. I mean, they've made stars out of players that have gotten really big results over in, you know, bigger places. I mean, obviously when drybie went to that one invitation, I'm trying to think of the... I keep forgetting the name.
Watch the Throne?
That's it. I was going to call it Summit by accident. And then obviously Tarik, I mean, his resume, Longo's resume, obviously speaks for themselves. You have a myriad of absolute talent over there, and I think that's so cool to witness.
Yeah, and one of those developing talents is Yano, of course. Someone who actually took Tarik to Game 5, despite their 12-0 record. He actually took Tarik to Game 5 at Gamescom. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. Yano is a very, very capable player, and a player who has been on the up in Germany, a player who has a lot of potential, and has been realizing it. And yeah, I mean, he's 16th on the last German PR, 2025.2, so second half of last year.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, 16th, sorry. So, and, you know, he's been around that, he's actually had a pretty consistent spread of like 20th, 15th, 19th, 16th. So very comfortably always around that 15 to 20 range in Germany. And you can tell he's keeping up with the rest of the German talent. He's moving up as well, progressing. And it's going to be amazing to see how it turns out, how he copes, if he can go one step further than a Game 5 and actually win a set against Tarik. And what an upset that would be. What a moment that would be. It would really cement him even in like an EUPR conversation. Definitely for end of year at least, if he were to pull something off like that. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens when it happens. Can Yano do it? That is the question. We'll will find out soon. They're going to set up their controls. And Wolf Greninja is interesting. I wouldn't say it's like too bad for either party. What I will say is if you're Greninja, you're kind of looking for edge guards more than you're looking for juggles. Because Hydro is just quite good at doing that. Especially for Wolf specifically, who has a few really solid options, but they don't have amazing range. So you can kind of exploit that if you're willing to. So you got to look for edge guards. Again, there's that safety on shield thing. Both of these characters do not have great out of shield options. Greninja's like slightly better because he can footstool down air, but both these characters have kind of bad out of shield options and very safe options on shield. So both of them are going to try to shield as little as possible.
All right, here we go. It is time for our top 8 to officially kick off action. Ready to be reeled in. Yano takes on Tarik. It is a Berg team kill, as one of these two is going to be bowing out here at 7th place. And this time around, to the small battlefield, it's time to go back to basics. We're going to Pokemon Stadium 2.
Of course, we are, and just using the massive space that this stage provides you to maneuver around each other. As we mentioned, neither of these two characters really like sitting in shield, so being able to just dash around instead is so useful to both of them. It's a very strong start from Yano so far. Overcommitting slightly though.
Yeah, a little too much, unfortunately. But still alive and well, 32% at the minute, keeping Tarik at bay, punishing the miss on the grab. What a back air there. Great catch from Yano, and a very solid start here so far.
Yeah, really great start so far. And now it is up to Tarik to try and level things up again. I mean, in that last set that did go Game 5, Tarik was pushed to the wire and he was able to just make it work, make it happen. Can he do the same thing again today that he did at Gamescom? We will find out, we will see. He's got to be really patient here. Just trying to find... Nice, yeah, trying to get his struggle going.
Trying to push him upwards there with the up B. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find that mark. And again, as we know, we can exploit Wolf's recovery quite nicely here. If we're able to do that, then we are in our good position. I'm sure Tarik is aware of it. Oh, wow, what a parry there coming out from Tarik, especially on the up B. Not very clear hitbox there. So to be able to punish that right off of the parry is super clean stuff there from Tarik. It's still alive here. The forward air is going to come out. Great dash attack trade there coming out from Yano. Looking for that forward tilt to try and get that kill. Manages to roll back, get the punish there. Beautiful work there from Yano. Looking for the back air. Up smash, unfortunately, as a follow-up. Not going to be able to reach now. Again, pressure is insurmountable here. Gab reset, down smash comes out. Once again, trying to be pushed back here, but Yano, by the skin of their teeth, makes it back forward. It will be more than enough.
Yeah, you can see what Tarik's looking for there when he goes for that down smash. F smash might do a bit more damage, might knock you back a bit further, but he wants to send you as low as possible and try and get those edge guards. And right now, Yano's disadvantage has been a little bit too good, and Tarik's just not been able to figure it out quite yet. The last set these two played was a reverse 3-0 in Tarik's favor, though, so one thing that Yano's got to watch out for is that long-term adaptation.
This is true. This is true. But Tarik has been in many sort of situations like this before. And we saw that. He's not scared of being a stock down, especially in that last set that we saw against Longo. And that tells you anything. It tells you the experience and resilience that Tarik has that should be more than enough to pull back any comeback, especially in a situation like this. But at the moment, however, Yano still has a very dominant lead in terms of percent at the minute, 49% deficit. As I was going to say that, though, back air starts to come out, putting all the pressure here on Yano to try and make it back to stage. It's Tarik's domain, and we're just living in it right now. Forward air comes out from Yano, manages to break the mold. Jumps right back. Again, looking for that dash attack, no punish there.
Oh, and Tarik completely pulling back this lead as the game has gone on, just slowing things down to his pace. And again, it's that long-term adaptation that's really suited him so far. Oh, what a catch!
Oh my god!
Oh, he just caught him DIing in. He caught him doing the sort of most basic of habits, where you know you fall, you don't tech, you're waiting to DI in the next hit, and you just end up rolling. And really good awareness from Yano to just spot that in the moment.
Unreal stuff there from Yano. Yeah, great awareness there overall, just being able to get that forward smash off of the roll. I mean, some people would have missed it, so fair play. Looks like, however, this time around we are heading to Small Battlefield. This time around, once again, for game number 2. And the question now is whether or not Tarik is going to be able to pull one back, or is Yano going to continue a reign of dominance going into this next game? Can they make it 2-0? Or will it be that we're going to that game 3? We'll find out in just a moment. Either way, Yano is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Yano trying to go that one step further after that heartbreak at Gamescom. Can he do it? Can he take a set off of Tarik, the man who has stood before him 12 times and won every time?
Yeah, wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it be something? And look at this, Tarik now immediately starting us off with those tried and true up airs, not wasting any time whatsoever on trying to get as much damage as humanly possible done. And once again now gets caught there with the falling there. Yano unfortunately struggling to really find a way in here, gets the grab, down throw, dash attack, here we go. Percentages almost evened up, but Tarik immediately firing back with a counter-attack, Jackie.
Yeah, great start from both players here, but it's Yano who has a little bit more of a momentum right now. Tarik, of course, fired back with that counter-attack. And Yano just trying to build a little bit more momentum. It's Tarik who wants to almost slow the pace down sometimes and just turn this into a little bit more of a running game almost, and just use his movement to really control the pace. Yano just wants to get that raw damage going.
Alright, well, we are seeing Yano come to life here. The lingering nair not necessarily going to lead into anything, as Tarik was able to make that kill confirm theirs, and the forward air is going to be more than enough to get the job done here as we make it back onto stage. Reset back to neutral, and Tarik, great catch with the dash attack there, and again, patience there as they manage to find the nair, and again, Tarik trying to exploit the weakness there for Wolf, using that up B, unfortunately not able to push him out far enough. Back air, no, up B once again. Manages to recover back to center stage.
Starting to really extend this lead now. It's up to Yano. What do you have? Can you make this comeback? What can you do when it looks like you're down and out? Because Tarik right now sitting pretty comfortable on this lead. Yano got to find F tilt, got to find something to get this kill, but Tarik proving just a little too evasive. Again, just hovering in and out of that range. You think you can hit him, but you can't, and he's 3 stocks up to 1.
3 stocks up to 1. Complete dominance from what we had seen that previous game there. Dash attack off the forward air. The up air not fully hitting. Not too sure what happened there, but this time around we're going to be able to get 1. We're going to get 2. Looking for that 3rd on the back air, and was able to find it there. Forward tilt on the shield there for some extra pressure, and now the forward tilt comes out here from Yano. Pushes Tarik backwards. Tarik is now forced to reel back just a little bit, and as you said before, slow the pace down. It's definitely something that I've noticed quite a lot. You're at that point being forced to play Tarik's game, as he had full control of the pace of the match. The 1 dash attack was all it takes, and now can Yano capitalize off of this small momentum boost? Find out.
Yeah, now it's only 1 stock to get back here. Half that climb, half that mountain has been climbed, but you're not going to get the whole way there just yet. Maybe you will. Tarik has something to say about it, though. F-tilt not going to take it quite yet. Just to gain controlling the pace of this game, trying to keep Yano in the corner. What were you expecting, sir? Sorry.
I don't even remember. Like, the forward air to come out at some point, but I'm trying to remember when it was. Oh, but there it is. Anyways, forward air not necessarily going to kill. Up B trying to push back Wolf once again. And there we have it. Tarik manages to find the mark. We are going to a game 4 as Tarik makes it. My brain light, hold on.
Yeah, Tarik goes 2-0 up, looking to extend this set to a 13-0 win streak. Does anyone beat Yano 13 times in a row? That is the central question to this set.
How do you say this? A very good question. Can anyone do it?
Oh, sorry.
It's 1-1.
No, it's 1-1. My fault.
It is 1-1. Okay.
I thought Tarik
I knew I was going. I was like, hold on.
It's 1-1. It's 1-1. It's 1-1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm pretty
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. No, you're good. You're chilling. That's why I got confused. That's why I was like, hold on a second. My brain low-key kind of lagged there for a minute. No, you're chilling. All right, Hollow Bastion time this time around. Smaller stage, smaller ceiling. For Yano, an opportunity to get an earlier kill with that up special. The question, again, can we catch that damn frog? Let's find out here in just a moment, as once again we make our way over to Hollow Bastion. Yano so far currently dominating at this point in time. Crazy deficit, but as I say that, Tarik slowly but surely is starting to claw back a little bit more. Alrighty.
Catch there. Tarik just trying to use that Hydro Jet to just pull things away from Yano, get him closer to the blast zone, further away from the ledge. That's exactly what he wants to do there. That's exactly what he wants to do. It's what he was looking for beforehand. Just using that Hydro Jet to make it awkward to recover. But what a read from Yano to get a quick response.
Incredible stuff there from Yano. What a response there from him. Incredibly quick, incredibly snappy. But unfortunately, look at this. Regardless of whether how quick or snappy it was, Tarik is absolutely putting on the hurt at the moment, not wasting any time whatsoever. When it came to piling on the damage, 75%. Looking for the back end, forward smash comes out there. Tarik keeping him in the loop. Once again, 2 stocks, 7% only taken. This man is on a mission to get this game over and done with. Yano looking for a stock, looking to try and make this comeback happen, as both players are now scrambling to get their hits in.
Yeah, you gotta be careful here. If you are Yano, any hit feels like it could be the end of this game, but you just gotta try and find your way in. Starting to level up the percentages now. Looking for the S-Smash, but not gonna find it. Be careful here. Lovely patience. Again, just trying to send Greninja into the corner at the ledge, but he's just a little too low and a little too slippery, this frog.
Is indeed. And that is going to be a problem here for Yano. 95%, 98 to 111. Yano needs a miracle now, needs a back air of some sort, and there it is. Telegraphed beautifully, but Tarik looking for the drag down there, up air into the up smash. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find it as Yano is still alive and well. Both players dancing around the stage, dancing around one another. Tarik looking for a way in. The nair hits, again, too high a percentage to try and actually get a combo right after that. Sends Yano flying. The forward air around the shield, not going to be enough. Great DI from Yano, still alive. Again, double jump comes out. Being incredibly patient there. Oh my god! What a setup out of the shield. Footstool, forward air, Tarik. Showing us what for, Chachi.
I mean, I mentioned it at the beginning of the set. Like, it is the thing that Greninja has that kind of separates their defensive game of the two of them. That footstool out of shield, it can be really useful. And if you know it's gonna combo into forward air, damn, the way it can steal a set. And I think what's impressive is that, like, Tarik's not gone for that really at all. But he saved it for the moment where he knew it would kill, where he knew it would decide a game. And now he's going to try and decide the set, sitting 2-1 up, trying to take this set to 3-1, trying to get that win streak and extend it and cement his position in our top 6.
Yeah, let's hope so that for Yano, we can find some sort of way to push this all the way to Game 5, because that would make this set so much more exciting than it already has been so far. Yano hasn't necessarily, it's not been a wash. There have been moments where Yano has almost brought this thing back, and it has been so fun to watch. The question now remains as to whether or not this is going to be the game in which we can go all the way to that final game. But Tarik is on a, as I said before, on a mission. This man will not stop until he has won the bracket. Yano finds the back throw, unfortunately, no success in that whatsoever. Looking for the back end, no one was home. Back here of their own there from Tarik, as we once again return to central stage. Crazy, crazy damage.
Great damage. Yano with a lead here, gonna try and push it as far as he can. Can he get this kill here?
Yeah, that is the question.
Good reversal. And Tarik secures a kill of his own instead. And sitting in a pretty good position right now to try and take the set. Yano with a quick response though.
Alright, well, falling up here once again. And we're still alive here in this matchup. And falling up is, it's going crazy right now. Tarik.
Yeah, Tarik
really wants to work.
Exactly. He's doing so well here right now at just chipping away at Yano in this game 4. Got to try and find a way. And again, it's the way that he's slowing the pace down and just controlling the pace so that it suits him. But he is going to keep going and speed things up when it suits him. That Hydra Jet not getting that kill just yet. But you see the vision, and Tarik trying as hard as he can to seal this out, to find his way into top 6. Yano trying to make an absolutely ridiculous upset of his own. Can he do it? The stocks are still level. There's still hope for him.
Yeah, there is still hope for him yet in this matchup. And Yano is looking for that stock, trying to basically make this his, and every time that back air is going to be the thing that shuts down Tarik. But can Tarik get this kill? And he does. Responds almost immediately there now. Both players on 0%, one stock per piece. Here we go. Yano starts us off there with the up throw into forward air. Dash attack comes out, looking for a second one. Not able to catch up and follow up on it. Just the back air, comes out there from Tarik. Again, capitalizing on this super well damage. Looking good here from Tarik. Waited so patiently to get that nair.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Nice little jump around from Tarik there. Gotta be careful here. And again, these parry mix-ups really solid.
100%.
And that dash attack to forward air is gonna take it. And again, it's the parry mix-ups, the movement, the fact that he almost sort of forced Yano to corner himself. Unfortunately, it does look like someone can beat Yano 13 times in a row. But, I mean, what a player to do it. You know, it's not really. There's plenty of players in Germany who have that kind of set record against Tarik, and I promise you, they're all very good.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Easily. But that being said, I mean, Yano has been putting on a show. An absolute masterclass of even just being able to answer back every time Tarik has ended up taking a stock. So it's not, it's not like there was a complete wash, even though despite what the set record may be saying, or despite whatever other people might be saying, this set was as close as it was going to get. The fact that even it was like, 2-1, 3-1 at the end of the day, I mean, it goes to show you that Yano was still a contender to take this set. Anything could have happened, but Tarik just came into this better prepared.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like the set before this was Game 5 as well. Like, it's very clear that Yano's win is coming. He just has to keep adapting, keep working on what he's working on, because he's getting closer consistently. And getting close to beating Tarik is an amazing achievement.
100%. I mean, this is a guy who's gone all the way around the world to just show his stuff off, and to be able to get, a win on someone of that caliber is going to basically give your motivation such a sharp boost. But on top of that, it's going to give your experience a crazy amount of boost as well, because you're playing against someone who has shared the floor with, top legends of this game as well. So this kind of experience, you can't get anywhere else in a situation like this. So, it is a great experience for Yano, but he has put on the hurt, tried his best as much as possible. It just was not meant to be. Yano bows out at 7th place here at Elevate.
Yeah. He does bow out at 7th place. We have another set before we go to our top 6. And what a set it will be. It looks like it will be Makuro versus drybie, which I am looking forward to. And I think those two have played a few times before as well. Oh, no, we mentioned previously, actually. Those have played 3 times before, I think. And it's all gone drybie's favor. But as a matchup, I think that's such a fun matchup to watch, because it's two polar opposite characters, more opposite than you could possibly imagine. You've got your big body who can take so many hits and still deliver that damage, and then you've got drybie, who's playing a character who, in theory, kind of washes the matchup, but in practice could lose it at any moment. One hard read and he's dead at 10.
Exactly.
So you've got to be so careful. You've got to play so consistent and so well. And you just can't get conditioned by Makuro. And we've seen how good Makuro's conditioning is. I mean, he was hitting up smashes and F smashes to get here. He'll hit up smashes and F smashes when he's here.
Exactly.
So,
not scared as well of just throwing out these big hitboxes. And we've seen how precise you can be with throwing out those big hitboxes as well. It's not like with some people when they play heavies, they'll throw their stuff out, but you'll see that they're often overextending. They'll miss their stuff quite a bit. However, with the way that Makuro plays Bowser, it's very calculated. Like, they know what they want to do. When they throw out a down B intentionally, you think, oh, they're just trying to troll, but there's actual mind games behind this. And so, as you said before, with a player like Makuro, if they are able to get that forward smash, if they are able to secure something that big super early, drybie could find themselves in a very awkward position, be it with Dr. Mario or even with Pichu. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what could happen. Question is, will we see the Game & Watch? Will that be a force factor in this situation? Potentially. Because I don't know if drybie wants to particularly risk being in a position where, even if they are facing someone that is essentially combo food on paper, at the end of it all, being put in a position where they're eventually just playing Jaws, right? Or playing a survival game with Makuro the entire time. So it does beg the question as to whether or not Game & Watch will come out. I mean, Dr. Mario is a very solid option as well. We've seen the type of patience that that drybie has performed with that character. So yeah, it just, again, I think that there is a deep pocket of characters that he can go through, but Makuro and that Bowser are just so solid. It's going to be a very interesting set.
I mean, as I mentioned, the set record is 2-1 in drybie's favor. The last 2 sets have gone in drybie's favor. The Makuro win was actually in 2022.
Oh, wow.
Game 5. All sets, as far as I know, have been Pichu Bowser. The most recent one didn't have characters reported, but as far as I know, all the sets have been Pichu Bowser. So we'll see.
Sense, okay. Yeah.
We will see, but I think that when you've been playing Pichu for as long as drybie has, if you can trust Pichu, you should probably try it. Then again, like, this Game & Watch has been worked on for a little bit, but that's what it seems like it's going to be. The Pichu's worked before in the last 2 sets, so why not keep running the Pichu?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And it's a character that, drybie is, super, super comfortable with. At the end of the day, they're the pilot, and we are just mere spectators. Let's get straight into game number 1 of this incredibly exciting losers round 1 match between drybie and Murkrow. And immediately, Flame Breath be damned, this little rat can move.
Oh, he can move. He can do 60. He can do 70. Almost getting that F smash and getting the kill immediately. And out comes the lightning loops as well, or the bear loops, I should say. The amount of damage that Pichu can rack up in this matchup is absurd. And it is the reason that we might be seeing drybie stick to this character.
I mean, it makes so much sense. Considering the start that, drybie's had against Murkrow so far, it's been working out incredibly well. However, that being said, that's a Bowser with Rage, and one big hit is all it's going to take. But the down tilt, unfortunately, not going to be able to find the confirm there with the back air as drybie is using those T-Jots to try and keep out of range. Up tilt's not going to hit. Great timing there on the shield coming out from drybie now. And again, looking for that forward tilt. And they were able to find their mark. Now, the goal here for drybie is simple. Raise as much percentage as you can, but as I say that, they get hit with the side B. Only so much as you can realistically do at 114% when you're playing against a character as explosive as Bowser.
Yeah, exactly. So difficult to deal with a character this explosive with this much kill power, who hits this hard. You can see how hard Bowser's hitting right now. Ooh, and Makuro's gonna keep it going and keep it going. And that's another F tilt. And you know what? That's all it takes sometimes. That recovery, it doesn't have a hitbox. If you're Makuro, you just...
No way.
You just get those 2 frames.
drybie looked like they were cooking something right off of the top of the Angel platform. Unfortunately, not able to really finish off that combo here, though. 80% now, immediately building it up there from the back air. Still keeping up this pressure here very nicely. As Murkrow is struggling a little bit here now, but I don't know, you don't want to end up taking too much percentage. What a confirm. Huge catch coming out there from drybie there on the Thunder. But yeah, this is a dangerous position to be in here right now. If your name is drybie, if you drop this combo, it's not going to look too good. But again, that damage is now being made up here, 73-74. drybie looking very good here, Chucky.
Oh, very good indeed.
God.
And you know what?
Oh my god. Okay.
Part of that confirm in particular was just like drybie recognizing Makuro's fear of going off stage and saying, I know that you're DIing in because you really don't want to be off stage.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to hit this setup that goes into up air thunder and kill you that way. And now, obviously, we're going to see Makuro be probably more willing to DI off the stage a little bit more, and he might die to some off-stage combo instead. It's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You just got to be as unpredictable as you can.
100%. drybie doing a really good job of just kind of holding forward the entire time, putting a lot of this pressure on Murkrow, forcing them to play a lot more passively, just kind of picking up the crumbs of what they could in those last couple stocks. But immediately, 24% immediately dealt to drybie. A mixture of those electrical attacks plus Murkrow's side B. What are we doing? Taking a seat in the blast zone. Murkrow trying to make themselves at home. And was looking for a second one there again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh my word.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, well.
Okay.
They're both on the brink of death at all times. They're both playing the game. They might as well, like, this might be sudden death. They might as well start the game at 300%.
They're playing on survival mode, man.
Oh, speaking of dead.
Oh my god.
Almost. Still just about living somehow. But they're both so close to dying at all times. And Bowser's still gonna live just for now. Makuro's still gonna stay alive just that little bit longer. Can he make the most of this rage? No, he's tried to go for that down air.
Well, that portal's not going to hit exactly the down air right. Beautiful there, and again gets caught DIing in. So again, thought to himself, all right, here we go. There's the thunder. It's coming out for you. The up tilt, however, catches drybie on the platform, manages to get rid of that Pichu stock. We've seen what drybie is capable of. We've seen how fast that percentage can go up. And immediately here, once again, drybie is not wasting any time whatsoever. T-Jolt comes out, and again, great stuff there with the throw. No shield was there. Down air into down air. Double dunk, baby! Here we are. Drybie makes it 2-0.
And again, it's the conditioning. Like this time, he's seen that last time Makuro was like willing to go to the corner, but then DI'd in. So you saw Drybie like he went for an up air chain and he was able to take it to the corner. But then Makuro DI'd in at the last second so that he didn't die to down air. And so this time, he's carried him off stage, and he said, okay, I know you're going to DI in here, because you don't want to get hit by up air forward air, so you're going to get hit by up air, down air instead.
Exactly.
And it's just like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, but it's also such good awareness from Drybie to know what Makuro is going to do.
Great parry there with the back air, eventual punish coming out from Drybie. T-Jolt, keeping them at range, looking for the down air. No one was home. Little bit of jab action there coming out from Drybie. Gets caught there with the actual sweet spot of the down air here. Beautiful work, looking for the thunder once again. No one was home. Beyblade, let it rip as Makuro uses the up B out of shield. Back air coming out there to cover some extra space. Makuro looking and seemingly was going to find that first stock, but unfortunately it is not meant to be. Drybie is just dancing around, but the up tilt will catch.
Lovely catch with that pivot up tilt there. It's one of the first leads Makuro's properly had in this set. Can he take advantage of it? Can he take advantage of the rage at his disposal?
What is the play here? T-Jolt once again into the forward tilt. Beautiful timing there from Drybie. Once again, 20% currently. But
Yeah.
Makuro not wasting any time and just chasing down Drybie.
I mean, it's just forcing Makuro to recover with a certain timing. That's the point of those T-Jolts, to say, okay,
Right.
well, your up B has to clank with this, so I know that you're going to recover at this angle at this time.
Sure.
And it's really, really good matchup knowledge from Drybie, who's had plenty of time to learn this matchup, I guess. This is one of the few matchups that's been around for the, the entirety of the game's lifespan.
Literally the entirety of
Yeah.
Ultimate. So you've had time to sort of figure this out. Beautiful DI coming out here from Drybie. We're going to use the Skull Bash, make it back to the stage. All right, great patience. Oh no, falls out the down smash. No punish though from Makuro to make it up. Once again, Skull Bash. Starting to mix up the way that we make it back up onto stage as we go right onto the other side. Looking to try and potentially set up for Thunder, but DIing out this time around, so Makuro's not being caught. Again, forward tilt, not finding its mark. Being careful, and again, falling out of that down smash. Up B comes out, and that's going to kill Drybie here. 154, and Makuro has an opportunity to take this set, to take the game, sorry. Push us all the way to that game 4. Flame Breath comes out. Down throw, Thunder! And now we're down to Makuro's tournament stock. Oh,
Now
man.
comes the side B. These two are level in percent, which usually means Bowser's winning. Got to be careful there. If that F tilt did hit, could set Drybie in a really bad position. A position much like the one that he's in now, but these recovery angles, he's starting to hit what he was going for initially, which was to snap to the ledge from above so that he's invincible the whole time. And there was a stock in the last game, I think, where Makuro just punished him for going for it because he kept missing, but he's not missing anymore. His disadvantage so solid, and his advantage even better, and he's brought this right back. And can Makuro survive this onslaught that Drybie is providing?
That's it. No, it's not. It's still alive. Wow, 113. Managed to make it back.
You're gonna have to go to the platform to find a kill there.
way!
But that F tilt is just gonna kill. And again, beautiful stuff from Makuro. Great awareness. And we have a set on our hands.
We do indeed. That's such an unfortunate air dodge. Oh my god, super unfortunate air dodge there. And Drybie, unfortunately, probably going to be beating themselves up a little bit over that. Makuro getting that forward tilt so nicely, recognizing the mistake, guaranteeing 1 on the board. We're going to game 4. Oh my god, what a set it's been so far. I don't know how I feel about this one though. Hollow Bastion against Bowser as Pichu. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a little scared. But Drybie has shown us some pretty incredible stuff so far. So let's see whether or not Drybie is able to go ahead and recover himself a little bit more here as we move on into that 4th game, or Will Murkrow show us a masterclass going into this next game? And will we go to game number 5? Again, this is top 8 of Elevate 2. And you are watching it here live with us today. Here we go, game number 4.
Game number 4, indeed. Drybie, of course,
Wait.
2-1 up. Makura with the fight back, and he's almost putting himself in a brilliant position to take this to game 5. But now it's Drybie's turn to go on the offense. And one thing that we've seen is just how ridiculous Drybie's damage output has been so far in this set.
I mean, yeah, like, literally just all over Murkrow in that last game. Like, there was just no time to breathe. And then, just because of that, the damage output that Drybie was putting out was unbelievable. The question, obviously, now is whether or not he can do the same here. That Nair's going to hit there, and again, T-Jolt's being thrown out here consistently. Here we go, the back throw coming out from Drybie now. Again, keeping that Bowser at bay, looking for that forward tilt, and you can see the APM at which Drybie is sort of moving at, and it is so insane. But what a catch there from Murkrow as we level the stocks immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's that classic fighting game matchup of, like, small and fast and dies very easily versus your big, like, your big heavy. You know, it feels a bit like Drybie's playing a Souls game right now, but he's certainly very good at it.
Yeah, he's a Souls veteran. He's definitely a Souls veteran. Yeah, sunk in so many hours to Elden Ring. He's definitely tough. All right, T-Jolt's coming out here once again to cover the stage and the ledge. Murkrow using that up B as great coverage, and again catches the up B. It seems like Murkrow has a download on that recovery pattern here. For the up tilt, no one was home. T-Jolt gets caught there, and a Thunder confirmed once again. Drybie using the Skull Bash to try and get the Thunder, and this time around realizes they probably can't go all the way on the other side of the stage, so has to come back from the right. Flame Breath, unfortunately not catching. Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. Again, I think it's like great adaptation from Drybie because everybody expects you to run behind a T-Jolt there, but Drybie was just waiting and going for the up tilt instead, and that's why the side B whiffed, is because Drybie didn't run into it. So really, really good awareness from Drybie, who is also aware enough to hit this down air into a big old combo and try and secure this set right here. That's it.
That's it. Yep, that's it. We knew it. From the jump, Drybie, 3-1 Murkrow in an incredibly intense set there. GG's to both. And that is, again, Murkrow now out of the bracket. Yeah, what a set, man.
What a set, indeed. And, I mean, what a set it's been. What a block it's been for the two of us.
Absolutely.
It's been absolutely amazing to bring you Elevate, one of Germany's biggest events this year, Europe's biggest event this weekend, and a real showcase of German talent. I mean, that's what that was, definitely. A brilliant 100%. Showcase of German talent, and Drybie doing so well, taking out Makuro. Of course, he will be playing the loser of... If I can pull it up. Everything's breaking. No. He will be playing. They haven't updated Start GG at all. Yeah, okay. I thought it was just broken. No. Fine. He'll be playing the loser of Tapsy Youssef. Start GG, I'm sure, will update in due time. But he will play the loser of Tapsy Youssef, which in all likelihood, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but I think if I remember the set record, it is 11-1 in Youssef's favor.
Right?
Yeah, 11-1 in Youssef's favor. So probably Tapsy coming into losers to fight Drybie. And it's going to be a really fun top 8.
It will be, but unfortunately...
It won't be us.
It won't be us.
It will
not be us. Our stint is unfortunately over as we move on into our top 6. But we want to say once again a big heartfelt thank you so much, obviously, to VGBC and True4 for getting us involved in this entire thing. Obviously, massive shout-outs to the man in the chair and behind everything, Ambler, for bringing us in. And on top of that, thank you all to everyone that has watched. Chaki, do you have any final words before we end up closing out, or...?
Well, thank you to you. Thank you to everybody watching. It's been amazing to commentate for you, and I will see you around.
For sure. And again, you can follow us on our social medias here on our handles as well, right there on the Chaki's left and on my right over here. So go ahead, reach out to us on Twitter, give us some feedback if you want to as well. Just talk to us, man. We're pretty chill anyway. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Joycey and Smar will be taking you through the rest of top 6, and we'll see you soon for some more action. Take care of yourselves, and peace out, everybody. Good night.
Start battle!
Oh, there we go. Well, I'm not Kaki, I'm nor Zero, but hello everyone, welcome to Elevate number 2. We're going to be hopping straight back into the side of things, and even though Germany couldn't beat Ecuador in the World Cup, they have certainly come through today for Elevate number 2. That's the line I've been waiting to drop, Joycey. That's the line I've been waiting all time for, and that's all we're going to have as we're hopping straight into this match.
It's been, I'd say it's been too long since we've commentated together, but I don't think it's been long enough. Welcome everybody, Elevate number 2, Smar and Joycey. You might know us, but you'll certainly love us by the end of this vlog. As we say, Solo and Luck going into this first game. Now, both of these players, Solo particularly having a, somewhat smooth run here, had a very sort of dicey set with Mukuro going all the way down to last stock, last hit. Luck as well having pretty spicy set with drybie. So both of these players, even though in top 8 winners side, have really been having to play at their best to get to this point, and of course going to want to be carrying on to get into that top 3 position. So we've got Pikachu, Rosalina on the screen, and it's definitely one of those matches where it can be a much slower pace if these players want it to be. However, it looks like they are both more than happy to scrap it out.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as you were saying that, it felt like Luck would just kind of listen to you and said, you know what, no, I am going to play this aggressively, actually. I am going to charge in, do as much as I physically can from the get-go. And so far, it's been playing out really, really nicely. It'd be interesting to kind of see, actually, how both players just change up around the set as we do go on. Because right now, things are looking pretty even. Solo actually adopting that bit more of a slower playstyle as you were talking about, Joycey. And actually starting to get some real damage going and confirming with that neutral air straight into the up air, taking that stock away.
Yeah, it's really, really tricky in those kinds of spots where a lot of the thing with Pikachu is always one of those characters where it's like a one of two extremes. You're either going to be dying very, very early, like we saw earlier on the drybie set with the Dr. Mario, or you're going to be racking up that percent bit by bit by bit and either going for that dash attack, or in worst case scenario, you're getting that up for at 180%. And that's the thing, as you were saying, Solo very much happy to play that slower play style, really forcing Luck to sort of go for these quite aggressive approaches just to try and get something started. And obviously having that beat shield in the form of Luma, just to not only get those stray strong hits, but also to just tank any thunder jolts and any kinds of approach. It is going to make it really hard Pikachu to find these kills, as we are seeing right here, 140% on Rosalina, and Luck is nearly out of the second stock.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about it, but that Luma just being the biggest meat shield for Rosalina is proving so useful. But finally, of course, look, as I say, it does get that stock away, just charging headfirst straight into Rosalina, getting that headbutt, taking that stock away. He's got to try and find a way back through it now. Of course, as we've been saying, it's a little bit difficult when Solo is just so happy just to play at that sort of distance and just have Luma out there front and center taking on Luck by itself.
However, we can see already the back air from Pikachu, and oh my goodness, great tech there from Solo. What has turned into, again, that one extreme of Pikachu going into the other, nearly taking that stock. However, Luck's going to be losing that second one, but not before tacking on 77% in the process. And it's really interesting to see as well about the moves on Pikachu that can get rid of Luma. That forward air and back air are really good, no matter what percent. You can just sort of juggle Luma away, and it's really interesting to see the different approaches that different players have had. It felt like there were some players early on, particularly like when Mukuro was playing, Mukuro would kind of spend the time getting rid of Luma, would really sort of make a point of hitting Solo, hitting Rosalina into advantage state, and then just getting rid of Luma. Whereas just seeing this sort of like combined approach from Luck, where the playstyle hasn't really changed, but then yeah, you can see it there, right? You get that opportunity, Luma's hanging around, one back air, enough to seal the deal. However, Solo on the aggressive at the moment, not managing to get a punish on the dash attack, just trying to get Luck to blink at this point, but enough stalling on the side is going to bring back that Luma, but it's gone just as quickly, Smart.
It's so interesting as well, because as you talk about the different approaches to how to deal with Rosalina and Luma, obviously Pikachu is one of those few characters that does actually have a very good option for just getting in between both Rosalina and Luma itself. So you can just go with that up B, the quick attack, just go between them depending on where Luma is on the battlefield, and sort of just actually go full-on aggression on Rosalina herself, while a lot of characters, as you talked about, especially in say like Bowser's case, and because like someone that uses Bowser quite a lot, when you do have to go against Rosalina, more often than not, you are trying to get rid of Luma, but Luck is actually just quite happy for Luma to sort of exist because it can close the distance between them.
See Solo at the moment just anticipating a lot of these quick attacks, managing to get that parry into the up smash on the Thunder Jolt, and a solid 1-0. And I think we're really seeing the difference in kill power between these two characters, right? Particularly when Luma is in play, you're getting those smash attacks or you're getting those aerials, and you're dying at that sort of 80, 90, 100% really when you're Pikachu. Whereas on the flip side of things, we were seeing, you know, up throws at 150, and you know, the more effort and the more damage that needs to be put on before those kills become an option. Even dash attack isn't killing until that 130, 140 mark. So it's really difficult. It does sometimes feel that, as you mentioned, you know, Pikachu's got those good options to deal with Luma. It does feel like to an extent you would think that neutral would be in Pikachu's favor, but it's when those we break out of that neutral and the advantage and the disadvantage are here that it feels like Rosalina has just got that edge.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, obviously, when you are just being caught by a dash tag or something like that, I mean, yes, okay, it is a good kill option, but it's not doing it until like super high percentages. While for Solo, really, all you need to do is just connect one neutral at some point, connect it into the up air, as we saw so many times in the previous game, and that is just kind of bad. Take that stock away. So we'll have to see how Luck does change up for this game, and already actually again, Joyce, we talked about the slow approach, and it does feel like Luck has started to really just slow it right down, going for these T-Jolts, you know, just to deal with Luma, potentially trying to get rid of it rather than allowing it to exist.
I've really got to give full credit to the evasiveness of Solo when that Luma was there. It felt like Pikachu was like right on top of Rosalina for about 20 seconds and yet took minimal damage, and that's such an important part of the match. Obviously there's all that part about the, you know, getting those setups with Luma as Rosalina, getting those potentially early kills or those good setups, but it's really in those moments where Luma is gone and the opponent, you think that, right, you've got this moment, you've got this opening, this vulnerability, but the fact that you practiced this much evasion is going to prove so useful, particularly when you got a lead like this. And we're just seeing the raw knockback that Luma has got. Smash attack at 75% before the hit, and Pikachu's off the side of the stage and nearly lapped in percent here, Smart.
It's just so devastating as well. Like we saw in the previous start that Luck was going for these Thunderbolts to get rid of Luma, just, hogging that entire left platform. But Solo was just like, yeah, I don't really care, I'll just neutral air, I'll just use Luma as a bit of a shield, and then find that one exact gap to go for neutral air, connect it into Luck, and you can just confirm that into whatever you really like. And obviously we've seen how devastating things like the forward smash from Luma can be, how powerful it can be, and we're just seeing it now. Obviously Solo, even without Luma, just goes a bit more in the aggression, just catches those gaps and waits for Luck to just, have an opportunity to be open, and just strikes the hardest that he can.
It's really interesting to see with Solo in particular. I think, particularly from watching the set with Mukuro earlier on, and you can see it here as well, where like when Solo is feeling confident and is willing to sort of have faith in his reads and his setups, he looks like one of the strongest players across the continent, and he is anyway, don't get it twisted, but certainly when he's feeling confident, we saw it in that set with Mukuro where it almost felt like there were two different players playing at times, and it's definitely that player that got Solo this far that we are seeing here. Just the confidence in his reads, the confidence in his setups, even in the face of situations like that. Only just lost that first stock, 130%, but has already got, 2 clean stocks ready to finish the job and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, Solo's looking unstoppable right now. Just needs to take this last stock away. Meanwhile, Luck is desperately trying just to find a way through. Finally does, lands merely just a forward air, just one for his, for all that he could do. But again, just Solo is now just putting up that shield up Luma, keeping Luck away, knowing that really he doesn't need to risk anything. He's got such a healthy lead right now, Joycey, that he doesn't need to play any other game.
I think that's the thing with both of these characters. They've got such oppressive neutral when they're able to set up that if they get a lead at the start of the game, it is so hard to claw it back, particularly at a deficit like this. Yes, obviously we're seeing the Thunder Jolts over and over just to apply that pressure, get that damage on Luma, potentially be able to close that gap, but at the end of the day, it's just not quite working out. It gives Luke that time to sort of think things over and maybe come up with a plan either for this game or going into what looks to be a third game, but at the same time, it's just like Rosalina with Luma is just able to just keep the percent in favor, falling out of that forward air as well. When you're already at this kind of deficit, multi-hit's not working is the last thing you want to see on your screen.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Luck right now, 119%, and unfortunately, even with using that quick attack, is just going to get caught by the up smash there. Solo going 2-0 up here in a pretty devastating game. Luck really needs to find just some way to kind of be able to close out these stocks, and we're not sure if it's going to be taking out Luma, if it's going to be closing on Rosalina herself, because it feels like Solo is just shutting down all options regardless.
It's really, really tricky in those sets where, again, also the threat of Luma just kind of interrupting whatever you're doing as Pikachu, so you're electing for these sort of 1 or 2 hits instead. And the fact that your damage output just isn't quite on the same level as Rosalina's, it does mean that you're just having to win neutral more and more and more. And when, we saw right at the start of their game 2, that forward smash at 75% just immediately shifted the tide into Solo's favor, and Luke was playing on the back foot, and don't get me wrong, lasted an awfully long time, and it gives you that chance at that slower pace to think of those adaptations that you need, but in the same vein, you still need to put them into practice. And when you've got a player like Solo who is feeling confident and more than happy to play the slow game, it is an awfully big challenge to step up to.
I do like what I've been seeing from Luck a few times here, though, where it's actually been sort of opting to just go underneath the stage. Obviously, Pikachu being one of those few characters can very easily do that. And actually just sort of like almost trying to kind of just get behind the Luma and strike Rosalina herself. Like, if I can just get behind him in an unconventional way, it might surprise Solo. And a few times it's been, or, it's actually quite useful for Luck, just actually, just having that option, just mix it up and, making Solo predict where Luck might go.
Yeah, it almost creates, like we saw in that situation there, almost like Solo has to commit to either setting up that trap with Luma once the side's been determined, and then at that point you can kind of attack one or the other, or you don't go for that setup. Rosalina and Luma stay together, and then you just treat them like any other character, and Pikachu is so good at getting back to center stage with a quick attack, like we're seeing time and time again. So you're absolutely right, just having that option to go underneath, but just that raw knockback, as I say, just that kill spark being at 68% after the hit as well. Just the raw knockback that is on Luma. These lighter characters have got to be so wary, because sometimes if you just kind of swing for the fences, you can get a kill a lot earlier than I would argue you would deserve.
You know what, they often say that, you know, what you have to wonder exactly what that Luma is made of, because sometimes it feels like he has like bricks on his hands or something, the way he is hitting that hard. And we're seeing it time and time again exactly just how easily Pikachu could just fold to even the simplest of forward smashes from that Luma. Of course, Luma is now gone though, which does give like this opportunity to strike, but again, as we've seen time and time again, Joycey, even without Luma, Solo is still quite happy to just slow it down, wait for Luma to respawn, you know, maybe sort of throw out some of those neutral airs, and it's actually quite happy just to maybe get a kill as well, because you don't need Luma to get these kills.
I was gonna say, Pikachu thankfully still on that first stock, just clanking with the quick attack with the Luma up smash. I thought that definitely would have been curtains for that first stock, but look, still very much on his side at the moment, just electing to go to that top platform. Again, that quick attack, it does mean that for the most part, Solo hasn't really been electing to chase in the air. It's been more of these options where I'm just going to keep that center stage, and even if you get back to one of the sides, I've still got neutral in my favor. I've got all of the stage to set up my traps, to set up these kill options, and particularly at this kind of percent, either Rosalina or Luma is going to get the job done. They don't need to work together.
Yeah, and again, Luma just taking every hit and still surviving, but finally, Luck does find that dash tag straight into Rosalina, takes out that stock, and again, can now just retreat underneath the stage, just wait for that reinvincibility to go away, and give just a little bit of an opportunity for Luck to work out exactly what he wants to do next.
Yeah, and it's just like we saw there, right? Going for that setup where obviously Luma's covering the ledge and then Rosalina's covering at roll distance, but it just means that Luck was able to just deal with Luma, and Rosalina wasn't quite out of space where she could do anything about it. Gonna catch with the up smash though, making sure that that lead doesn't get any further than it needs to be. And Smart, it is a dead even game.
It is an extremely dead even game, which is exactly what Luck needed right now. And of course, you know, just trying to find a way through this Luma once again. You can't slip up at any moment, Joyce, because the moment you take your hands off this Luma, like and not predict where it's going to be, is exactly when you start to get really hit the hardest. Of course, you know, Solo is sort of preying on that right now. He is waiting, you know, for you just to sort of make a mistake, just to hit you as hard as physically possible. Again, this neutral air connects into up air, almost takes that stock away, but thankfully Luck is hanging on. Does have a second opportunity at life here.
I was going to say, that was a bit of an optimistic up smash, but a forward smash will do the same job. All of that pressure on the right-hand platform just ending up in that lovely ledge trap situation where the forward smash is going to do the trick. And only 63% on Luma. Again, a lovely little two-piece setup, getting it to 37%. And even with the quick attack into the up air, it's just that Luma being there time and time again, trying to catch him at that roll distance just doesn't work when you've got that extra hitbox to play with. And suddenly, once again, we are seeing time and time again Solo just prioritizing that stage control. It doesn't matter if Pikachu goes all the way back in. If he wants to go for that defensive style, those thunder jolts to try and get that damage, it means you have to give up stage control, and Solo lavishes in that game plan. And we can see at the moment, just at the tables of turn, what was such an even set between these two. And even game 3, it looked like Luck was right back in there. It suddenly feels like business as usual in the favor of Solo, but Luck still on the hunt for the stepping stone.
Yeah, it's literally you blink and you miss it. Suddenly with Solo looking so strong, and all it takes is an up air just like that. With Solo taking that game, taking that set 3-0 and moving on into winners finals here at Elevate number 2.
I was going to say second seed of the whole event behind Tarik, of course, but really showing why he is sort of that pedigree and had such a good grasp on the general game plan of Pikachu. Again, just having these setups at ledge, keeping that stage control, really understanding sort of what was important in that, and understanding that, you know, Luck either has got to go for these quite aggressive approaches, which is exactly what Solo is like buying into, or has to give up all of that stage control to play that defensive style. So really playing into Rosalina's favor, and that with a couple of those sort of really meaty reads to get those smash attacks at 60, 70, 80%. it was just curtains for Luck, who, don't get me wrong, still got a chance in losers. However, has got the beast that is Tarik to deal with in losers quarters, should he want to continue here in this bracket.
This is the thing, Joycey, and I feel like now is a good opportunity to talk about it. So, if you have just tuned in for top 8 and been following the bracket, yes, our boy Tarik has fallen down to losers rather early. And of course, with such a scary player down there, someone who has got such strong records against pretty much every player left in top 8, it is certainly not something that you want to fall down to. And I'm sure we'll be seeing Tarik a bit later on. Of course, we've got one more set in winners to go through yet. But it is certainly going to be an interesting one. Actually, looking at the bracket, it will be Luck facing off against Tarik in that first match of losers quarterfinals. So we'll have to see how he prepares for that one. But it is certainly going to be a very interesting bracket going forward. See if Tarik can survive and take the tournament as the number 1 seed.
And up next on stream, of course, we're going to get the player that did send Tarik down into losers, which will be, of course, Tapsy, the Snake main. Honorable mention on the ult rank from last year. So again, a really, really strong Snake player, one of the strongest in the continent, very easily so. And did manage to take down, again, from that set earlier on, again, if you didn't tune in, we did see a couple of games of Richter from Tarik, but then electing to go for that Greninja in the game 3, but still not able to get a point on the board. Meanwhile, of course, we have seen Youssef, who has been going on an absolute tear throughout this bracket. I'm not sure has dropped a game this tournament yet. And speaking of opponents there, Smar, you had a quite interesting fact about this set record.
I certainly did, Joycey. Yes, so Tapsy and Youssef are not unfamiliar with each other, shall we say. In fact, there was a pretty strong record between them. In fact, it is 14-1 in Youssef's favour, which is pretty devastating, really, if you're Tapsy. But, of course, even though it has been a lot of wins for Youssef, not many of them have been like this 3-0 or anything like that. In fact, quite a few of these matches have been all game 5s. I think the only time that there was a 3-0 was actually the last time these two faced, which was that NRW Cup number 7, I believe, where that was a 3-0 to Youssef over Tapsy. But all previous, well, certainly a number of previous sets between them have all been this game 5. So it'll be interesting to see actually how this one does shape up, because obviously when it's a game 5, in theory, if you can take 2 games, you can certainly take 3 games. If you can make it that close to get it to all the way to the end of a set, then really you only need that one extra push to get that set win. So you shouldn't count out Tapsy here, and I think it'll be really interesting to see actually how 2 opponents that are so familiar with each other will come into the set.
It's interesting as well. So the last time that these two fought as well was around about this time last year. So we're talking August 2025 was the last time that these two played. So obviously both of these players have been developing an awful lot since then. They've both been doing extremely well in region and out of region. Obviously, history would suggest that this is very much going to be in Youssef's favor. But this is a Tapsy that has beaten Tarik and has had a really, really strong showing all the way leading up to this point. So it's certainly going to be an interesting one, probably one of the biggest stages that they've had to fight on as well. But again, going to be really interesting to see the matchup between these two players. Of course, Mario just one of those characters where he's almost like he's like a fly or a mosquito in that summer, right? Where it's sort of like the point is that I'm going to get close.
Anyway.
I'm going to get close to you, and I'm going to make sure that you cannot breathe for a moment. I'm going to make sure that no matter where you are, I am right there with you. I've got a back air for you, I've got an up air for you, and a forward air to send you on your way as well, or an up B, depending on which direction we're talking. So it's going to be really about how Tapsy is able to set that pace and sort of keep those projectiles where Mario is at bay. Of course, having things like the reflector, having things like the fireball and flood as well, just as those, you know, not super big tools, but enough to sort of disrupt the general flow. So it's going to be interesting to see the sort of initial pace that Tapsy sets, how Youssef is able to adapt to that pace, and then obviously just the snowball from there and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, this is the thing, and of course, as we always say, each set is a fresh opportunity to take that win. You can never count out, even if you have a big record against someone, you can never count out, you never discount someone taking it. I mean, bracket demons are there to be, you know, taken down, so we'll have to see how this one goes on. Obviously, it's going to be an exciting set. And if you are not watching or you're following on the bracket, do get that bracket link up because we've got a lot of great games on the way, including Youssef and Tapsy. It's going to be a very interesting bracket shaping up.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, looking at what is the rest of the bracket, of course, the loot of this upcoming set are going to be heading down to fight drybie, who had a real dominant showing against Mukuro earlier on. So interestingly enough, Mukuro was the first set in top 8 where, well, for drybie anyway, where we saw Pichu all the way through. We've been seeing a little bit of Game & Watch. We saw a bit of Dr. Mario earlier on. Pichu made a very, very brief appearance to get into top 8. But again, drybie sort of only really picking up the main as he got into this top 8. And there were some moments in that set previously where drybie just looked like the player to beat, right? It looked like, you know, the combos were on point, the reads were on point, really had that advantage state down, which is obviously the name of the game as Pichu. So either of these players, of course, neither of the matchups particularly good for Pichu, I have to say, in terms of a winner's semi set where you're looking at the loser of it. It feels like Snake and Mario are the two characters which the Pichu mains are going to be rolling their eyes at. But, you know, drybie already going to be sort of mentally readying himself for that upcoming match. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, Tarik and Luck on the other side fighting it out for 5th place. Luck's just one of those players where every time I'm looking at these big European brackets, I'm just seeing his name crop up again and again and again. Just really been making a name for himself and, you know, really cementing himself as the best Pikachu in the continent. I don't think there's really any argument in that anymore. Obviously, winner's side, we've got Solo, who very much, you know, pretty smooth sailing all the way throughout. Again, dicey set with Mukuro, but sort of got that calm, that confident play style ready here. And then, of course, our set coming up right now of Tapsy and Youssef.
You know, honestly, Solo is a player that, you know, I didn't get much of a chance to talk about because we did sort of hop straight into the game before. But if you look at this player's records recently, he has been on absolute tear. And I think he's, like, really cementing himself as this extremely strong player in both Europe and sort of globally as well, in sort of just making a name for himself. I mean, even in sort of recent form, in both sort of Germany and Netherlands, wherever he goes, he's just taking win after win after win at big tournaments. I mean, notably, even taking a win at Ultimate Plateau number 5 in Germany over 71 different players. So certainly this player that I think you always just have to keep an eye out. And, you know, the more European brackets that keep happening, you know, the more you just keep seeing his name. Even at Gamescom earlier this year, we saw him take a 5th place. So this is a player that I am not surprised to see as well, you know, in this part of the bracket as he is.
It's interesting as well because you can almost see that in like looking at how he's been ranking in the European power rankings as well. Like he's always been this kind of easily top 50 player, sort of floating around that top 30 point. And it's nuts because, you know, currently ranked number 22 in Europe, you know, that's sort of been his peak so far. Lowest has ever been his 33rd. But like, to think about how Europe has developed as a continent, about the fact that we've not gone from, you know, even in the face of players going abroad and really staking their claim in the worldwide scene. I'm thinking of players like obviously Tarik that we've mentioned earlier, but even players that aren't at this tournament. I'm thinking Yasiskis, I'm thinking sort of like, you know, Lugi in more recent times, Bloom in previous years. You know, it's to be still rising in the ranks with Rosalina only, in spite of sort of like how competitive the field has got, has just gone to show sort of Solo's dedication to the craft, and particularly with a character as technical and as strange as Rosalina. Like you said, you know, there are not many Rosalinas doing it like Solo, and it's so impressive to see how, in spite of on paper everything being against him in terms of the odds, he's just been rising and rising and rising and just looking to continue that ascent.
Yeah, and I think a big win, a big win here at Elevate number 2 will certainly. I'll have to see how far he can get. Obviously, he's going to be watching this particular set between Tapsy and Youssef very closely to see who we'll be fighting against. And I believe we are slowly going to be hopping into it. They're just choosing the music. I think they were having a bit of control issues before. So we're going to be hopping into it very soon, Joycey. And I have to say, I am excited to see how this one goes, because I am always a believer, as I said before, that you can take down any play if you just, even once you got big battles against, you just gotta lock in. You gotta work out your game plans and just go all in, which is exactly what I think Tapsy's gonna do today. Why are we seeing Hero?
Yeah, I mean that's another worry. I mean, this is the thing. I think obviously I don't know what other characters these two players have up their sleeve, but certainly I think we're going to be seeing the Snake and the Mario, unless Hero is deciding to just sort of rear his head, as he does.
What are we
from
doing
time
here,
to time.
Youssef?
You know, has to be done sometimes. Maybe sort of tempting the idea of it, but no, sticking to the tried and true Plumber.
I kind of wanted the Hero.
I mean, you never know. Let's see how the set goes. If
Yeah,
Tapsy's a brand new man, we might be seeing that new main. But certainly at the moment, going to be going with the tried and true. Tapsy on the Snake, Youssef on the Mario, Stadium 2. You know how it is. Let's get into it.
Yeah, that tried and tested, the classic, and already, oh my goodness, Youssef is going crazy on the sticks immediately, getting 71% with a beautiful little string there, just flowing through to each other. I mean, this is exactly what Mario does, and oh my god, Joycey, it's already over!
Yeah, already Youssef showing he knows how to find those opportunities like a shark smelling blood, just seeing immediately, right, Tapsy's got to recover low. That is my stock all day, every day, and this is why we are seeing already potentially why that set record is so heavily favored towards the Mario main. Of course, Tapsy very much keeping it close at the moment, and Snake has got that ability, of course, with all of those grenades to play that defensive style just to claw that lead back a bit at a time. However, Youssef not quite managing, gets the roll caught out. Tapsy with the up tilt, however, not quite enough just yet, and we can see at the moment just this delicate neutral between the two, and calls out the air dodge onto stage with the forward smash, not quite getting the sweet spot, but still Snake looking to be hanging onto his last legs, and Tapsy's really got to be careful because Youssef with this explosive start, even then, weak back air at 160, that's not going to cut it for the rest of the set.
Youssef is just so confident in this matchup, and you can tell by the way that he is playing. Even the way he is flying around in Nikita, like sort of, you know, stalling a little bit of recovery, going for those capes. He's just so confident in dealing with Snake, and you can just see it immediately. Tapsy really just trying to get something going here, you know, trying to retreat, set up those grenades, just set up a bit of a kind of a wall between them. But even then, Youssef is quite happy just to charge him regardless. We back in with those back airs, with those capes, and just deal with everything.
It's wild as well because normally when you fight, when you see like top level Snake play, you're normally seeing the Snakes with this sort of like incredible movement around all of these explosives and almost like the fear being on the opponent. But it feels like sometimes that Tapsy's setting up all of these projectiles and all of these grenades and is then hiding his shield because of the fear of the Plumber, just sort of hovering around with that airspeed, just sort of trying to get the knock on the door with the back air on shield, but just not quite managing to get it. Just, it's really, really interesting to see, as you say, just that confidence already in motion from Youssef. However, despite all of that confidence, it's not just enough. You can talk the talk, but you got to walk the walk as you just lose that lead. Tapsy with a very, very delicate second stock still on the board, but still with a bit of a lead here.
I mean, of course, this is the thing about Snake always, is this is the character who you are constantly going to be trading with. Obviously, that back throw is going to take it away. But obviously, with Mario being such a character that, you know, his entire game plan is obviously getting these big strings, this big damage going from moves that just flow nicely into each other. While Snake, if he's holding a grenade or something like that, obviously you're just going to be constantly trading, and most of the time that works out in Snake's favor. And this is sort of what we're seeing actually from Tapsy, where actually, yeah, okay, Mario can get in right now, but he's just going to be constantly taking this damage and trading with Snake the entire time.
Again, you're seeing that slower approach here from Tapsy, recognizing the lead that he has. I love the fact that he's also varying that pace a little bit. We spoke a little bit earlier about how the flood, particularly if you're jumping around, dropping these grenades, it can really reckon with your positioning. However, not quite managing, accidentally getting the reversal on the upper, whether he was hoping to get that into a backer or whether it was just a mistake to try and get the up B instead. However, despite this lead that Tapsy has had, it's actually been closed all the way in. It is a devastating show at the moment, and it is so painfully close between the two, just throwing out this up tilt, the down tilt into the up air, giving up the air dodge, and just look at the fear between these two players, right? The shield between each other and the back row as well. 10% more on that up tilt is going to be tried and true, and you know that's going to be the first thing on Tapsy's mind.
Again, even at Nikita, I love the way that Youssef was able to stall it out and just completely snuff out the option. Tapsy still on the hunt though, does not need much. I think even like a dash tag or something like that would do it. No, not quite. Youssef still hanging on at 196, but has got to play this so carefully, Joycey.
Yeah, you can just see at the moment, and the down tilt of all moves, nice and fresh, gonna take the stock. But, oh my goodness, did Youssef make him work for that? Tapsy managing to claw on with that down tilt at 190%, and there were so many moments there where I think Tapsy was almost just kind of hoping for that mistake, and Youssef you could see the preemptiveness in a lot of his defensive options, the fear of pretty much everything. Even the projectiles were starting to look dicey. Obviously, any grab at that point would have been that guaranteed up tilt off there. There was a really, really lovely moment where it was on the left-hand side of the stage, and Tapsy had Z-dropped that grenade and went in for the grab at 170, and Youssef just let go of shield to get hit by that grenade, knowing that I would have most likely lived, whereas the grab would have felt certain doom. So even then, being forced to work all the way up to that down tilt at 190%. But Tapsy, clearly having done his homework, knowing that Youssef was a potential threat in bracket, whether in winners or in losers, and it certainly looks like the work he's done is paying off.
That's the thing, as I said many times, Joycey, bracket demons are there to be conquered, and certainly Tapsy now putting himself in a good position with the set. Obviously, taking game one is so important for these best of fives. Going to be getting a stage advantage going forward. But let's see how Youssef can respond, because of course that last game could have gone either way at a moment's notice. It was literally just a case of who could find their finishing move first. And in this case, it was Tapsy, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case in this game too.
It's wild as well to think about that, the first stock of that game was a borderline 0 to death from Youssef as well.
Yeah.
It was so even for the rest of the game, but it was just that really, really explosive lead that he had, and Tapsy just worked his way all the way back in. Again, when you're playing against characters that you don't play against too often, sometimes it can just take that little bit of time to just readjust, particularly with maybe the pacing that you have to go at. Again, it's a very, very explosive pace that Youssef is charging in with compared to maybe some of the other characters that Tapsy has faced today. Certainly, I'm thinking about, Tarik, a very much defensive player, both with the Greninja and, of course, with the Belmonts as well. Very slow characters. You have to find those opportunities a lot better compared to Mario, where Mario is going to be charging in and making those opportunities for himself. However, any opportunity for Youssef to get a stock is going to have to be in a moment as he loses that first stock to the up tilt. Even those higher ceilings of Town and City, they're not going to save you here, Smart.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the big old stanky leg just connects and takes that stock away. Tapsy looking so good in this game too, getting a bit of a healthy lead. Of course, Youssef trying to get that forward there, but the platform is going to save Tapsy from near death there. Just going to keep this distance away. Youssef is really trying to charge in. He's going to go low here. Gets the cave, but of course, Snake's recovery is so good, but you do have to air dodge to try and make it back, which Youssef was ready for with that back air.
I was about to sort of pose the question of why Youssef would want to go to this stage, given about how, Snake has still got a lot of that kill power, and a lot of barriers, obviously that platform at the top, but we're seeing sort of one of the major benefits there, being able to sort of go out a lot further with that side platforms and have that, have the opportunity to, obviously we have the cape there, being able to upbeat the stage, but even so, it is still time and time again, regardless of how big the stage you pick, a Snake is going to be able to find those kills one way or another. Tapsy looking incredibly comfortable right now.
That stock was just so... that was tough for Youssef, honestly. I mean, getting a nice string going and then suddenly the up tilt just comes out in the middle of it is... Yeah, that's devastating for Youssef. And of course, all the damage being put on right now is only adding to that wound. Tapsy looking so comfortable in this game. As I talked about in the previous game, obviously, Snake's whole being is that he can just constantly trade with you, and when you're in the stock down, that is just even more devastating because you don't want to be taking damage, but Youssef can't really help it.
I was going to say, it feels like there have been a little moment here and there where Youssef has sort of caught this whiff of desperation, right? We saw the sort of the double jump forward air a little bit earlier on. We're seeing a lot of these up smashes and forward smashes being thrown out here and there, but Youssef has got to dig that a little bit deeper because Tapsy looking like the man to beat in this set. 2-0 up on what is a, you know, a major bracket demon for him, but maybe on that bigger stage, it causes those rivalries to become that little bit shaky.
Yeah, I mean, we said right at the beginning that Tapsy has been looking very strong today. And of course, I think starting to prove that might be on the verge of taking down such a demon for him. 2 games up over Youssef right now. Only needs 1 more to move on into winners finals. Let's see if he can do it. We're just immediately running it back. Mario has put his wedding suit back on because it's time to lock in.
I was going to say, we can see here, yeah, just going for that counter pick. Again, just those middle platforms really helping out with Mario's combos. That little bit of space, it does allow Mario to use his maneuverability just that little bit more. And it feels like a lot of the benefits of Snake are just going to be there regardless of the stage. So Youssef, again, confident with the game plan, confident with the logic behind the choices. Has got some elements of confidence, but I just need to see that little bit more. You got to prove why you were the demon that you claim to be.
That's the thing. I mean, as you said, you know, in that game 1, we saw so much confidence from Youssef. It didn't seem like he had a worry in the world. But certainly in that game 2, things would just get a bit more shaky. So if we can see that come back out from Youssef, then we could see a set finally happen. And I mean, that's a bit of confidence right there, Joycey, just winding up that forward smash, taking that stock away.
I love the option coverage there as well, because sometimes with Snake, when you up tilt that shield the first time, you're tempted to throw out a second one just because you're anticipating them to try and run in and grab you. And the fact that Youssef held it for that amount of time as well, it covered the up tilt and it covered any kind of spot dodge as well, just in case Tapsy was anticipating him to try and grab. And again, Youssef obviously got the game plan in mind, but is more than happy to go for those kinds of reads. It's so impressive to see and has just clawed him this lead. However, the turnaround down smash is going to be enough to seal that first stock. Again, fairly early in the grand scheme of what we've been seeing in this set, and that really strong lead is potentially going to start to slip from his hands. But Tapsy, you've got to go back to stage first, my friend.
And I'm not sure if you saw it as well, Joyce, but that cape, point blank as well, just to obviously reverse the grenade and get all the damage onto Tapsy himself. So clever, and exactly why we're seeing why Mario can be a pretty devastating matchup for Snake here. We are finally seeing why Youssef is good against this character and seeing why he has earned so many wins against this player.
See at the moment, just Youssef trying to get this kill. Finally, a haphazard dash attack going to be met with a large noggin of the plummet, the up smash, finally going to kill at 150%. We'll see Youssef going for these time and time again. And Tapsy did have a real good catch on the pace there, but just being a little bit off with that dash attack initially, but not letting it phase him in the slightest, keeping Youssef on the side of this stage, that side platform. Again, just that little extra option when trying to get back to center stage, and only 6% so far on Tapsy. Tech chase, what have we got here? Beautiful parry on the get up attack to get that up tilt into that stock, and it is dead even. Tapsy straight back into this game spot.
Okay, Tapsy, have you got what it takes to seal this up? A 3-0 would seal up the entire game for you. Would obviously look so good in a player you have lost to so many times. But of course, Youssef is not going to go down lightly. Getting this string going, winding up the damage. Really looking a bit unstoppable here. Tapsy just trying to find a way through. Goes high, but Youssef is ready for that as well. The down there connects, not going to take the stock though. And Tapsy's just trying to find a way back down to the ceiling. Back to the floor even.
So tricky in that position, right? Because during that stage transformation, whereas just like FD, you haven't got that platform to even tempt the idea of a mix-up. Tapsy finally able to get back down, took an awful lot of damage for his trouble. As you can see, Youssef at the moment just trying to get that approach there, just not quite managing to get in beautiful spacing from Tapsy. However, it is going to be an up smash off the top, nice and fresh. Going to get a point on the board for Youssef, and we have taken the first step towards that reverse 3-0, and look at how fast these players are powering through to get to the next part of the set. These two are both very they like to run forward. They want this is a fast-paced set, and they don't want that momentum to waver even for a second. Smart.
That's the thing. I mean, we even saw like last game after game 2 ended, went straight into game 3. It was the same stage, it was the same characters. There was no doubt in either player's mind of what they want to do, and it seemed like Youssef was just like, no, I'm not happy about that game 2. We're going straight into game 3 here. We are going to go right back in and get this win. And now, with one game on his side, that is finally, as you say, the first step to taking this set moving to winners finals. Let's see if he can take game 4 as well, because of course this is Tapsy's chance now to have that stage advantage and choose where he would like to go, and we'll have to see if that's enough of a stop to Youssef to finally take this set.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tricky next couple of games for Youssef, because obviously Tapsy is going to have that counter-pick advantage, electing to run it back to Town City, which I'm genuinely a little bit surprised by, given how the advantages were clearly working there in Youssef's favor. But again, these players know better than us, let me tell you. So obviously Tapsy more than happy to take it there, particularly with how that game 2 went as well. It's definitely not the stage that caused it there. It did feel like Youssef was tightening the screws a little bit there, particularly during that part of the transformation where, you know, got that large string into about 70-odd%, and then just kept Tapsy in disadvantage all the way throughout the flat part of Town and City. It was only when those platforms really came back that Tapsy was able to find his footing again. So Youssef clearly just tightening those screws, recognizing the weaknesses of Snake. Obviously had a real great idea before, but really demonstrating that prowess, and nearly had a great idea there, but Tapsy sending himself to the blast zone, saving Youssef the job. Going to be losing that first stock to his own C4, and now it looks like Youssef once again proving why he is that bracket demon. Be careful of that forward smash though, that is an early stock at the best of times.
Oh, okay, and actually delayed up B with the Nikito, actually kind of doing Youssef a bit of a favor there, actually just send him off to the left, where to the point that Tapsy couldn't even run and catch him. So actually kind of, you know, coming in handy for Youssef there, who's really started to take a bit of a lead here. 64% onto Tapsy. Again, actually just quite have to slow it down, find his little openings, get some damage going. Back air does land from Tapsy, but it's still not enough just yet. The forward throw, again, still not enough. The key comes out. But again, Youssef is just hanging on.
I was going to say, his evasiveness around the Nikita was truly, truly impressive to see. Just electing to sort of hovering around that left-hand platform to almost like feign the landing and then just fast falling through instead. So impressive to see. And now, once again, Tapsy in a bit of a spicy spot, using that flood to maybe try and catch, but the B reverse from Tapsy going to keep his life alive some point. But here we go, being able to use those platforms. Lovely little cape there, and another one to boot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not enough there to get the C4 planned it, and then 3 stocks to 1 in Youssef's favor currently. And I've got to really commend Youssef. He's got such a good grasp on those moments where Tapsy wants to approach. It feels like he's got a hitbox or a grab just ready every single time that Tapsy remotely moves towards him. It's so impressive to see. However, this could be a little bit spicy. Doesn't quite manage to get the forward tilt, but just the air dodge away. Only would have ate a dash attack, but again, Tapsy would have had to have fully committed to it. And this is looking like a little bit like business as usual for Youssef.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, again, we're talking in that game 1 about confidence, and I feel like we're seeing a very confident Youssef right now. Gotten right back into this set, you know, just knows exactly what he needs to do, and is moments away from taking us to a game 5. Tapsy has got to find a way to take this stock, but Youssef is just being so evasive, knows exactly what to do against every option that Tapsy wants to throw out. That forward tilt, just slightly batting Tapsy away as well, and now just going to be waiting just, you know, for Tapsy to do something. The up smash comes out, nearly takes that stock away, but not quite yet, Joycey.
Yeah, you can see that Tapsy has had a lot of these moments where he's not quite just kind of like swung with the up tilt. There was a moment there, again, just that little bit of change of pace, and it feels like Youssef has had a really good grasp on the fact that Tapsy doesn't always immediately swing for that up tilt, and I like the fact that we've already seen that little change in pace, just that neutral get up into that up tilt just to catch the Mario, again, hovering around that ledge. Just get the fly, swat him away from the face as soon as possible, and it is a large deficit to make up. However, Tapsy nowhere near out of it just yet, trying to get the down tilt into the up tilt, it not quite working, forced to recover low. However, Youssef not quite ready with the interception, 145% on Snake. And again, that middle platform, that initial counter pick by Youssef that we've ended up back on. You can see how that middle platform just works so well for the Plumber. However, stuck at the ledge, nearly eating a down smash for his troubles, and a back air just into Mario's face. This is getting so close here, Smart.
Yeah, suddenly we were looking at a very confident Youssef, but this is even right back up. Tapsy makes it back. He's got to be very careful, but so is Youssef, because I feel like, you know, a grab could just seal up on either side. What incredible parry, but it's actually Youssef that lands the back air, takes that stock, and we're going to a game 5, Joycey.
I'll say that was such a clutch parry by Tapsy, but again, the drift away, Mario's airspeed, another real part of why this matchup can be tough for Snake. Just the fact that Mario is able to just weave in and out of Snake's range with such efficiency, and just getting out of range of that up tilt. Perfect reaction from Youssef, getting that back air 170% from center stage. Definitely going to be killing Snake off the side, and again, that counter pick just showing why Youssef, in those situations, again, those smaller side blast zones, coming in clutch there for the Plumber, and again, clawing it into a game 5. No changes on any front, however, a little bit of a change in costume for Mario. However, Town and City, we are right back at it. Youssef looking to complete this reverse 3-0, but Tapsy looking to change history.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part, Joycey, is that the game 5, as we said before, is not unfamiliar to Tapsy. I mean, most of their sets have gone to this game 5, and once again, win yet another one. And each time, it has always gone in the favor of Youssef. But can this be the one? We saw such a strong start from this Snake player. Can he finally do it? Can he finally take that second set away from Youssef? Or is it just going to be business as usual for Youssef?
Pretty dicey position here for Tapsy, and again, just great awareness from Youssef just to start that throw as the grenade landed, using that armor, and the last hit of the down air is the only one that you need at that high percent. Gonna take that first stock here from Tapsy. Youssef looking in quite the comfortable position.
Yeah, I mean, Youssef now just knows that he can kind of take his time a little bit. He can slow it down. He doesn't need to be quite as aggressive as he has been. I think especially in a game 5 situation like this, where you know that you just need to rack up as much damage, you've got to play it just a little bit more carefully than you have in previous games. And I think Youssef has certainly recognized that. And actually just, you know, being a little bit more careful. Still going to go off stage though. Forward smash lands though. Almost takes that stock away just like that, Joycey.
Yeah, and nearly had the forward air as well. It's so clear that Youssef has practiced these edge guards on Snake time and time again, and that's the really scary part about that entire sequence, is that even though this is the worst case scenario, right? It could have been stock gone, but it was worst case scenario. Snake's at 91%, and it's getting these kills with down air at 170, and this is the thing with Snake as a character, right? Is that Snake has got that capacity, got that power to get those kills so much earlier than he has been. So I need to just see that little bit more. I just need to see these earlier kills. If you're getting these kills at 170%, even if you can rack up the damage fairly quickly, it's still not quite going to be enough, particularly when you have got Youssef, who is just more than happy to charge right in, call out any kind of approach from you. Nearly got the tech chase there with the down smash, but a clutch tech away. Great parry, however. It does feel like Tapsy itties, but that is the last thing that you want to see right there. Another SD with the C4. Final stop in winner's side for Tapsy.
Yeah, that's so tough. You just got to be so careful always, and one slip up like that can cost your stock. And now, of course, Youssef in such a good position to potentially seal up this set. But Nikita actually lands. You see the red lightning, but it's not enough, even with careful positioning of the Nikita. But you know what? It doesn't matter, Joycey, as the back air lands, takes that stock, and we have a pretty even last stock game 5.
I was going to say, I couldn't tell whether that was maybe Youssef trying to parry the back air, or whether he just held that shield a little bit too long and got shield poked instead. But either way, the outcome remains the same. Tapsy making sure that no lead is made too large, no mountain too high to climb, no passage too steep to walk, and we can see only 30%. And Snake, again, we've been talking about maybe these kills need to be made a little bit earlier, but if there's one thing that I could always give Tapsy and Snake credit for, is the ability to just hold that damage. Nearly had the back air conversion off of that, and a pretty dicey spot. Thankfully, that air dodge just enough to get him back to ledge, because we have seen the capability of Youssef when he's got an edge guard in place.
And again, right now, as we've been saying all along, you know, all about these trading hits. I think right now, Tapsy needs that, and especially in the last dog situation, you know, you've got to be a little bit careful, but you're certainly be taking any opportunity to stop Youssef from getting any kind of string going. The up air nearly lands, and Tapsy's suddenly in a good position to take this game 5. Just needs one big hit. The up tilt comes through, but Youssef gets the grab, so it sends him off stage. Tapsy goes high, but Youssef always just sharking underneath, waiting to see where Tapsy is going to go.
Both of these players holding shield at the moment. They know one stray hit can lead to such a disastrous spot for both of these players. Just the respect between the two, but Youssef blinking first, going for that grab, managing to get it on there. Lovely read on the roll from ledge, and Youssef just calling out that defensive option once again, catching it with that up smash and just sealing it out, looking down the barrel of the reverse 3-0, but turning the aim the other way. A stunning masterclass there from Youssef.
Just sheer patience at the very end there. Beautiful work from Youssef. I mean, just waiting on the stage, knowing that Tapsy was going to fall down there and just landing an up smash. I mean, that is, you know, just another steal there to go for that sort of option, because if that had missed, that could have just been that for Youssef. At that sort of percentage, that could have given an opportunity for Tapsy to land a big hit as soon as he got back down to the stage. But you know what, Youssef didn't care. He knew what was going to work, and it landed, and it took that stock away, and now he's in winners finals, where he will face against Solo.
I was noticing sort of towards the sort of final few games that whenever Tapsy recovered high, it was always that like Youssef would never quite commit, would always feign that level of commitment around the area where Tapsy would have to drop down. And a lot of the time Tapsy was using these V reverses to kind of get away from Mario's threat zone. But in that moment there, it felt like Youssef was going to go, right, this will be the moment where you think I'm going to swing, because I haven't been swinging all of this time, and then just waiting for that bigger meteor hit, that slightly more committal option on a call out of that defensive air dodge, and then just sailing him to the skies, and in a perfect moment knowing it would secure him that set and a date with Solo in winners finals. Mario against Rosalina in top 3. And of course, folks, if you haven't already and you are looking for that nice little taste of European Smash on a lovely Sunday evening, get yourself in here, twitch.tv/VGBootcamp. It is going to be a grand old time all the way through as we head into our losers quarter set. And I believe we have got Luck against Tarik, if I'm not mistaken.
That would be very exciting. I mean, you know what? Obviously, you know, we're both from the UK, Joycey, but I think what I always find exciting about European Smash is just seeing the player, the character diversity. I mean, how many brackets do you see across the world where you get a winners finals that is Rosalina and Mario? And I mean, if that's not a reason to tune in, I don't know what is. I think that's going to be very exciting to see these two duke off against each other for a spot in grand finals. As you say, we're going to be taking a trip down into losers to see if our boy Tarik, as we have been talking about, can make that losers run all the way from the beginning of Losers Side Top 8 all the way to the end.
So we obviously saw him on stream a little bit earlier on. We've seen him a couple of times today, obviously with the set against Tapsy, which was the one that sent him into losers. He had a nice 3-0 set against Longo, managing to win it out 3-1 against Yano as well, I believe, dropping only that first game, but then sort of clean sweeping the next 3. So Tarik, of course, when you've got that losers run in place, when you've been knocked into losers, maybe that little bit earlier than you were expecting, he's sort of going to be really locking himself in for the rest of bracket, knowing that he has got at least 4 more sets to play, in fact 5 sets to play from this point, if he wants to walk away with the crown for Elevate number 2. But of course, Luck time and time again showing that he is a force to be reckoned with, has been having a really, really good showing, of course, making it through to the top 8 winners side. Wasn't expected to be on winners side, of course, taking it over drybie a little bit earlier on to seal it into winner's side, and then of course dropping down due to Solo's antics with Rosalina. But of course this will be arguably the biggest challenge that he will have. This is the roadblock to get further into the tournament. You have got Tarik, number 1 seed of the tournament, #1 in Germany, at least to my knowledge. I don't know who else would be above him. And, you know, very much a presence on the worldwide stage, but on his home turf, he's going to show that he is just as deadly.
Yeah, and of course, I was looking at the Twitch chat a little bit earlier, and it was made aware to me that apparently the reason that Tarik has been going Richter was because of content creation, which, yeah, that makes sense for Tarik. That seems pretty standard part of the course for him. Apparently, he's been doing it online. He's been smurfing with Richter on ladder with the name Riddles Said. So, of course, less said about that, the better, I think. But that does feel like a very Tarik move. But what we want to talk about, of course, is the fact that obviously when Tarik... Yeah, so, of course, when Tarik does lock in, of course, you know, we know that he'll be taking it seriously. I don't think we'll be seeing any more of that Richter. I think it's going to be full Greninja from now on, unless he's feeling really confident. But I think, like I say, when Tarik gets into serious mode, he is pretty unstoppable.
I think it's interesting to watch, like, a lot of these sort of, like, when you're a top player and you have, you know, like, maybe you don't take the game. Not that Tarik isn't taking the game seriously, I'm trying to kind of word it in a good way, but, like, when you sort of enter the bracket and you've got, like, that content creation in mind and, you know, it's all kind of laughs and fun and games, and then suddenly you're in the loser side of bracket and maybe you've lost to an opponent that you feel like you should have. I feel like there's this almost like primal instinct that kind of kicks in, and then it's like, actually, I win these events, so let's all calm down a minute. Just because I'm in losers before top 8 doesn't mean that trophy's not mine. So obviously, you know, Tarik very much going to try and defend his turf as the best in Europe, and he has got a formidable opponent in Luck stepping up to the plate. Let's see how both these players can do, starting it off on small battlefield.
That's the thing, and obviously, you know, I'm such a fan of Tarik always, and I think, you know, even when there's sometimes with his content creator brain on, when he gets serious as Greninja, I think it is just such a masterclass of Smash Ultimate. And we're going to see it immediately. I mean, dropping down these back airs, just so devastating. I mean, Luck already looking on the back foot here. As, of course, he does just miss the ledge, and this is what I've been saying. I think this Greninja is just so fun to watch. It is such a powerhouse in the European scene, and not even in the European scene, across the world. Of course, this Greninja just looking unstoppable, taking that stock away from Luck.
So it's interesting to see about the sort of the set too. You can probably tell from both the gameplay and from sort of worldwide rankings that it is very much in Tarik's favor. 8-1 currently. The one set that Luck did take, Tarik did manage to get the run back at the same event as well. So this would be quite the upset to make should Luck be able to find something, and he's going to have to dig a little deeper if the start of this set is anything to indicate. Again, when you're playing a player of this caliber, maybe nerves can get to you, but again, love that SDI up from Tarik, understanding that, you know, with that down smash, if you're already towards the top of that, you can SDI and air dodge your way out of there just to avoid that killing blow. And speaking of air dodging to get out of the killing blow, Luck showing he's learned that same lesson, and I love that empty hop into the back row. Gonna see if he's able to seal out first stock of Tarik, or whether that lead is just gonna get greater and greater. And I love that water shuriken to try and catch Luck going underneath. Even if Tarik never goes for that again, that is always gonna now be in the back of Luck's mind that actually he's not willing to just stay on stage and wait. He's more than happy to chase you down there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, Tarik is always just so oppressive, and obviously Greninja is just that slippery character to begin with. The fact that he can just kind of be anywhere and everywhere all at once is just so devastating to deal with. And, you know, even though, yes, as we've talked about in the previous set, Luck, you know, he's got insane maneuverability of being able to go underneath that stage. Of course, Greninja could just go down there as well if he really fancies.
Yeah, we can see Luck there already having an idea of Greninja's tricks, managing to get that DI 50-50 on the forward or up throw in that situation. However, it is still going to be that forward air that took that first stock, and the tech chase on the platform. Tarik being a little late to the mark. However, of course, the safety on Shield Me not eating a substantial punish, and we can see that very similar to kind of the way that it started with Tapsy and Youssef, where it feels like there was a really explosive start, and now suddenly it feels like Luck has kind of got to the pace of things, and it's been fairly even, all things considered, outside of that first stock right there. But when you're playing against a player of the pedigree of Tarik, of course, a lead losing that early on is devastating in the grand scheme of things.
See these up airs landing. Tarik now just looking for this final hit to take this game away, but of course luck is not going to go down lightly. Still fighting to find this second stock. Finally sends Tarik off stage here, but of course not really able to do too much. Down smash lands though, and that will certainly take that stock away, Joycey.
Yeah, you can see once again the attempt on the SDI up. You can see that Tarik was so close to being able to air dodge out of there, but didn't quite manage to get it, and just using that up B. And ooh, I love the attempt there, the aggression from Luck, just trying to get that early stock. Again, Pikachu with a little bit of rage is a very scary beast. Look at a little two-piece of the up air into the back air, the forward air as well, just catching on the platform. A little bit of a panic air dodge. Luck not quite being able to punish it. However, 51% on the board at the moment, and just really abusing Greninja's lackluster out of shield game, catching the roll in as well. It feels like Luck is coming alive here, Smart.
Yeah, I was going to say, suddenly this has switched around entirely. Luck now actually in a position where he could be thinking about taking this game away from Tarik, who's looked so confident from the moment he said go on the screen. And suddenly Tarik has got to be a little bit careful. That forward smash comes out. Of course, that could have been devastating for Tarik right now, who's, I think recognized the threat and that's actually to play him more carefully. But of course, the up throw is gonna take it away. Pikachu, such a light carriage, unfortunately. Tarik going 1-0 up here.
I was going to say, even with perfect DI, that up throw just being enough. Again, a lot of rage, a real sort of double-edged sword of Pikachu again, when you're not able to get those early kills, when you're sort of getting them up to that 140, 150%, it means that rage just becomes that little bit of the deciding factor in those kill situations. A little bit less percent, maybe could have got that second chance at life, but alas, even despite the early stock from Tarik, Luck nearly making his way to make a point on the board. Tarik just clawing it back in that vital moment, and it does feel like certainly by the end of that game the momentum is very much in the favor of the Pikachu main. But we will see how Tarik responds to this changing the tides.
Yeah, let's see how it progresses. Of course, we've seen that new lease of life from Luck there, so it'll be interesting to see. Actually, we can see him take away this second game here, get himself back into the set. But of course, Tarik never wanted to go down life again. Certainly be fighting to see if he can go 2-0 up here and just start to seal up things.
Yeah, we can see just again the fact that Luck has got this idea of the weaknesses of Greninja. Greninja really having a poor out of shield game, so just being able to just cross over with that back air, and even a short hop back air from Greninja in response would probably just sail over thanks to the pancaking from back air. So it's really impressive to see that, obviously using those strengths of your character to get around the weaknesses. However, lovely little catch there from Tarik with the down smash, going for that back air to catch the thunder, and there we go, the long lingering hitboxes of Greninja, and just meeting Pikachu all the way down there, finally stealing that stock. Third time is the charm, as they say, and Tarik, despite again a pretty dicey start to the second game, just getting that rinse and repeat to seal the stock finally. However, Luck still with a lot of momentum on his side.
I mean, honestly, there is not a single worry in Tarik's mind going down off stage that many times to just meet Luck down there. Just constantly knowing that he can make it back regardless. He can just dive down, meet Luck with those back airs each and every time, and eventually take that stock away. But of course, Luck is not going to go down lightly, and is going to take that stock away with a dash attack straight to the face. Now, I mean, certainly keep things nice and close. And Pikachu, obviously being a character that can create strings fairly easily and get a lot of damage going very, very quickly. So this is pretty even game 2 here between the two.
These empty hops from Luck have been so impressive to see. Again, I think sometimes there's just that temptation to hold shield against Pikachu. Again, if your out of shield options aren't the best, maybe just hold shield, go for that roll, anticipate them for something else. But in the same vein, just having that moment to grab. Oh, and I feel like had that read, right? I feel like Luck has had these moments where he's going to anticipate these techs in. Greninja has a... missed a couple of techs, but I've got to say, the awareness of Tarik knowing how much lag would be there and having that perfect amount of charge for that down smash. I think it would have killed uncharged potentially, but certainly, again, just the confidence in his own character and the confidence of his knowledge of the matchup to know just that perfect amount of juice to put into that smash attack.
Yeah, end of the day, to wind up that much is just going to seal up the deal even more. And of course, Luck is once again firing back immediately, taking that stock away from Tarik, bringing us to another even last stock situation between these two. And suddenly, big damage coming out from Luck here onto Tarik. But of course, as always with these two characters, it is essentially of a case of who gets their turn next. Will it be, Tarik just being able to get his strings going, or will Luck just be the one actually to find his opening and get all his damage going? And right now, the cards have certainly been falling in the favor of Luck here, who's racked up a lot of damage onto this Greninja and just needs one big hit to even up this set.
You can see at the moment, Tarik just finding these 2-3 pieces, these stray hits here and there, just to get this damage on Pikachu. I love that slight walk away, trying to get the punish on that neutral air, but not quite managing to get far enough. Luck again covering that retreat inwards with the neutral edge, that lingering hitbox to send off stage and trying to get the roll on the platform with that up smash, but Luck holding his nerve, knowing to roll in, anticipating that read from Tarik, and it has just been these spicy situations. I didn't quite manage to get the punish. That dash attack to forward air probably would have sealed the deal, however, just not quite having the timing on it. That water just sending a little bit further away, and it is so dangerous between both of these players at the moment. Going for that back throw, again recognizing that neither forward throw or up throw is going to kill at this point. Nearly had it with a pivot grab, and again these dash attacks, you can see exactly what Luck is after, and I love that anticipation and the neutral air nearly taking the stock for Smart. Not quite there yet.
Both of these players just playing with zero fear right now. And again, another false finish actually as Tarik hangs on. Luck not able to find that kill just yet. Both these players are literally in each other's heads. It is a neutral air that lands, however. Tarik finding that second game in such a tight position.
It's really it's almost tragic to see that there are so many moments where I feel like if Luck almost believed in the read that he was going for, he could have definitely sealed out that stock a couple of times. Particularly these roll-ins from Tarik, both at either from ledge or at ledge. Like, it feels as if Luck knows that the roll's coming. And instead of getting either maybe a grab into a back throw, or even just an up smash or forward smash read, something along those lines, it feels like there's just been these safer options, maybe like these neutral airs or these down tilts instead. And it's one of those where I understand the logic behind it, but it's these moments of confidence that you really need to have, particularly when you're playing a player like Tarik, who is more than willing to go for these more confident reads, more these sort of not necessarily riskier options, but he's got faith in the reads that he's going for. He's been on this stage time and time again, and Luck almost needs to give himself that permission to have that confidence in the read, to go for these stronger options, because it's going to prove better. The knowledge and the reads are there, you just need to get that punish.
This is the thing, I mean, especially in that last game, Joyce, you said it best, that it's just literally just one good read on either side was what was going to seal up that game. And we'll have to see how this game for you progresses. Luck is so close each and every time to being able to take one of these games, and I feel like we could certainly see this go right to the very end of Game 5, but it all depends on if Luck can take this one or not.
You can see just devastatingly early between both of these players, and the sour hit of the up smash is enough. Again, that little sprinkling of rage just helping that stock seal itself. Pikachu losing that stock at 110%. A very delicate lead for Tarik, and quite an aggressive neutral air on the way down from Luck, and just using these up airs to shark, and nearly had that conversion there, and just swinging for the fences with another one. Nearly had the dash attack there, but Tarik just being one step ahead. However, Tarik himself not quite getting the conversions that I think we're quite used to seeing. Again, Luck just having these air dodges ready and waiting in any kind of situation, but that could have been a devastatingly early stock Smart.
Yeah, I mean, Luck just not able to find this kill just yet. Tarik is just hanging on each and every time. And even now we're seeing Tarik kind of actually just going for these safe moves. You talked about Joycey, these neutral airs, just throwing them out. But of course, Luck finally gets that grab, takes that stock away from Tarik. With not much damage being put on, but of course, gotta find a way through, gotta get something going here, because otherwise Tarik will start to run away with it.
Yeah, I always feel like up throw at 170 is like Pikachu's plan C in terms of getting those kills, but at the end of the day, a successful plan is a successful plan, so can't judge too much. And if there is one thing that Luck has been proving to be really good at, it is racking up this damage. Lovely frame trap there with the forward air into neutral air, and again, just catching these air dodges from Tarik and borderline evened it up. Just got to avoid getting killed nice and early. Another back air calling out the approach from Tarik, waiting for that air dodge onto the right hand side of the platform. However, a forward air going to be met with one of his own. Not quite enough to kill, but devastatingly close.
And again, it is just the up B. Tarik is so good at using it just to catch Luck off guard, and of course just put him in these positions where he's just so vulnerable after up being and take that stuff away. But once again, Luck is on the, he's trying so hard to find the stock away, and Tarik is just not giving many options, weaving back with his forward airs. He's just, Luck has got to find something. He's got to find a small little opening, get a read right. He's got to get something before Tarik can get too far in this game.
Yeah, I must admit there have been a couple of moments with both of these players where I don't think they've quite got their conversions down. There was definitely a tech chase opportunity there from Tarik where he didn't quite manage to get it all there, and sadly Greninja being sent a little bit too high from that neutral air to be able to connect into that down smash. However, nearly killing with that up air instead, and just look at that threat zone there from Tarik, just weaving around the ledge. The weak hit of the dash attack going for that up throw. It is going to find that kill. Again, it's that DI mix up. Do you DI out anticipating the up throw, or do you DI in anticipating the forward throw? But either way, Sock was still sealed, and we have seen that Luke can get these comebacks. He's done really, really well at getting this damage racked up. He's just got to do it one more time and then finally seal the deal to get a point on the board.
This is the thing. I mean, obviously, we know how scary this position is, but right now, obviously, we just need this Pikachu to find a single opening. We saw in the second stock how devastating the string can be and just how all over Tarik Luke can be. But, of course, Tarik is just looking for that one, just confirm. Anything like a neutral air, forward air, could be the thing to take it away. Certainly an up air will do it, as we previously saw. But of course, Tarik just can't really find that opening right now. The damage is being increased every single time.
We can see, look, at the moment, just again, these little trays, these weaker hits from Greninja not quite doing the job that Tarik is hoping that it'll do in these sharks with the up airs, this lingering hits of the back air, trying to get something started with the quick attack, and Tarik just playing it so safe all the way throughout, going for that down tilt. However, the retreating forward air is actually going to be able to seal it out. So close for Luck. And even though there was a 3-0 in Tarik's favor, I feel like the score does not justify the gameplay.
Yeah, that's so tough. I mean, the fact that on the left side, a forward air takes it, or your stock away on the right side is just, that's rough. That really is. But of course, at those sort of percentages, that is just going to be bad. And as you say, I mean, I think the 3-0 really does not do justice to how good of a set that was. Every single game could have completely switched around in the other way, and I think we could have almost seen like taking a 3-0 over Tarik there if just some things had changed just a little bit, if the timeline had just flipped a tiny bit. But of course, it is Tarik that is going to move forwards in the brackets, meaning that, of course, Luck is going to be leaving us today, but certainly put on a bit of a show.
I was going to say, it definitely felt like both of them didn't quite have their kill confirms down throughout that set. There was a lot of scrambly situations, a lot of these sort of throw kills at 160, 170%, a lot of these raw hits just trying to sort of like catch an approach. Even in that situation there, Greninja catch you with a forward air at 170%. Definitely a lot later than I think Tarik would have wanted. But again, it's just about clutching out those situations, and Tarik, again, arguably a far more seasoned player, just being on those big stages more and more frequently, just managing to find those moments where it would just about work out. So kudos to Tarik for continuing his way into the losers bracket, making his way into the losers semis, where he will be fighting the winner of our next set, which is going to be Tapsy and drybie.
I am very excited to watch this one because obviously I am a big fan of drybie regardless. I mean, not had a chance to commentate him today. But I think the way that Tapsy has been playing for this entire tournament is just so electric, honestly. And I think Snake Pichu, that is a heck of an interesting matchup, actually, that I'm sure we'll get onto a bit more as the set progresses. But I think it's going to be just very interesting to see actually how Tapsy deals with such a quick mobile character like Pichu, or if the constant trading, the constant hits that Snake provides against such a light character like Pichu might actually just be the thing that kind of switches it in Tapsy's favor. And genuinely, sitting here as a commentator, I can't recall what will happen.
So, from my knowledge, this is one of those matchups that Pichu absolutely despises. This is
interesting.
I had a
hunch. Yeah.
This is not a good matchup for Pichu. And I know that drybie has got some other characters under the belt to deal with those sort of more tricky matchups. Interesting, so earlier on in today's bracket, we did see the Game & Watch come out against Tresh in the first round of top 32. Obviously, Doc came out against Luke. I don't know whether we're going to be seeing that again. Certainly looking at the set history, it has been incredibly back and forth. Although I have to say, the last 3 times that they have played, it has gone in drybie's favor, and it has been with the Pichu. So it may be something that, sort of like the solo, the sort of like not top 20 character solo main goes those one of two ways. Either you get that developed secondary, or you just muscle through those really tough matchups. So it's going to be interesting to see what it's going to be like. What's curious about this is that drybie has won the last 3 sets, but the set record is very, very heavily in Tapsy's favor. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Currently 15-4 in Tapsy's favor, with three of those wins being the last 3 sets that drybie has won. So going to be really, really interesting to see. I think that I'm just going to triple check that is actually offline, because I forget that online was a thing that we put ourselves through at one point.
Online is a thing that we put our through sometimes.
We did, didn't we? Oh no, most of their sets have been offline, and still the same story.
I mean, that makes sense, obviously, both being in Germany. Yeah,
so 14-4 offline. Again, last 3 sets in drybie's favor. Whether we see the Pichu at a first instance, or then maybe, depending on how it goes, we'll maybe potentially see that Game & Watch. I can see that there was a Mii Brawler at one point sort of floating around. But again, it depends on how drybie has been. And I did wonder whether we would see the Game & Watch to start with. Notably, a little bit more of a trickier matchup for Snake. One of the matchups he does struggle in a lot. Obviously, that bucket having quite the detrimental effect, both as a reflector and an absorber. And again, it's not as if drybie has been playing an awful lot of Pichu today as well. That is another thing to keep in mind, that we've only seen the one set with Pichu all the way through all of today. So it's definitely been more of a day for drybie's secondaries, but let's see if they can get the job done here against Tapsy, who again has been having a really, really strong run all the way throughout this bracket, nearly taking it over as bracket demon, and is now looking to take on that role here as he faces drybie.
What I like as well, though, from drybie going Mr. Game Watch here is the fact that obviously you do just keep that Pichu in the back pocket that can come out at a moment's notice if you need it to. But otherwise, you can kind of sort of mind game the set a little bit, where it's like you can get Tapsy kind of used to your Game & Watch, and then suddenly, if things really do start to go badly, then you could just go to the Pichu, and you just know that, obviously they've been dealing with different characters this entire time. So keeping it in the back pocket is a nice idea, and I think we'll certainly potentially be seeing it later, depending on how this game goes. But we do know, obviously, that this is not a throwaway character from drybie. This Mr. Game Watch is real and has been seen today, as you said.
I was going to say, the fact that already Tapsy has been showing that proficiency and showing that he is willing to abuse the one slight saving grace in this matchup, and that Mr. Game & Watch is a very, very light character, losing out to that up tilt at 100%, and there is an awful lot of rage on Snake at the moment, and you can see right here that you're seeing that Tapsy is more so using the grenades to kind of get his mobility going for those sort of B reverses, as opposed to using it to set up that wall of projectiles, because that bucket is such a prominent part of this matchup that you don't want to be giving drybie free juice to be able to get a devastating hit, particularly as Game & Watch can convert into the bucket as well. It can lead to a stock being taken so early compared to what we're seeing at the moment, right, where Game & Watch isn't taking that stock till 160, 170%.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, oh my goodness. And again, just always, it feels like the up tilt was kind of just like a surprise option against players. And certainly, Tapsy just throwing it out there, just going, yep, you know what, I'll just throw an up tilt and it's probably going to connect. Oh, hey, look at it. You know, it's great. Take the stock away. And suddenly, drybie on the back foot here, desperately trying to fight through and get this second stock away from Tapsy.
I think this is another difficult part as well, as that recovering higher Snake is so free, and I think that was just the timer of C4 going off. I don't think that was intentional. So unfortunately, quite an abrupt end to both my sentence and this first game, as Tapsy showing a pretty good masterclass against the Game & Watch that drybie was throwing out. And again, even though there are so many things that go in the favor of Game & Watch, that lighter weight was really rearing its ugly head all the way throughout that game. 2 up tilts at 100 and a C4 at 75. That is not the percent that you want to be losing your stock at, particularly in a matchup that is arguably really heavily favored towards you. So let's see what drybie is able to pull out of the bag here. Whether we see the Game & Watch potentially with the FD pick. Definitely Mr. Game & Watch on FD is an absolute juggle machine.
Oh, with the menace.
Or whether we see that Pichu come out, whether we see the tried and true main. Again, it was looking real hot against Mukuro earlier on today. First set that we've seen it go all the way through, but nope, it is the Game & Watch going all the way through, going with sort of agreed knowledge rather than maybe that instinctual taste for the main. But we'll see if it happens in the game 3. But right now, focusing on the present. Game 2, small battlefield, a little bit shorter of a space, able to get more of those juggles against that sort of lower mobility of Snake as we head right into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, of course, sticking with the Mr. Game & Watch here, I think it's certainly, you know, despite how game 1 went, I still think it is a good idea to just stick with it for, you know, one more game at minimum. We'll see how, obviously, this one goes. But I think, you know, obviously, end of the day, if you're going to character that isn't your main, you've got to give them kind of that one-game buffer just to get back, you know, get yourself warmed up with them again and just see what you can do. So I think sticking with it, still a good idea here, and see if drybie can indeed take this game away. Of course, Tapsy still looking quite comfortable here, keeping up this insane pressure at the ledge, making sure that drybie can never make it back, which he certainly will not be able to do as that down smash does connect, Joycey.
I was going to say, what perfect spacing as well, just to get around the percent of Game & Watch and then smack him with a down smash at 80%. So devastating, and I'm loving these waits and delays from Tapsy. Again, when you're killing Game & Watch so early, even if you're only getting these sort of 1, maybe 2 pieces, it still racks up so much. We're only 30% away from another stock potentially being taken from drybie, and we can just see right now the attempt there, maybe trying to mash a different button, but 155% on the board. That is an awful lot of rage on the military man, and he's going to be hopefully trying to use it to get that second stock before it's a little bit too late. But naturally, speaking too soon, offering a seat there for him. 170% with the forward tilt left hand stage, perfectly taken by the Game & Watch.
Yeah, finally taking that stock away, but of course, still got a fight to get back in it. So this is how it all starts. 2 back airs connect, sending Tapsy off stage. Gonna get a little bit more damage, but the armor on the up B, Joycey. This isn't something that Mr. Game & Watch doesn't really have to deal with too often with those up airs, because normally up air is just such a great tool being able to juggle your opponents in the sky. But of course, with the up B just providing armor means you cannot do so, which is just such a unique issue for Mr. Game & Watch to deal with.
Yeah, so the fact that the up B, I believe it is percent based as to whether it knocks you out of it, and it's so tricky for Game & Watch, where obviously the forward air, back air and up air all being multi-hit, so none of them are going to knock out. And then even if you try and go for that up B to try and do it, if you misspace it or mistime it, you're in such a bad position because you've given up the entirety of stage control. I must admit, right there, forward tilt at 150%, that is looking a lot more positive for Tapsy, particularly with a couple of bits and pieces in the bucket as well. Got that early kill potentially in the back of the mind if he can get that one more explosion. However, Tapsy, forward air to up air, just calling out
If it
that
worked,
down
it works.
smash. I was going to say, I mean, hey, percent is percent at the end of the day. A great aggressive back air. And another C. Please sit down, sir. Your time on the stage is over. Another forward tilt going to be sealing out that stock. And Mr. Game & Watch is looking like he's got a bit of a deficit to make up. However, anything is possible here, Smart.
Yeah, I mean, this is still very doable. Of course, Mr. Game Watch known for being able to take some early stocks if needs be. So Tapsy's still got to be careful here. This Mr. Game Watch can certainly deal it up, and it's certainly just like that. The percentages are extremely close. If anything, we're seeing a bit of a lead here for drybie. And just like that, no, but actually it's the grenade, I believe, or even the C4. It was something that saved Tapsy's life there, meaning he is going to hang on. drybie is going to have to search for something else to take the kill, but 135%, it's not going to be many. It's certainly not going to be short of things that can kill.
Just see right now both these players playing ever so delicately. That down tilt is going to take it all the way. They're going a little bit haphazard with those up tilts, but just having that option right there, just serving it to Snake on a silver platter. drybie making the right call there, sticking with the established secondary, with that better matchup. And even though it was right down to the wire, at the end of the day, he's got that game on the board with Mr. Game & Watch, and at that point now, you know, even Stevens 1-1 apiece. So looking really strong here for drybie, definitely making those adjustments, particularly in that second stock where it was, you know, down to that forward tilt at 150 to seal the stock. And if he's able to keep his stocks living for that long, it's going to be real hard for Tapsy to be able to take this set, because that is just the one little piece of hope that you have to hang on with whenever you play this kind of matchup. So drybie definitely managing to get sort of a little bit more proficiency in the books. Tapsy, of course, going to be making those adjustments alongside. I do not know whether Tapsy has any other secondaries that he would be willing to bring out. It does feel like the Snake mains are very much a tried and, you know, they're very, very dedicated to the craft. So going to see that Snake walking into game 3, different stage, off to Town and City.
Now, of course, we did see in the previous set with Tapsy and Youssef that Tapsy does very much like Town and City, so not a surprise whatsoever to see us going over to the stage. And of course, you know, not surprising even to see drybie sticking with that Mr. Game Watch. As we talked about, Joyce, I mean, end of the day, with those secondaries, you have got to just give them a chance to warm up. And yes, game one didn't go particularly well for drybie, but game 2 certainly did. Now we'll see how game 3 is going to progress for both these players. Obviously, Tapsy just looking to try and take this game away and give himself the best position possible to continue his run in this bracket.
And you saw it right there, right? The committal up B to try and catch the high recovery, and instead just having to down air to the ground just to try and race him to the bottom and just eat forward tilt for his troubles. It's so hard because Game & Watch is so good at edge guarding in particular, but against Snake, it is just one of those pieces where Snake gets that slightly more free recovery, and it's more about catching it afterwards rather than trying to go and intercept at the top. But of course, we are seeing that little bit bigger of a stage is going to be playing right into Tapsy's game plan. At the end of the day, if he's got those slightly better options to get out of those juggle situations, the platform to get those mix-ups going, particularly when it's in the platform of 3, you've got the higher and the lower options to get those air dodges going. It's so good for Snake. However, those slightly thinner side blast zones from Town and City are going to rear their ugly head. However, a neutral get up, getting caught at 100% by an up tilt. That's the thing with Snake, right, is that even though it's got that higher ceiling and Snake does like those up tilts on the top, the move is so damn strong anyway that it doesn't really matter if the ceiling's a bit higher. I'm just going to kill you at 100 instead of 90%, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at that point. Like, if we know it's going to kill, it's just such a strong move. And of course, you know, Tapsy's just going to throw it out regardless, you know, because sometimes you can. It's a pretty safe option to do so. And so they work it out. But of course, this Mr. Game Watch is certainly not going to slow down in the slightest. Nearly taking a stock away from Tapsy there. Looking pretty devastating as both these players are just on the hunt for this next kill. The downer comes out from Tapsy, but of course, drybie is sort of actually just keeping a bit of a distance here. Just charging him when he needs to. Going to go up high once again, but good air dodge from Tapsy. Going to keep that stock alive and well, Joycey.
Yeah, you can see that drybie's doing a really, really good job at anticipating when these dash attacks are going to come out, and either just repaying with either like down smash, or a grab, or even like sort of the turnaround down tilts that we've been seeing here. Even a dash attack of his own, and just trying to get that tech chase is Tapsy unfortunately not able to get it there. And we just see again these grabs trying to come out, and those long arms of Snake. I'm genuinely surprised that reach, given the slight pushback from the hammer. And what a beautiful sense of awareness, I've got to say. drybie again slightly a little bit unaware of that second Nikita, but using the first one just to get that recovery going. Thankfully didn't lead to too much in the favor of drybie, but certainly going to show that, you know, Tapsy has really got to be careful with these Nikitas.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, whether that was planned or if that was just luck, we don't know. We don't care because it kept him alive for just a moment. But of course, Tapsy was able to take the stock away regardless and is still hanging on even to this moment. Right now, 186% and still keeping those two stocks alive. Meanwhile, the percentage is certainly climbing on drybie's end, who's just hunting for this big hit to take that stock away finally. But of course, every moment that passes that Tapsy's still alive is just more of an opportunity to rack up this damage and take away this game free.
Nearly managing to get that up tilt, but just being a little bit too far away. The weak dash attack, still not quite enough. Snake, such a heavy character, and the one opportunity that you get the lower up B is the opportunity where the Cypher just manages to interfere, but thankfully a down tilt at 200% is certainly going to be able to take that stock. But we have seen Snake get these kills at this kind of percent. Nearly got the juggle going with the neutral and managing to air dodge away to safety. Snake knows one up tilt could be enough. Getting a dash attack, just covering that option back to stage and just keeping the Nikita alive as well, and sadly holding on to that down smash just that little bit too long. A very aggressive forward air of all things. Both these players feels like it's a little bit scrambly at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is drybie is showing, you know, suddenly like that kind of that Pichu prowess of just kind of charging without a care in the world, even in these sort of percentages. But oh my goodness gracious, the patience from Tapsy there at the very end, just saying, you know what, I know exactly what you're about to do, and I'm gonna punish you for it. Taking that stock and taking that game away, going 2-1 up.
I was going to say, that was such a lovely tech chase there from Tapsy, and I think the fact that, you know, in the back of drybie's mind, it's like, well, the easiest option is going to be to tech away. He's probably going to expect that, so I'm going to tech towards him instead. Again, I'm going to be much closer to the ledge. Surely he's not going to think of that, but Tapsy being that one step ahead, knowing what the sort of the worst option is in that scenario. And I remember hearing earlier on that sometimes, you know, people choose the worst option intentionally because your opponent has that level of respect, but Tapsy just being that one step ahead. Again, really, really solid gameplay here from the Snake main, and nearly got the shield broken. drybie showing no fear in the face of the mortar, trying to get this juggle situation set up. A lot of percent on Snake, managing to air dodge his way down, and the up B actually intercepting between hits of down air. That little bit of invincibility right at the start, just proving its worth.
Yeah, and again, let's just keep things nice and close between these two. Tapsy is going to go up to the skies, and even though Mr. Game Watch cannot reach that, he can certainly use it up as we talked about before, to get a bit of damage going. Because even though it won't knock Snake out of the up B, it will certainly still do a bit of damage, which is exactly what we need. But I love the conversion there for Tapsy. Even though it didn't kill, again, it's just a little bit more damage, just putting drybie in an unfavorable position. Down tilt comes out once again, just sending Tapsy all the way off to that right side there. And again, just all this damage, just racking up constantly, not giving Tapsy a chance to really land, but because the moment he does, of course, he does just get that grab going.
Yeah, and we can see I love that down air attempt as well to just intercept the Nikita. Obviously then having to sort of take that 60 frames to reset his hitbox and then using it to hit on the way up as well. So again, great awareness has clearly molded this game and watch around this kind of matchup. Unfortunately still losing that stock first game and watch. Again, really leaving probably a lot longer than you would expect, but certainly Snake got some juice left in him, 145%, and still not looking anywhere close to losing the stock.
Yeah, and again, you can see just how much, like, he immediately slows it down upon getting that stock away from drybie. You know, just immediately go for a bit more of that defensive game style, just knowing that you didn't really need to risk anything. But of course, drybie does respond back, takes that stock away from Tapsy, and is going to get a little bit of something going here. The neutral airs start connecting. That is going to lead into up airs. That's going to lead into a whole lot of damage. Joycey. So of course, Tapsy and drybie now very even Stevens once again.
2 neutral airs into the other move just there. The back air as well, just intercepting, and then an up B as well, just to keep Tapsy on his toes, trying to get that juggle started. And just between the 2 hits of the forward tilt, again, just hitting the ejector seat and getting the hell out dodge back into center stage, using that lingering hit of the forward tilt, trying to send Snake back on stage, but it's got enough time to get that Nikita going. Lovely grab there, but we can just see again the name of the game, the up Bs onto stage, knowing it's so hard to intercept. There we go, Tapsy trying to catch that dash in, but once again, even though it lost him that game in 3, drybie's still more than happy to go for that quote-unquote worse option in order to keep the stock alive.
Yeah, and it's really funny because it really does feel sometimes like it's kind of both these players are going like, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. And just both of them just getting these like small little sort of strings going. And it's literally just whoever gets that big hit is obviously going to be the one to take that stock away, which certainly Tapsy does, finding an opportunity with that down smash. Now putting himself in a good position. Now we just need to see how much free damage he can get before this stock is inevitably lost.
They forced to recover low. drybie not trying to get anything going at the moment, just going for that forward throw, get that stage positioning, that little bit of extra damage. Of course, just has to be careful on the way down, and I love that usage to just fill up the bucket, and is definitely going to be keeping that to hopefully get rid of the final stock. But of course, you've got that initial challenge. You got to get rid of this one first. Snake, 193%. Even in the grand scheme, this is one of the longest that we have seen Snake live all the way throughout it, and a lot of these stray hits are going to do it. But you can immediately see, right, that the game plan from Tapsy has immediately changed, right? That bucket is full, and right, stunning work. I've got to talk about this, right? All the way throughout to this point, we've been seeing barely any grenades, right? Because of the threat of that bucket.
Yes.
And Tapsy having that awareness to know 2 things. One, that bucket is now full, so I can't reflect or absorb anything anymore. And 2, I'm at 193% and you're at a deficit. So you're not going to waste the 1 bucket you've got in like 4 games trying to hit me at 193%. You're saving it for the next stop. Therefore, the grenades can come out to play. And it was such a stunning change of pace, and it feels like in that last stock, drybie had 1 stock in the rest of the set to figure out this massive change of pace, and Tapsy was just perfectly ready for those kinds of conversions. And I've really got to give Tapsy that credit for just being able to switch the pace on a dime over something quite situational to immediately put the game on its head.
Yeah, it was just such a masterclass of how to deal with certain situations. And again, just being able to like recognize when you do need to change that pace as you're talking about, when you need to go a bit more in aggression, is just so good. And of course, exactly why we see Tapsy being able to take it over drybie there. Just putting on such a stunning masterclass all tournament, and again just proving exactly why he is here in this position, moving on in the bracket, taking over drybie, and moving forwards in that bracket once again. Tapsy's certainly on a run today.
Going to be getting his run back against Tarik as well. Of course, both of those 2 fighting in a top 8 qualifier. Tapsy, of course, managing to make it out on the winner's side, but has now got to deal with losers Tarik with an awful lot of momentum behind him. But again, Tapsy has dealt with each and every obstacle in front of him time after time after time, and even came so close to dealing with that bracket demon in Youssef. And I think if they do meet in losers finals, it's going to be a down to the wire set once again. But of course, Youssef is not going to be looking to get into that losers bracket anytime soon, as he steps up to the stage now to deal with the other player, the last player alongside himself still left in winners, and that is Solo.
Yeah, so we're going to take a little bit of a trip up to the winners side of bracket next with the sets that I think a lot of people have been waiting for. Youssef and Solo, Mario versus Rosalina. Of course, it's been an exciting year for both of those characters, having the Mario Galaxy movie just come out. So we'll have to see how the showdown goes between these two. I mean, it is such an interesting matchup to begin with, and I think, certainly on the face of things, Solo has been looking just so strong all tournament, but we saw exactly how scary Youssef can be when he just enters that state of mind, that confidence that washes over him. And I think if Solo can't deal with that, then we are going to potentially be seeing this Mario player move forward into grand finals. But this is where we stand, Joycey. This is where the rest of top four now begins. There's only a few players left, and we'll have to see who is going to move forwards.
These two have actually played fairly recently. They played around about 3 months ago at Gamescom earlier this year, back in March, and it was a nail-biter of a set of 3-2, but in the favor of Solo. But over the course of their history, it's been a 2-1 favor. They've only faced a handful of times, so it's going to be really interesting to see. And again, Youssef looking hot, looking like, I would argue, possibly the player to beat on a more like consistent level. I do think that Solo has been really fluctuating between a player that can win this tournament and a player that doesn't quite believe that he deserves to be here. There's definitely been two different players that I've seen across the course, sometimes within the same set. Definitely played a little shaky against Mukuro, but of course against Luck earlier on was putting on an absolute masterclass of a display. And I don't know whether maybe Solo would have prepared for the possibility of fighting Youssef, given Youssef, I believe, was 6th seed for the tournament, but is obviously here in the winners finals, ready to try and get that last place in grand finals winners side. I think we are in for one hell of a set, Smart.
I think this is the one I think, looking at the bracket, is I'm more excited for. Like, yes, I talked about before how much I love watching players like drybie, how much I love watching players like Tarik play, but I think just seeing a showdown between two players who have been playing just so incredibly well all tournament is just so exciting. And I think that the 4 players we've got left in this tournament are the ones who I kind of hoped would be there. I mean, obviously you got Tarik, as we've been saying, who is on a bit of a vengeance path right now. He is looking to just take down everyone and still say, like, yes, okay, I've dropped down to losers. Let it go, people. We're still good. We're still good. And then you got Tapsy, who we've been saying over and over again, like, how well he has been playing against so many players that he's either had sort of bad records against or just struggled with in the past. And even being able to take down players like Tarik in the winner side as well to get into that top 8. And then you jump up to the winner side. You've got Solo, who's been this demon in so many different tournaments across Europe. And there's something, I mean, in a lot of tournaments that, I've commentated, that I've seen and watched, he has always been that player that I keep going like, wow, where did Solo come from? This is, like, I feel like we've been seeing a new side of him recently, and like just continuing that. And then you got Youssef as well, who in that set against Tapsy, yes, he had such a strong record and he was looking bad initially, and then dropping those 2 games, and then suddenly something just switched in his mind, taking those next 3 games all in a row with such a level of confidence that we do not see often from players.
It's going to be really interesting to see sort of almost like that fire and ice combination, right? You've got this sort of like this really aggressive, white, rush pace that Youssef really likes to put the pressure on the opponent. You know, like I said, that sort of that fly in the summer heat of just won't go away, won't get off you, just refuses to get away. Against Solo, who we have seen from time and time again is so proficient at getting stage control and keeping stage control, setting up these traps and tricks and combinations that can just make you lose your stock so early. And particularly against a character like Mario, who has got that air mobility to be able to weave in and out of these traps, but also doesn't necessarily have the range or the projectiles to be able to really threaten that space in the same way that we've seen with some other characters today. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Youssef adjusts. I do think in terms of unfamiliarity, I do think there are more Marios and Rosalinas out there, certainly. Both these characters still fairly uncommon in the grand scheme of things. But it's going to be interesting to see. Again, it feels like Youssef has had a lot of quite close sets. Certainly once getting into top 8, as we say, that set against Tapsy having to reverse 3-0 is quite a tall challenge at the best of times. Meanwhile, Solo kind of had it the other way around, where had a bit of a scrap to get here, but then once has been in top 8, it has been a fairly peaceful process. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these players fare against each other. Again, as I've said, it's 2-1 currently in Solo's favor, winning the last set recently in the past 3 months. But of course, certainly it's not going to be, you know, it's not a definite indicator of how things are going to be in this set. Solo locking in that Rosalina, and I swear to God, if Youssef doesn't pick Mario, I'm going to kick off.
He just loves hovering over characters that I feel like we're never going to see. Like, I thought we were going to get that hero before. I saw him briefly hovering over Greninja and Palutena. Just, yep, there's the Palutena. And I don't think we're going to see that. We saw Lucario a few moments ago as well. And he's just going to inevitably scroll all the way to the top and pick that Mario. Unless I'm wrong. Which, you know, look, he's hovering, he's thinking about it. And there we go!
Just to tempt us into the idea of everything that we've said up to this point has been an absolute lie, but it is all good. Youssef on the Mario, of course Solo on the Rosalina. We are going to see what this set is going to turn out to be here. Winners, finals, of course, the last 2 players in winners looking for that safe spot in grand finals, and with a couple of sharks down there in losers semi-finals waiting to get their chance at redemption. Both these players are going to be wanting to secure that spot to make their lives a hell of a lot easier when fighting for that trophy.
I mean, already 98% racked up onto Youssef right now. Solo is just saying, hey, yeah, I've been waiting a little while for this match to happen, and you know what? I'm just actually gonna just, you know, try and seal up this game real quick, if you don't mind. But of course, as I was talking about that, a beautiful stroke now with Youssef there, backing up a whole lot of damage. Just unfortunately not being able to finish up with that up B or anything like that. But thankfully still hanging on, wasn't actually punished for it. So of course Solo still looking in a good position here. An up smash just catches, but of course it was from behind, meaning Youssef once again lives on here. But has somehow got to get through this absolute wall of pain that is Luma.
I was going to say there's up smashes galore coming out from Solo. Just that little bit of separation from Luma allows it to cover that bigger amount of space, and it is really going to be, the name of the game is going to be about Youssef finding these moments where Luma isn't around to get these larger strings, because you're seeing moments like that, right, where, you know, with Luma you can get those 2-3 pieces, you can get those nice little confirms, but ultimately Mario's got to choose really carefully when to swing when Luma's involved, because it can just interrupt what you were going for. And now a perfect moment like this, Luma off the stage, got Rosalina by herself, nearly had it there, had the right idea with the up smash, not quite committing to the timing of it though, and a forward tilt, and we can see very similar to the way that Luck and Mukuro have been dealing with it. Again, just get Rosalina off stage, you get those couple of hits in on Luma. Sadly, Mario not looking like quite has like the same kind of just like the one hit that can get them off, hasn't quite got enough knockback in that back air, so needs to work that a little bit harder to get Luma out of the picture. And we can see Solo just working all the way through it, using as much stalling tactics as possible to try and make sure that Luma gets a second chance at life before that first stock is over.
And it's just been so tough to watch as well, because it just feels like Youssef has just not really had barely any opportunities to actually get in and do anything. I mean, obviously this back throw's going to come out. Still not going to be enough, though, to take that stock away. Rosalina hanging on here. But as we say, you know, it genuinely feels like this Luma is just such an oppressive force, because you just got to be so careful with positioning always. But thankfully, Youssef does find a small little opening, a gap between the two to land that back air, take that stock away finally.
Yeah, I mean, Solo's been making it so tricky, and we were seeing this in the set against Luke as well, right, where you're not getting these hits until like the 150, 160, 170 mark, and it just means that it makes that defensive gameplay so much more frustrating to deal with, because even when you get in, you're not quite getting those combos, you're not quite getting those early kills, and it means that it's just a war of attrition that Solo has had so much experience in, and comboing that with that kind of knockback on Luma, just getting hit with an up smash at what, like 100%, dying center stage. It's so tricky for Mario to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got to find these moments. As soon as Luma goes down, that's when you've got to be sort of really turning on the gas and going in. But Solo, every single time, as soon as Luma goes down, he really just has like expert stall tactics, to be honest. He's just keeping that shield up. He's just waiting out, just throws out a few safe moves here and there. And before long, obviously, Luma has reappeared, and that is kind of just that. And, you know, so all of your time that you could have spent trying to get damage going from a, you know, defenseless Rosalina has just disappeared.
I was going to say, Youssef again having a couple of nice ideas, a couple of nice strings and reads, but just not quite managing to find his mark with them. Again, an up air into down air, not quite going to be enough. Great DI there from Solo. That move can kill ridiculously early with a little bit of assistance from some shoddy DI. And again, just these up smashes, an absolute up smash merchant showing himself onto the stage, just letting them rip time after time, knowing that Youssef wants to get these combo starters with the back airs, with the up airs, just again constantly putting himself in those positions where he can just let those up smashes rip, and he's going to find some level of success with them as he gets that first point on the board.
Exactly that. Solo again just showing how confident he is with this character. There's not a single moment where he seemed afraid of really kind of anything. So let's see what Youssef can do, because of course we know this player, Joyce, we've seen it in the previous set. He can go down 2 games and then suddenly just turn it on like that. So let's see how this game 2 goes for these 2 players.
Yeah, I see this go back to small battlefield, and I must admit, I know that Youssef would definitely want that smaller amount of stage, but at the end of the day, I feel like it doesn't allow Mario to necessarily use his mobility to the best of his ability, and the only thing he's going to be moving fast to is that right-hand blast zone, a nice neutral air into the strong Luma down air, sending off the stage 90% before the hit, and a fresh stock to boot. However, Youssef getting a lovely little combo, great DI there from Solo. Could have been just a turn to sender kind of moment. However, Youssef still very much unanswered in this stock, not letting a start like that phase him. Nearly got it there with that forward smash, but Solo just being that one step ahead.
Okay, we have once again, unfortunately, swung it back around. It was suddenly looked like Youssef was going to potentially take that stock away, but Solo just swings it back into his favor once again, getting a lot of damage on to Youssef here. He was still on the hunt for this kill, and again, just trading so much for like these up airs and these neutral airs, just not really being able to get any big hit actually going, which is just very, very tough to deal with when you're this far down. You really need to be getting something. Of course, back throw is going to come out here, but it's not going to be enough. Youssef is going to go off stage, but Rosalina just pretty tricky when coming back to stage. It's just going to fly back fairly safely.
Yeah, we can just see now just the punishment on Luma and the dash attack as well, just to cover. Lovely little 2-frame there, that lingering hitbox and a back air. Finally going to seal the deal, 150% on Rosalina. Youssef getting that first stock on the board, has been playing with an awful amount of confidence as well. And again, given the fact that this started with a really hot 0 to death from Solo, it feels like Youssef has got a lot of momentum at the moment.
It feels like he almost enjoys playing without like an initial stock, really, because it feels like every time he's put in these positions, again, that switch just turns on. He goes like, right, okay, locking in now. I know exactly what I need to do. And just immediately returns fire. Of course, you're still looking at a pretty tough position here, but the string has begun, Joycey. I love the use of the cape at the end, though, knowing that actually there was not going to be any follow-up, so just stalling with the cape instead to keep your positioning at a safe distance is lovely.
Say, yeah, Youssef just about managing, yeah, again, that recognition of you're not going to get that follow-up, so just not pulling the trigger, even as tempting as it might be. Clutch neutral air there from Solo, and using the extension there from Luma, and again, great awareness from Youssef to know that, right, if I'm going to get out of this situation alive, I've just got to be mashing that up B, and it working out even in the face of that rapid jab from Luma, stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Nearly had the right idea, and then just about managing, getting caught into that Luma rapid fire once again. And we are going to see 160% here on Youssef, finally going to lose that stock to the Luma up smash. However, again, Youssef playing with a lot of momentum at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so careful at all times when you're on a platform, because Luma can just obviously strike you without you even realizing that you've been hit. Suddenly, as you say though, Youssef is still playing with a level of confidence that we've seen in previous games. So let's see if he can take away this stock finally, but Solo is just retreating back. He knows he can just set up this wall here and make Youssef's life just a little bit tougher.
5 up smashes in a row, by the way, in case anybody else wasn't counting. But again, sometimes you just got to get that change of pace, right? Maybe hoping that, you know, Rosalina would try and get one of those combo starters with the neutral air and then just sort of swinging in, even if it did enough damage to Luma. But of course, the back throw at 140, more than enough to seal the deal. And again, that pace changer with the flood, but Rosalina not quite being sent far enough. Forward throw managing to keep that Luma in a good position as well. Mario just stuck on this platform, however, getting a back air in there just to swat Rosalina away. But just this neutral, again, Solo so comfortable with center stage. And what a great parry from Youssef, but I don't think he wanted that forward air.
Yeah, it felt like that was a bit of a misinput, because your forward air didn't really do much for Youssef there, unfortunately. So let's see, but of course the upper comes out. That can be a little bit scary. That can be time for a forward air, but not quite just yet. Down throw comes out, and Youssef again suddenly in position where he's going to be looking for that final big hit. Maybe something like an up smash could actually take it away. The just sheer confidence to walk away and forward smash, Joycey.
Honestly, again, Youssef, despite being at a deficit a lot of the time, is playing with such an air of confidence, as he has been all the way throughout this set. And of course, Solo not quite managing to get all of the hits of the forward air. That definitely would have sealed out the game. And a forward smash gonna send Luma away, and there we go. Managed to get the dash in with the up smash this time. Not gonna make that same mistake happen twice. Didn't have the spacing on the first one, just about clutched it on the second one, and another game in Solo's favor.
It didn't work out, but again, like, you just gotta respect that sometimes if the first smash tag doesn't work, just go for another one anyway. Just throw it out. But of course, in that position, sadly, it did mean that Solo was in a position to punish as hard as possible. Take that second game away, and now 2-0 up. Youssef has really got to dig deep here. Again, we're getting so close each time. We are just moments away, again, I think, from Youssef being able to take that game away. And it's just small little openings that Youssef provided, which has meant that Solo has been able to take it. So let's see, can Youssef do it? Can he take this game and keep this set alive?
I was going to say, it's looking very similar to how that set with Tapsy went. Again, just a lot of close plays, a lot of dominant showings, and then but just having to still get that reverse 3-0 to get all the way back into this. And again, you don't want to be fighting Tarik or Tapsy. You want your life to be as clean, sort of as nice and chilled as possible in this tournament. Winner's side giving you that lifeline of the extra set, but of course Solo keeping it cool and collected, even in the face of an aggressive Mario, getting the double up air as well, and just sort of keeping floating in place, and I think trying to sniff out that defensive option, but again going for a more aggressive one, proving to keep Solo stuck alive.
Again, Youssef, this level of confidence always. I don't know what happens when this man goes down 2-0. He really just knows what he has to do to get back in a set. He's just playing with so much confidence, so much aggression in his gameplay, but still this wall that Solo sets up is devastating and so tough to deal with at all times. Being thrown off stage here, but Quad's going to make it back safely. Mario's off stage shenanigans not as strong as other characters, but that back air will certainly seal up the deal, and Youssef has taken a bit of a lead here.
And the thing I've really got to commend Solo for is that he's really, really making Youssef work hard for these kill confirms, right? The fact that there have been a couple of times where Youssef has been really throwing out these up smashes, trying to anticipate a spot dodge, because normally in the situation you would grab, but you know, Solo having that recognition to go, actually, a grab doesn't kill me here, but what might kill me is, unfortunately, a stray coin found on the floor. Not quite going to work there. Was hoping to get into that final here, and at least would have potentially put Solo in a dicey position, but it is now Youssef once again stuck at the side of the stage, just about avoiding that forward smash from Luma. The neutral air just trying to get that tech chase with the forward smash, not quite managing to get it sealed just yet. Back throw from Solo. Again, a lovely trade with the forward tilt, and Mario not quite having a jump, but just about making it there, and the roll on, getting caught by that up smash. Youssef with that little extra bit of confidence and really converting it into these stocks each and every time, Smart.
Yeah, that big old noggin of Mario's is going to certainly take that stock away, and Youssef once again in a pretty good position, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make it back from this. He's certainly not. Solo knows when to strike the hardest, and certainly goes off stage with that down air to seal up that stock. And once again, Youssef had a bit of a lead, but it is just completely disappeared at a moment's notice, and suddenly Solo going on the aggression here. The neutral has come out, but a good parry from Youssef is going to just completely neutralize that damage. These two just kind of weaving back and forth. You could see Solo just stalling out for that Luma, who has returned to her mother's side.
I'm gonna say Youssef again, like just hunting down these opportunities, trying to get these couple of aerials, not quite committing to these bigger swings. Certainly not while Luma is around, just really getting these 1-2 pieces. Lovely tech away there once again. Luma, oh my goodness, just going for that down smash. I think anticipating an immediate air dodge, but again, Youssef not quite swinging for the fences there and still eating the punish regardless. We can see at the moment just these interrupting hitboxes, not quite the strong hit from Luma, and again, Rosalina not quite managing to clear it out whilst her star baby would. But Youssef again with these grabs, just not quite managing to get it there. But Smart, this is a crucial moment for Youssef.
Oh, this is so tight right now, Joycey. Honestly, Youssef knows the danger he's in, but also knows he has to go a little bit on the aggression because he has to find that opening. He has to get through that Luma and just be so careful. I love the dash tag, though. He knows he has to deal with Luma right now because he cannot let Solo do any funny shenanigans with it. The back air comes out, but it's a beautiful tech from Solo, who keeps it alive, and it's the down air that comes out there, and that takes away the stock, takes away the game. Youssef keeping this dream alive.
I was gonna say, yeah, that really clutch down air. Hadn't been using it, so kept it nice and fresh for the moment where it mattered, and it was so tricky, and it feels like Youssef has really got onto the name of the game, and it is get rid of that Luma. And even in that situation where I feel like so many players seeing Rosalina by herself off stage at 150% would have been like, my time to shine, baby, and thrown themselves off stage. But Youssef knowing, right, like, I might get this edge guard, I might not, but I know if I get rid of Luma, I'm going to have way more of an easier time with it. And getting rid of that Luma, getting that back air to send Rosalina off stage, leading into that ledge trap situation that eventually took the game. Again, Youssef really putting his priorities in place, and it is paying off immediately. And Smart were looking at a very similar situation to that winner's semis set, but let's see if Solo can stop the reverse 3-0 from happening.
At this point, I'm starting to feel like Youssef is making a case for saying, don't let me go down 2-0, because I will just start to actually, become a bit of a demon for you. Let's see if we can go to another game 5 for Youssef here. Something after that previous game, we know that he can do it. And see, it's just Solo can seal up this one right now. Love the use of the up B there. Obviously, you had to use it to make it bad, but also just deal with that down air from Rosalina and Luma as well.
Yeah, we can see again just that slightly smaller platform allows Rosalina to execute her game plan so effectively. You've got all of that empty space to get your juggles going, but again, if you want to play that more defensive style, that platform's there to stay underneath. And when you've got Luma keeping guard of that center stage, you know it's going to be working out well for you, as taking that first stock solos and counter pick already working wonders.
Yeah, again, just now got to keep up that percentage, just keep that stock alive. Youssef just trying to hunt for it, but again, all this damage is just racking up so quickly. Youssef just not able to find this big hit that he wants. He's certainly looking for it, but Solo is quite happy to just be off stage right now and just wait it out, because he knows that Luma is on stage happily doing damage for him. But of course, once again, the up smash comes out. Youssef takes that stock away, only having 44% delta, which is not all that much, Joycey.
No, I was going to say, it's going to be one of these where if Youssef is able to find a grab in a fairly clean position, that deficit can be made up in a heartbeat. But of course, Solo, the evasiveness that he has shown all the way throughout this top 8 is going to be the big obstacle that he's going to have to overcome. And Solo's biggest obstacle at the moment is that forward air not working as it should be. Only one of these hits managing to work, nearly managing to get it there. Tried to maybe catch a jump away from Solo, maybe anticipating that grab, but instead just giving Solo the opportunity to get away. And even with this Solo platform, again, we're just seeing the attempts to get rid of Luma, but Luma fighting back saying, this is my center stage, so wait till Mom comes home before we have this chat, you know?
Absolutely, and of course, Luma on the best times is so tricky as well, because the movement is just so weird on occasion. So you saw that obviously Youssef was trying to fight against Luma, but Luma was just weaving back and forth anyway. But of course, there's suddenly what was looking like a pretty Solo favored game has evened right back up. Youssef once again striking back forth, but I love the back air there coming out from Solo, taking that stock once again, and Youssef has now got to be so careful not to get caught in between these two, because the damage is insane.
Yeah, and now it's at that perfect point where those neutral airs are going to start converting into those big meaty hits from Luma. Youssef, thankfully, not letting it get much more out of hand, taking that second stock without taking too much more on him. However, it is still a tall order, particularly when Luma is just proving to be so difficult to kill outside of those dash attacks. And again, you can't just be haphazardly dash attacking into Luma when she's prepared, because that is going to be a grab from Rosalina and a lot more damage to boot as well. However, perfect opportunity here for Youssef. If he is able to get a nice straight aerial, a little bit of rage, and a couple of up airs, and magic can happen. However, that dastardly star is back to ruin his day.
Yeah, Luma once again, I mean, it's red because it sees blood in the water. It wants to take this stock away. It wants to give its mother the win to move forward Solo into grand finals, but Youssef is looking to just put a stop to it. The Luma has gone, meaning that for the first time in a while, Solo is defenseless right now, but again, it doesn't matter. The patience right there to go for the up air doesn't quite work out, but does send Mario off stage here. Youssef still trying to get through. The Luma is back once again, and Solo now just looking to seal this one up. Any kind of confirm will do it. Neutral air will certainly do it. Up air will do it. Down air might even do it. An up smash certainly will, and I think Solo recognizes that. But Youssef is still fighting Joycey.
We can just see right here how carefully Solo has to play around all of these hitboxes that Mario can throw out, but it is the up smash from Luma that is going to seal the deal. Solo making a 3-1, not even getting a remote hint of a reverse 3-0, just getting that stage counter pick, working at absolute wonders, and making his way into grand finals winners side. Youssef got a date in losers finals, either with Tapsy or Tarik, and I'll be real smart, I don't know which one of those two is more scary.
At this point, I genuinely don't, because as we said before, Tapsy's been playing so well for this entire tournament, but Tarik is, well, Tarik.
Tarik is Tarik.
Tarik is Tarik. I mean, he is up there as a globally recognized player for a reason. But of course, just, goodness gracious, Solo, honestly, what a player right now. Is showing just complete dominance. I think, whoever meets him in grand finals has certainly got a bit of a challenge on his hands, because I don't think I'd want to be playing against someone like Solo right now, where you have to win not one set, but 2 sets to take the tournament. We'll have to see who's going to be the one meeting there.
I was going to say, that's the big thing, right? Is that Solo has now got that extra comfort blanket of the second set. The fact that Solo can use the opportunity to kind of pull the pieces together, get some habits downloaded, and then really implement it in that second set. Particularly a player, like we said, is very happy to play that slower game, and how evasive he is as well all the way through that. One thing that I really wanted to kind of talk about with Solo is I love his use of empty movement when Luma is not there. There were a couple of opportunities in that set where Youssef was kind of like shielding on the platform, and so many other opportunities. It may have been that like you could do like a landing up air, try and cause that pressure, but just using that empty movement, making Youssef kind of want to hold shield, because it's like Solo will swing at some point, right? And then either Solo like swinging a little bit later on or not swinging at all. But again, all of those seconds where you're kind of holding your shield, it's just that less and less amount of time until Luma comes back. So it's really, really interesting to see not only Solo using like also just like evasive movement in general, but when in advantage has already got those ideas down on how to just burn those little seconds away so that Luma can come back and the game plan can recommence. So honestly, Solo just being on levels after levels, and that is why he isn't winner's side right now. You know, even with top seed down in losers, it is still Solo second seed for a very good reason. Again, top 25 in Europe with a character like Rosalina, no less, but has found that perfect match, and it just goes to show why his ascent has been so wonderful to see, and honestly, I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, let's see how far, obviously, this Rosalina player can go. Sitting in grand finals now, going to be watching the rest of the tournament from afar to see who's going to meet in there, and certainly going to be taking notes. But of course, we've got to take another trip down into the loser side, Joycey, to see who is going to make it through. And again, we've been hyping up this one for a while, and I think I'm very excited to see who's going to take it.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to be seeing any Belmonts in the run bag again.
Hopefully.
Once you have that taste of loser side as top seed, the content creation goes away. You're going to have, I mean, the losers run is enough of a story, right? But certainly for Tarik, I imagine we're going to be seeing just the Greninja all the way through it. Again, Tapsy being the player to send him down into the loser side of things. So this is a run back from winners quarterfinals. And again, Tapsy has been playing extremely well all the way throughout this. Again, getting that close to beating that bracket demon in Youssef earlier on, taking that trip to losers, and then beating a very well-established secondary in drybie's Game & Watch, who again is sort of molded and shaped to deal with players like Tapsy, but still managing to brush it to one side as he gets his rematch against #1 seed of the tournament, and I'm sure that the Frog is going to be making one and only appearance.
Yeah, I think it is just time for the Greninja. I don't think we'll be seeing any shenaniganery from Tarik going on here. And of course, let's get the elephant out of the room. These two have met many times in the past. Obviously, with this being a German regional, you would suspect that these two have met, and they certainly have, with a 27-7 record in the favour of Tarik, which, yeah, we kind of expected. Point. Obviously, Tarik has been #1 in Germany for many years, and just such a strong player. But of course, as we know, and as we've said quite a few times, Tapsy did take the win earlier, and it wasn't just obviously like the Richter the entire through. Like, let's not get that wrong or anything like that. Yes, okay, the Richter was there, but the Greninja did come out for Tarik as well, and Tapsy was still able to take it regardless. And so we'll have to see if Tapsy can, no pun intended, tap into that knowledge of how that previous set went, and see if he can, of course, just take out a Greninja that will probably be starting from the word go.
Yeah, so looking at the data of it all, outside of today, the last time that Tapsy won was around about sort of winter last year.
Yeah.
It was at Core Gamer Treff, which was a October tournament in 2025. And again, that was full Snake Greninja all the way throughout the event. So Tapsy has overcome that challenge before, and in recent memory as well. It's not as if it was sort of one random set 4 years ago where, Tarik had a drink and was playing banjo. It's like, this is like a legit, like, prime time good win. And even then, yes, obviously, we mentioned about how the fact that, Richter was there a little bit earlier on. But let's be real here, Tarik was using that Richter all the way through pools and easily sailed through. And, even against Tapsy electing to go for it in that first 2 games. And the Greninja came out in that 3rd game and it still wasn't enough to stop the 30 and a handshake. So it is going to be, of course, down to Tarik to make those. Already going to have that solid game plan in place. Is already going to be knowing roughly how Tapsy is playing, given he's already had a set with him today and has seen the sort of the different sets as he's gone through in top 8. And of course, awful lot of momentum in the favor of Tarik. However, I've got to say that I want to see a little bit of the tightening of the screws from Tarik. It does feel like maybe sort of some of the conversions that we're used to seeing haven't quite been there. I think that certainly in the set with Luck, I feel as if there were some points with, like, drag down up airs and sort of like the dash attacks into up smashes weren't quite on the level that I think we're used to seeing from him. So it's sort of, I'm hoping that Tarik has sort of like really warmed up, got those conversions down, because I feel like a Tapsy playing like he is today is going to be one of the most formidable opponents he is going to fight across the rest of this tournament. So if he does want to continue his loser's run and get that W at the end, he is going to have to tighten those screws, I reckon.
Oh my god, I thought we were about to see a stock immediately, Joycey. I thought that was just going to be that. But thankfully, Tarik is going to hold on here. But I mean, this is certainly an explosive way to start a game. Tapsy just going immediately crazy on the sticks, taking Tarik all the way up to triple digits here. Tarik still just trying to find a way through, but he's got to be a little bit careful now positioning, because he might just lose a stock just like that.
Yeah, we can see Tapsy already just throwing out these up tilts time after time, hoping that Tarik will just swing haphazardly, but great patience from Tarik all the way throughout this first stock. Again, avoiding the temptation of running into maybe 4 different up tilts, and still has the advantage. However, no tech available on the Nikita, too much knockback. Gonna seal that first stock from Tarik, and that is a lot of damage to take at the start of your second one, Smart.
I mean, say what you want. We have been obviously like talking about Tapsy all tournament, Joycey, for saying about how incredibly well he's playing. We've got now exact. We can see on the screen. This is why we say he's playing so well, because I mean this damage is crazy right now. Tarik still able to take that stock away though, thankfully. Of course, 73% is no small number, and has got to be very, very careful now.
And this is the thing with all of the characters that Tarik has fought today, is that he's fought a lot of different characters with a lot of different playstyles. You go from that sort of like fast faller with the wolf that Yano was playing earlier on, to the sort of that slower down pace and those sort of nickels and dimes that come with fighting the character like Pikachu. And now you've got a completely different playstyle in that sort of less mobile but way more, quite literally explosive playstyle coming from the grenades of Snake. So maybe it is just Tarik taking that first game to adjust, because it looks like Tapsy has definitely done his homework and is feeling the momentum that he has been carrying all the way throughout this top 8 side. However, I have seen Tarik win these, so Tapsy cannot afford to get comfortable, definitely cannot afford to get complacent, because it's only over when the game's on the screen.
That's the thing. I mean, I feel like, yes, okay, Tapsy has been going absolutely bonkers since the moment we started this game. But equally, what I just saw from Tarik was basically just a reminder of who this player is. Never mind, he's blown up and he's gone. Game 1, go to Tapsy. Here we go.
I mean, this was the thing, like, there were some real moments in that set, obviously like the sort of like the start of that first stock and the start of the second, where it was like we blinked and there was 70-80% on the board. And
I feel like he started every stock at 76%.
literally, right? And the fact that Tarik kept it that close really had sort of the neutral on lockdown, I think shows that this is not just going to be sort of a quick and easy win for Tapsy. That being said though, Tapsy's conversions have been ridiculous. I haven't seen him convert like this all the way throughout this top 8 so far. I think it feels like there's almost this, fact, maybe he's playing a fast faller for the first time in this top 8. He's like, ooh, combos, don't mind if I do. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see how Tarik does adjust. I've commentated too many Tarik sets where he goes down 0-2 and then reverse 3-0s. So I'm not saying anything about his chances until the set is over. But certainly Tapsy is looking like a very, very formidable opponent. And Tarik has got his work cut out if he does want to make it through into that losers finals set against Youssef.
This is the thing, both of us are so familiar with Tarik at this point that until the moment I see a 3 in one of these players' scores, I am not going to count him out for a moment. And then we already, as we get into the second game, Tarik again, just reminding everyone of who he was, and who he is, even.
I was going to say, I do like the small battlefield pick. I do feel like Stadium maybe gave Snake a little bit too much room to get those combinations going. I think, obviously, Snake is not going to want to go to those flat stages against Greninja, and those middle platforms just aren't really going to help in the grand scheme of things for the Frog. So the stage layout, still perfect, but that little bit smaller, giving Snake that little bit less room to get those tricks and traps all set up. It does mean that Tarik is going to have a much harder time when it comes to it. But yeah, really lovely stuff there from Tarik. Again, facing that pressure, had that Shadow Sneak ready to hit either the Cypher or Snake himself, and then Tapsy just accepting his own fate, setting himself down to that blast zone. But 103% on Tarik, and again, a pretty ballsy back air getting hit out by that grenade, and we can just see, again, Tapsy trying to tempt Tarik into his space, get that damage set up, and I like the idea with the substitute, but just slight mistiming on it.
I must admit, I cannot believe that Tarik is alive after taking that honestly. I thought that would just be that, and even now I'm still amazed that he's alive. He's going from the very top right blast zone all the way to the very top of the left blast zone, and still hanging on 181%. Tapsy just not able to take this stock just yet. Of course, Tarik, knows he's in a pretty tricky position, but is just going to get all this free damage right now. Finally, the up air lands, though. The boots hitting into this fog, taking that stock away. But Tarik is going to dive off. Of course, the back end not being quite strong enough to hit Snake out of our up B. But we'll still tack on the damage regardless.
Yeah, and a great catch on the landing with that up smash. Of course, it covering the entire platform as well, but the fact Snake's got to commit so early, getting that sweet spot, gonna take that stock. Again, fairly early in the grand scheme of things, only just above 100%, and now it is Snake in disadvantage against Greninja. Great Ra back air, going for that forward air as well, trying to send him right into that blast zone, and what a wait on the down smash, knowing that the air dodge was the only option left. Again, it's routine for Tarik. He's done this so many times, so many different Snake players, that it was just another day in the office for the Greninja. Perfect charge, perfect coverage, 1-1 in the set.
Cinema. Absolute cinema at the end there. I love the use of the upbeat just to send him all the way up. It was so cheesy, but it almost worked. And then, of course, it just put Tapsy in that kind of tricky position where actually the smash tag will just take it away regardless. Just lovely stuff there from Tarik. That's what we like to see from our favourite Greninja player. And of course, taking that game, evening things right back up to 1-1, showing a little bit more of the familiarity that we see from this player.
You can see there were some quite unorthodox options that Tarik obviously do work. So for example, we mentioned a little bit earlier on about how the back air wasn't going to break that Cypher, but we saw that it was like a double jump neutral air that broke that Cypher initially.
Yeah.
Which then Tarik was able to get a back air to then get that up. So it was one of those where it wasn't even an option that would occur to me, but obviously with how much he has played this matchup, with how familiar he is at edge guarding Snake, knowing that, okay, well, if I can break the Cypher with neutral air of all things and then get that back air afterwards, then suddenly I'm in a much more comfortable position and I can start, the rinse and repeat of getting that damage and getting that stock on Snake. And Tapsy, once again, showing a little bit of that stubbornness that we saw in the Youssef set, going straight back to Tarik's counter pick. Again, not necessarily that Snake has got bad stages, don't get it twisted, but in the same vein, I feel like if this was the stage that your opponent picked, I feel like you really shouldn't be going there. But again, that's just one man's opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly something about the stage that, you know, Tapsy still sees as being kind of absolutely fine. And they do say, obviously, the small battlefield is kind of one of those more neutral stages, honestly. So we'll have to see. I mean, I think it's one of those that, like, if it provides platforms, then that's kind of all that Tapsy really wants or what it really needs. And obviously, a bit of a sort of higher blast zone at the very top there. So, of course, meaning that he can go high if he wants to. But of course, that's still not going to stop you from getting caught by those up airs and losing your stock just like that. Tarik going one stock up in this game 3 and then immediately losing it afterwards.
It's always the way. It's always a way. Again, the lurking threat of that up till once you hit that like 100% mark is so difficult to ignore.
Oh,
and that's a really
Tarik.
unfortunate SD right at the point where, you know, game 3 is such a vital part of any set in a best of 5, having that momentum, having that counter pick, and Tarik just making that journey a little bit trickier to get to the destination. And another air dodge off stage. I must admit, I've seen quite a few of these options where Tarik just seems to send himself sailing off the stage. Obviously, Greninja's been able to recover from them, so it's apart from that one time. So not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but I do wonder whether these forward airs and these back airs where he just sends himself off stage are intentional, or maybe that precise spacing is just a little bit out of calibration.
Yeah, and again, this is just looking so scary now for Tarik. I mean, 97% on your last stock. You still haven't even taken the second stock away from Tapsy. At this point, you've really got to focus. You've really got to lock in because you don't want to obviously discount this game, but you still got to be just weary that you could lose it at a moment's notice. But Tarik is going to keep fighting still at the very end. Do like going off stage there just to try and connect. Obviously, the neutral air is strong enough to break that drybie, but it's not going to be quite strong enough to take the stock just yet outright. But obviously, keeping Tapsy at such a high percentage means you are setting up for something else which can do the job and take that stock away for you.
Yeah, just see at the moment that despite these attempts over and over again, Tapsy just being that one step away, and even the down tilt at this point with a lot of rage, a lot of these stranger moves are going to start finding their mark. Great up throw there from Tarik just to finally get that stock sealed, and a lot of rage is on the Frog currently. And again, we have seen the kind of 0 to death that Tarik is able to get. A couple of right tech chases, a couple of good reads, and certainly magic can happen. However, going to be burst back to reality as game 3 going in the favor of Tapsy. A little bit of a donation with that SD at 0. However, Tapsy making sure that he seals the deal going into game 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was so tough at the end as well, because you could see that Tarik was doing everything in his power to try and outmaneuver the Nikita, but unfortunately, just in the end, had to upbeat at some point, and Nikita was just a little bit there, and Ninja has to go like that. So sadly, just going to go straight into it and seal up that game. But, of course, Tarik just going to shake that one off, go straight back into it. Same stage, same characters, no switching going on here, Joycey. We're going to see if Tarik can take us to that game 5.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far as well, it definitely feels like the momentum is very slightly in Tarik's favor. It does feel like, again, once he particularly gets into that advantage state, he's so good at racking up that damage. We haven't seen some like crazy early kills, but in the same vein, it's still been so impressive to see. However, Tapsy's neutral has been really what has been sort of pushing him through and keeping him in this game so far. The fact that he's able to just weave around, but a great recognition there from Tarik, just understanding that little bit of a strange situation, using his own grenade to tech the platform, getting that down tilt, reacting with the up smash, beautiful conversion. Tarik looking solid in this game 4.
Yeah, this is, again, Tarik really, he has just said, I'm just going to shake off that previous game. It happened, yes, okay, but I am just going to now just really just lock in on this game 4 here, and it's certainly what he's doing. 45% already tapped on to Tapsy here. Still building up damage, can't just find this big hit that he wants to take away Tarik's first stock. And again, the counter off stage hitting Tapsy, and so thankfully Tech is going to keep the man alive, but still Tarik is just all over this Snake player right now.
I've got to say, these up airs have been quite generous to Tarik. There have been 2 different occasions now where it's been like one of the initial hits and the last hit only. And like, I feel like a lot of other players, a lot of other characters, that would have just been the end of the story. But the fact that that last hit has managed to connect has worked out so well in Tarik's favor, and stunning DI as well to just get around the Nikita. And again, 70% an untechable stage spike is going to finally take that stock, but look at the damage that has already been done, Smart.
Yeah, I mean, 70% on your final stock, and you hadn't even tapped on any sort of percentage onto Tarik's second stock is pretty devastating, and I feel like Tarik is not going to be giving Tapsy many opportunities to get back into this fourth game here. So I think Tapsy going to be looking already ahead to that game 5 as the up smash connects, takes that stock away, and that was just stunning.
That was the sexiest turnaround down tilt I think I've ever seen in my life. That was the smooth. That was like a perfect pivot. That was like stunning, honestly.
Yeah.
And the perfect conversion into the up smash as well. Chef's kiss from me. But game 5 going into this set again a lot closer than that winner side set from earlier on. Again, Tapsy very much holding his own throughout this set, but Tarik, it does feel like he has found that momentum against Snake. He's got these edge guards down. He's getting these early kills as well. We're seeing this average of about 100, 110, 120% with these down tilts into up smashes, with these dash attack forward airs as well. And it's so impressive to see, because that is really the aim of the game when trying to kill Snake, is you need to get him as early as possible, because he can live for an awfully long time and he can kill you way earlier than you can. So again, Tarik finding his stride in this matchup, but Tapsy got one more game left in the bank in this set, and he has been showing very much good prep and proficiency in this matchup.
This is the thing, we know Tapsy can do this. Yes, that game 4 was rough, but we saw games 1 where Tapsy was just all over it. We knew what he's about. He knows that he can do this, and he's just got to find that final game, this specific game, and take away that win to move on in bracket still. But of course, Tarik has also very much woken up now, Joycey, and I think we're going to see a real sluggerfest between these two players in this game 5.
And it definitely feels like Tapsy has really elected to go for this much slower playstyle, right? Elected to really set up this wall around either platform to really make Tarik have to guess as to when he is able to run in and approach. I think whoever gets the first stock is going to be in such a good position going into the rest of this game, sort of now more than ever, really. Of course, that's normally what you say with any kind of set, but I think particularly with the way that these two are playing, I think it is going to be so tricky for whoever's got to make up that deficit, because the rate that these two players can rack up damage is unbelievable. And again, that up air mixed with that damage from the grenade is just about going to take it, and Tarik going to be looking to extend this lead and continue his dominant losers run. But Smar, let's see if Tapsy can do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like with 127% on Tarik, anything will take that stock away for Tapsy here. He just needs to find that opportunity to do so. But of course, as you said, Joycey, Tarik is just going to really bank on this lead that he's got right now and just play as safe as he can. He doesn't really need to risk anything. Of course, grab does come out. Great mash out, though, from Tarik. Not going to actually give Tapsy an opportunity to really do anything here. The up air start connecting, does trade with the grenade there, but Tarik still unfazed, continues his string regardless. The save down air onto the shield is going to keep him alive a little bit longer, and Tapsy is really struggling to find any kind of hit onto Tarik here.
I think this is the real hard part at this point, right? Is that if you do manage to get a grenade trade, like we saw it earlier with the up air, it's, you get sent, the Greninja gets sent too far away where you can get any kind of conversion of it. So it's this really awkward percent at the moment where Snake's kind of just got to find a straight hit. Or once again, wait till you're at that point where Nikita is going to be unattackable and nearly getting a devastatingly early stop. Clutch air dodge away to avoid that forward air from Tarik. However, that start up from the up B means that second one is going to land its mark, and Tarik up an entire stock lead in this game 5. Tapsy, you've got to dig deep, brother, if you're going to make a double elimination of top seed on the cards. But Tarik is looking like a new man here, Smart.
Yeah, this feels like game 4 Tarik once again. This player is just all over Tapsy right now. just maneuvering in and out, getting little bits of damage going. These up airs are proving to be so fatal for Tapsy right now. It's just constant juggling between them. But of course, Tapsy still fighting back, just keeping that distance away, throwing out those grenades, just waiting for an opportunity. But Tarik is still just going to move forward regardless. He is just going to run in, he's going to get a bit more damage going, and suddenly 79% on Tapsy right now. This is looking scarier by the second.
There we go, nearly got that tech chase away, but Tapsy just electing to get out of there. Again, Tarik more than happy to throw out a lot more of these hitboxes and using that up smash on the platform just to seal the deal there. Tarik, close shave all the way through, however, beating Tapsy 3-2, getting revenge from the winner's side and continuing his loser's run. He's gone through Longo, Yano, Luke, and Tapsy already in losers, and Youssef is the next one on the hit list, and the Mario main, he's got to be shaking in his boots at the moment.
Again, just, we said it right at the beginning, Joycey, when Tarik locks in, when he gets focused, when he gets serious, it is just so scary. I mean, this is the player that we see dominate the global stages across the world. I mean, this is a player that, you know, is just, he is a terrifying force. He's an unstoppable force sometimes, and this is exactly why we've seen him just constantly throughout this bracket, just moving forward and forward and forward. Now in losers finals, only a few sets from away again from reclaiming the throne here of being #1 in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's like he's such a well-traveled player that I think, you know, there are certainly some players where, you know, if you're top seed of a tournament and you get knocked into losers before top 8, never mind like in losers, in like winners finals or what have you, I think it would shake you. And I think sometimes it's that idea of like, well, you know, like, am I, you know, not playing hot today? Am I, you know, like, am I not as good as I think I am? But I think the fact that Tarik is so well traveled, so experienced across the board, his mentality is so airtight that even in these kinds of situations where a lot more up and comers would maybe buckle under this kind of pressure, maybe not quite manage to get there, but even when he was 2-1 down against Tapsy, again, a lot of people think I'm 2-1 down against the person that put me into losers. Is this it? And it's like, well, no, like, I would just win. And that's what Tarik does. And it is a scary proposition for Youssef to fight a player of this experience, looking with this kind of momentum and looking at the set record as well. That has got to be playing on Youssef's mind, as is a common theme, very heavily in the favor of Tarik, looking to be a total record of 15-3 in Tarik's favor.
Good grief, wow. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, obviously, like, Tarik is just, he's always been so unstoppable in his home country of Germany, and you know, just once again, just always just totaling up these records against so many of Germany's best, you know, and just cementing. Stop for a moment, but no, we're back. But regardless, Tarik, it is just, yeah, he is an unstoppable demon at all times. But
honestly,
yeah,
I think that's the thing
as
well.
He's a guy.
So, last time that these two played is it was at High Voltage Overload number 3, which was a C tier in Germany back in March, and again, Tarik won the whole event over Youssef. So, first and second of that event. So, doing extremely well in the matchup. Again, these two have played an awful lot of times. Even the last 5 events have very much been in the favor of Tarik, using a mixture of both Kazuya and Greninja. So I very much think we'll be seeing the Greninja this time, but it will be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, obviously, for a lot of this tournament, we have been looking at the records and the data and everything like that, and it's always, I think, interesting because it paints a picture. It doesn't sort of necessarily tell the full story of what could happen or anything like that. But it just paints this initial narrative, and I think that's why it's always interesting to keep looking at, because I think if you don't recognize, obviously, the records between these two, history, then you might just go into something and sort of not realize actually how significant it can be when a player is able to go up 1 or 2 games in a set. Like when we saw Youssef versus Tapsy, like we knew the history between these two, and suddenly Tapsy going 2-0 up initially was like, okay, hold on a moment. This is pretty big right now, because Tapsy is only 1 game away from taking down someone who has been so unstoppable in the past.
It's going to be an interesting one. I do wonder about whether Tarik will just stick all the way through Greninja. It's worth mentioning that Kazuya was used in their most recent set. I'll be real, a character that I thought that Tarik had sort of retired for the most part.
This is why I was surprised when you said it, because I also thought the Kazuya was kind of just done for Tarik. In fact, I've not really seen him in recent times go any character other than Greninja, to be honest. I thought it was just solo main from now on.
It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, again, Kazuya is that kind of character where, although, the combos are, they're not easy to do necessarily, but a lot of the Kazuyas are able to get that 0 to death after some nice practice in the training room. It is a character that you do have to be warm with, and whether, particularly if Tarik has been on his, content creation grind, whether the Kazuya is even going to be remotely ready is another question in and of itself. But I am going to be intrigued to see how this sort of all plays out. Certainly, what character we'll see at first. Again, given the way that these sets have been going so far, I would not be surprised to see it just being Greninja all the way through. But whether Kazuya sort of, makes an appearance, be interesting to see.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think if things start to become a little bit disastrous for Tarik, then we might see the Kazuya pop out at that moment. But at least for now, I would be quite happy to bank on the Greninja being just the game plan for Tarik all the way through. We'll just have to see how the rest of it goes. But of course, folks, we are going to be strapping in for losers finals. We hope you've been enjoying the show so far. It's been an absolute joy to commentate for you. And of course, we've only got a few sets left, but do make sure you are supporting, obviously, VGBC for bringing you these tournaments, these English restreams and everything like that. It has been, I think it's great to have kind of these two options of whichever language you want to listen to. Obviously, if you want to listen to German, you've got the mainstream for the tournament. If you want to listen to English, though, of course, you're here with us. So do make sure you're shouting out and supporting VGBC as well, if you can.
100%. And of course, if you are watching at home and you know people that would be interested, if you do, again, winding down for that Sunday evening and want to see, again, still some of that wonderful character variety that Europe can provide, get your friends in here as well. Twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. We have got losers finals. Again, if you're primarily from a US audience, you've only really been thinking about Tarik, you wonder why is he in the losers bracket, and you're about to witness potentially a great losers run, taking out Tapsy a moment ago, the opponent that put him there in the first place, and now stepping up to the plate against Youssef, looking for a spot in grand finals to fight solo. Let's get into this.
Let's get it, Joyce. Let's take us through this losers final that we've been talking about so much. Let's see if Youssef can do it, or if Tarik is just going to continue his dominant run through this bracket and hopefully beat Solo in that grand final. But of course, we know what Youssef's all about. We know how devastating these strings can be, and already 67% being put on to Tarik here. Of course, with Greninja being such a slippery character, Mario is also equally quite as slippery sometimes. He can really just kind of be all around you at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking about Tarik fighting Luke, about this whole thing with Greninja's out of shield not quite being the best, and the fact that Greninja doesn't have the best out of shield options, and I feel like this is what makes Mario a pretty tough customer for the Frog, because Mario's shield pressure is some of the best that we've seen, and even though Greninja has got these options to be able to juggle Mario, the fact that you have pretty much no option to deal with back air at the best of times, it makes it real tricky. However, Youssef just, trying to make the best of a bad situation. I love that slight delay on the up B just to see if he can maybe get a cheeky stage fight going out of that. However, Tarik just being that one step ahead.
Yeah, of course, that was basically essentially the only mistake Youssef has made in this game so far, and essentially gonna be the only mistake so far, because of course he is gonna take that stock away. 145% audio hadn't been put onto Tarik beforehand, so really anything would have done a good job to take that stock away, and Youssef now sitting quite comfortably, but of course Tarik is gonna be hunting like a shark for that stock away from Youssef, using the water just to keep Tarik from running in, just delaying him as much as you can, because of course at this point, if you can delay whatever you can, that's pretty good for you if you got the lead.
Ooh, and Youssef maybe being a little bit asleep at the wheel there, maybe not anticipating the fact that Tarik would just go for that double jump forward air. Again, there was a lovely little footstool down there out of shield, managing to get that neutral air, and then Tarik just kind of swinging for the fences and managing to make his mark there. Youssef losing that stock a little bit earlier than I think he would want, but certainly by no means out of this just yet. And something I've been seeing from Tarik that he's been missing here is the tech chases on these platforms. Whether he's just not quite anticipated the tech in place, or whether he's been anticipating a tech out that never happened, it does feel like normally when Tarik has got an opponent on the platform, there is a lot more fear and a lot more at stake. And I feel like in this tournament, it's just that one little element that I really want to see him sort of tighten the screws on.
Oh my goodness, the cape from Youssef there, going to reflect back the water shuriken right back at Tarik's face. And of course, both these players just looking for this stock right now. Youssef in a bit of a scary position right now, sitting on 151%. So of course Tarik really kind of got anything that would do the trick, like that forward air, which he loves to just slightly retreat back. He loves doing those forward airs and just at a slight distance. But of course, Youssef still going to be on the hunt, but he's got to get away from these up airs, find a way back down to the floor if he can.
Ooh, I love that dash forward, dash back to the pivot grab as well. Just trying to bait any kind of aggressive option. The pivot grab from Greninja has got a disgusting amount of range in it, a lot more than you would expect, particularly the stubby limbs of Mario cannot quite get within range of that, or otherwise going to be grabbed and yoinked off of the stage. But of course Youssef on his final stock at the moment, trying to get something there. The down air, even again, not all those hits need to connect, it's just that crucial last hit, managing to seal Tarik's second stock. However, he has got a lot to answer for if he's going to win this game one.
Yeah, a bit of a mountain to climb here for Youssef, but certainly Mario is one of those characters that can actually climb that mountain pretty easily if you can just get a bit of a string going. But as we talked about, Greninja is such a slippery character that it can actually make getting these strings very, very difficult to do, especially if Tarik is just able to outmaneuver or whatever it is. Again, oh, that's
so unfortunate.
That's tough. That is really tough. And you know, just gonna break my foot there. I mean, yeah, that is rough for Youssef. I mean, had the right idea using the cape to reflect back the side B. We saw it to great effect in that. I think it was either the first or the second stock. But again, unfortunately, just because of that, you delay your recovery just a little bit, not giving you quite enough distance to get back with that up B.
Yeah, maybe Youssef was not wanting to use a jump in case that didn't work. Maybe going for that side B, and then again with a character like an edge guard as well as Greninja, you really want to save that jump right up until the point that you need it, and maybe just overestimating how far the up B can go. And again, it looked like Youssef really had that momentum and was beginning to mount that comeback, but unfortunately that self-destruct is gonna sort of cool the jets a little bit on that fire that Youssef is playing with at the moment. 1-0 up to Tarik so far, but again, Youssef looking like a formidable foe for first seed.
Yeah, I mean, again, we keep seeing this, Joyce, here. Every time Youssef goes down a game, he gets a little bit tougher. So let's see what happens in this second game here. But Tarik, again, kind of a little bit all over him right now. Not able to get much follow-up, though. Did try and get that drag down, but just unfortunately, not just actually get anything further. But it's not really stopping Tarik all the same, as he does go off stage here. But good maneuverability from Youssef, actually, just to get past all of those back airs coming out. Again, still going off stage here, but going to safely get back with the up B. The water just not really affected all that much. But that up smash certainly going to do a trick. The up air sending right back out as well. Tarik is just all over him right now.
Yeah, and once again, just using the Hydro Pump to stop that up B, and then the down smash for coverage as well, just hitting that little bit lower. Really, really great awareness from Tarik. However, the footstools from Tarik, again, just that stunning level of awareness, making Mario understand what he does to Yoshi each and every time. And Tarik, you can't do it again, my man. It's one of those where we are just seeing a top seed with momentum do what he does best. Great neutral air there from Youssef, again showing no fear even in the face of such a disadvantageous position as being 3 stocks to 1 down against a world-class talent like Tarik. And I've got to say, Smart, I don't know whether Tarik was listening to me, but those tech chases and those reads are looking just that little bit sharper. This is the Tarik I was expecting to see.
Wow. Absolutely just wow. My goodness, Tarik, where did that come from? The map was just all over him immediately. That is... There's no words that can really describe what we just witnessed there. My goodness, Tarik going 2-0 up in this losers finals with a very quick game too. Youssef really got to dig in deep here. Just shake that one off. Again, we know, as I said before, the running joke has been so far that Youssef has gone down 2-0 each and every time and still managed to take it to these game 5s or these game 4s. But, I mean, certainly we'll have to see if that's the case this time, if he can take that game away, or if Tarik is just going to seal it up once more.
Smart, why are we back on the last year?
I don't really know, to be honest,
After that punishment, why are we back at this stage? No,
yeah.
Like, you got what? Look, like, go back somewhere else. I mean, hang on, wait. Maybe not. I thought I was about to have to eat my words, but all Youssef is going to be eating is a couple of up airs and a dream. Tarik nearly seeing his life flash before his eyes. However, a second forward smash after the jab block is going to do the trick. Maybe Youssef, I should shut up and commentate on the gameplay instead of my own thoughts. There's a reason you're on the stage, brother, in an It's not because of my skill.
I mean, I know there is the ongoing joke of the 2-0, you're going down 2-0 and then suddenly Youssef just wakes up. But like this, it feels real right now. It feels really real, Joycey. I don't know what goes on, like what kind of hidden switch gets pushed when Youssef is down in a set like this. But this is ridiculous. I mean, this is a complete turnaround from the previous games.
Honestly, Tarik managing to finally get that with the up smash, but no, you are absolutely right. I've never really seen a player quite like this where they're 0-2 down and they're just like, nah, I'd win. Like, it's so wild to see how much Youssef is just able to play with this fearless mentality, even in the face of situations where he should really be scared. Particularly in a situation like this, the double jump is gone, but a great early up B, just about managing to save his skin from an early stock and maintain this lead. Going for that neutral air and just the slow walk up into the down smash. Stunning stuff from Youssef. Again, playing with a level of confidence, dare I say arrogance, in this set against Tarik.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if we did have one word to describe just Youssef in this tournament, it is just confidence. And we see like kind of momentary lapses every now and then, but for the most part, Youssef has just been such a dominant force. And the use of the side beat as well to stall once again to avoid the up smash. Oh, chef's kiss.
Honestly, he's got such great awareness, and I like the fact that Tarik just able to pull the trigger on that up smash, recognizing that Youssef for the most part has been landing down with these aerials and even just waiting a moment, but just thinking, you know what, you're not going to delay with that cape again. It worked only the once. I'm just going to get this up smash and get the kill. So looking really solid. However, of course, Youssef are doing extremely well here in getting these stocks. Nearly had the right idea with the air dodge.
No.
And yeah. Oh, but oh, okay.
No,
okay.
no jump, which is what I feared, Joycey. That's what I feared. Unfortunately for Youssef, I mean, that is really tough. What an incredible game he was having. But, I mean, Tarik recognizes how strong the use of the up B, the water there, can be on certain characters with maybe kind of sort of slightly middling recoveries like Mario does. And how devastating they can be. And, of course, just putting Youssef in that real tough position where he has burned his jump and can't quite make the distance to get all the way back to the stage. And yeah, what a way to capitalize that. And again, Tarik just taking a bad position, a bad start to a game, completely swapping it around and just taking that set 3-0 with a bit of dominance towards the end there. And has once again moved his way through the bracket all the way to a grand finals here.
Going through Longo, Yano, Luck, Tapsy, and Youssef, making his way into grand finals. Definitely not in the way that he was expecting, but sometimes it's about the ends as opposed to the means. Solo going to be stepping back up to the plate in that advantageous position. Had a bit of time to cool off, had a bit of time to do that preparation. Again, seeing the way that Tarik has been playing and the way that also Solo has been dealing with the other opponents, I feel like a lot of that, before grand finals prep would have been going into how to deal with that dastardly Greninja, but of course has got that extra layer of safety from that one extra set. Of course, Solo in the winner's side, only needing to win the one set, take home the gold. Tarik gonna have to win twice over, and we can see here the top 8 bracket. And in the midst of all the chaos, all of the upsets, all of the close calls and explosive moments, that grand finals is as predicted, except for Solo being on the winner's side. Tarik continuing his monstrous losers run. 2 sets to go for the Greninja main if he wants to take the spot that was reserved for him at the top of the podium.
This is, as you know, I mean, I'm sure the TOs and the seeders for this tournament are patting themselves on the back right now for getting that first and second seed prediction absolutely correct. But of course, it is in reverse order, as you say. Solo on the winner's side, Tarik on the loser's side, meaning that Tarik has just got to fight a little bit harder to take that win at the very end. And as we've been saying a lot about Solo, this player has been just playing a little bit differently recently. We're looking just a bit more unstoppable, to the point where I feel like his current EU ranking does not actually really tell the full story of how scary Solo is, to the point where I think genuinely we are almost looking at like a top 10, top 15 kind of player in recent times. That is genuinely how I think Solo has been looking in some of these tournaments. Obviously, certain results in tournament could, change that depending. But I think with how Solo has been, especially in this tournament as well, where he's kind of just been sort of fairly coasting along without not much worry, I think Tarik has certainly got a bit of a challenge on his hands.
It's definitely interesting to see. I think also how the pace may be dictated by Solo is going to be a real factor in here. When you're playing against those very, very defensive players, maybe a little bit happier to run down the clock, maybe happier to force those sort of like aggressive approaches. Having to deal with that 2 sets back to back at the end of a loser's run, right at the end of the day. I mean, over here it's what, like 20-8. Over there, potentially, later than that. It's, it's the end of a long day, and you've got to be almost at your best to be able to take not 1 but 2 sets in a row. Looking at the set history between these two, in terms of offline events, it is 8-1 in the favor of Tarik. However, it was at NRW Cup where Solo did get his 1 win, and then Tarik managed to beat 2 sets in a row from the loser's side. So it is still very much everything to play for. Tarik beating in a 3-0 and then a 3-1 fashion respectively, and then just sort of looking through the rest of the matches as well. It has very, very much either been 3-0s or 3-1s in Tarik's favor. So again, Solo has got to step up to the mark here. He's got to really dig deep. Again, has got that extra set to play with, has got that ability to get that data, get that download, and then bring it into the second set, make those adjustments so that he can take home the gold. But Tarik has been in this exact situation before. Is worth noting though that the last time they played though was about 2.5 years ago. So it's certainly a new Solo, and it's certainly a newer Tarik that we are dealing with here. So it's going to be interesting to see after the last couple of years, particularly from Solo's side, that level of improvement, how this is going to fare.
And I mean, this is completely, fairly unrelated to everything, but I just wanted to point out, I was looking at Super Major earlier just to kind of get a little bit of a sort of set history, but for whatever reason, I don't know if this is my computer being funny or something, it's changed Solo's name to Mike.
It's done the same for mine. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad it's not just me, and I'm looking, I'm like, who the heck is Mike?
Shout out to Mama.
Shout out to Mike, I suppose. I don't know if like Solo changed tag at some point, or it's just Super Major being weird, but yeah, to us he's Mike for some reason.
To us is Mike.
Yeah.
Solo's getting doxed by Smash software, but
Yeah, I was just looking, I was like, wait, did I click on the wrong set or something? Like, who is Mike?
but more importantly, how is Mike? That's the
Yeah, how is Mike? Yes, no one asked who. How is Mike?
But of course,
anyway.
folks, yeah, heading into grand finals. Like we said, Solo on the winner's side, Tarik on the loser's side. If you know, get your friends in here, get your family in here, get your pets in here, set them up on Twitch. I'm sure it's not against
I'm sure that'd do quite well for.
They'd probably love it. Get them in here, twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. Last couple of sets of the night. In the grand scheme of things, exactly as seeded, however, a little bit the other way around in terms of who is where in winners and losers. But of course, shout out to VG Bootcamp for obviously streaming this. Shout out to the German scene as well for putting on a fantastic event. It was an absolute blast commentating the German scene and all of the different characters and all of the different sets that we have had, each and every one being a nail biter, and I'm sure that this grand final set is certainly going to follow that trend.
Yeah, I mean, it's lovely just to kind of stay connected with the rest of Europe as we are. I mean, the fact that we are able to bring these restreams in English for you guys is such a delight for all of us, because of course we get to watch also these tournaments play out, and it's so nice to sort of have that sort of just those links between every scene across Europe and bring you all of these matches live for you. But do make sure, obviously, you are supporting the original stream as well. Have both up if you like, because, of course, we've got to give a big shout out to the Elevate Heroes who have put on an absolutely flawless event for us. It's been such a fun bracket, but in so many fun matches, and it seems like everything has just run so smoothly. So big shout outs to them. Hopefully, we'll see more tournaments from these guys from now on in. In fact, even sort of, I love the German scene to begin with anyway. I mean, there's so many delightful people that I've had a chance to talk to and commentate before. Not been able to go to many of their tournaments. I'm hoping I can change that in sort of the next few years. So yeah, obviously, it's lovely for us to kind of be able to bring you all of these matches and stay connected to not only Germany but the rest of Europe as well. So big shout outs to everyone involved putting this together as we do go into this grand finals.
Yes, so, and also, obviously, so we sort of talking characters, of course, we've had the Greninja and the Rosalina that we've seen pretty much all the way throughout this. I'd be extremely shocked if we saw anything different. I do know that obviously both of them do have sort of the odd secondary here and there. We did see the Sora come out a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I know
Solo against
Solo does like
Bukaro. It's there. It showed up. It showed up. It went back in the pocket, and Solo's here now. So you know what? Yeah. It's all you need to know. But it's certainly going to be Rosalina and Greninja all the way through. I very much doubt we're going to see. Although apparently the Belmont matchup's like not like, amazing for Rosalina. Shout out to my scene, by the way, where we have the best Belmont and the best Rosalina in the country. Shout out, but you know.
Yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah.
A weird
world. Yeah.
Weird world that I apparently live in. Come to Southampton, by the way. But anywho, I thought I saw Little Mac. I was about to kick off.
Oh, I was honestly, yeah. if the fact that he was like he's kind of close to Rosalina, I was like, oh god, we're not going to see that, are we? But ladies and gentlemen, we have finally got here. We're at the end. It is grand finals time. Number 1 seed Tarik from the loser side versus number 2 seed Solo from the winner side. Let's see if Tarik can make the full run right to the end, or if Solo, who has been playing with so much momentum, can take this entire tournament.
Starting off on small battlefield, both these players liking to have those platforms to get those tech chases and extensions. I think particularly in the favour of Tarik, and maybe indicating the pace that we are going to see. But of course, those higher and flatter stages working in the favor of the Frog. But it doesn't matter your layout when you're getting up smashes like that at that pixel perfect percent, getting that kill 105% after the hit. And already the momentum that we've seen from the losers run is rearing its ugly face towards Solo as Tarik takes that first stock.
Yeah, I mean, again, this player, when he's playing with confidence, my goodness gracious, I don't think many people across the world can stop him, and certainly, I think just Tarik right now looking like a bit of an unstoppable force. And certainly, I mean, it's interesting because we've seen this a few times with like different characters. We talk about, and have talked about, how different characters approach the matchup against Rosalina. And I think one of Greninja's unique benefits is the fact that he is so fast, and the fact that he can actually just completely charge down Rosalina as soon as Luma is gone. Not many characters can really do that to the speed that Greninja can. And I think it really gives him just a unique benefit over the rest of the cast in that regard. To the point that, obviously, if you get rid of that Luma, you can just be in Rosalina's face while she's trying to run away and get Luma back.
Ooh, and I think a little bit of suspect DI on that back air as well. Maybe that little bit of rage helping, but certainly I think Solo trying to sort of drift away from that onslaught of Greninja and instead sealing his own fate off the right-hand side of the blast zone. 3 stocks to 1 at the moment, barely 2 minutes on the clock, and we can see already Tarik trying to end things there and then with that shadow sneak, just about managing to get a hitbox out in time, as Solo going to confirm with that down smash to take that first stock. But Tarik looking like a machine at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so coordinated from Tarik right now, confirming with that forward air to take the stock away. That is 1-0 to the German Greninja player in this set.
And I think a big difference that we're already seeing in this set compared to the others that Solo has done so far is how early he is dying. Because a big theme in certainly the set with Youssef, and certainly in the set against Luke as well, is this sort of the lack of the early kills, the fact that there's this evasive play style that Solo is really proficient at doing, and being able to live till, you know, past 120, past 130% and getting those kills. But all 3 of those stocks, that final hit was taken sub 100%, and it just went by in the blink of an eye. And that's the thing, I think the fact that dash attack just sends Luma flying as well makes it so tricky, because you can just hit both of them. Luma's too busy recovering, and then you can just deal with Rosalina, get those conversions, and then take it from there. And look at the back air as well, forward smash straight into Luma's face, sealing the stock, and another footstool as well. My man Tarik has been ruthless with these footstools, just recognizing that exact point where, right, you're going to delay it as much as possible, anticipating me to come out there. You need to jump right about now, and then a little whop on the head and sealing the deal. Tarik looking like a world-class threat.
Of course, Greninja mains are the type that actually just will go for these footstools always, because they're so trained on how to do it, because they can just lead to other follow-ups with that down air, whatever it is. No, it is absolutely intentional, but I love the return fire from Solo there, actually getting that up smash, sending Tarik away, getting that stock finally as well. And of course now, only 69% on Solo, that's not too much, you know, certainly doable, but it's got to find a way to outmaneuver this very slippery Frog right now.
Oh, and I love the fact that Tarik just sort of overextended there. Just instead of electing for where Rosalina was going to be, just anticipated, right, you're definitely going to roll away here, so I can just get that neutral air, just run that little bit further forward to get that conversion. Again, didn't lead to a ton, but it already shows about the fact that Tarik is already aware of those defensive habits. The footstool down air into the forward air, and again, I love the fact that Tarik just, it's a real interesting change. I feel like he does not care for Luma whatsoever.
He really does. I was going to point this out as well. He has absolutely no respect for that Luma. He hates that star. He hates it so much. He just doesn't really want to interact with it and give it any kind of time or attention whatsoever.
And you know what's sometimes worse than hate, Smart? Indifference. And that's what I feel like we're seeing here. It's not as if there is hatred. He just doesn't even acknowledge that Luma is there. He's got one target, and it is the Queen of the Cosmos. And Luma, if Luma's there, sure, you can get hit as well. If not, oh, that's fine. All right, I'll deal with you. You know, who are you, by the way? Like, who invited you?
Oh, you're kind of just in my way, really, at this point.
And we can just see at the moment, Tarik with this relentless aggression, trying to get in between with these neutral airs and then catch the defensive habit afterwards. Great back throw there from Solo, and I love that air dodge down, just getting away from both of those up smashes. Lovely attempt at the stage spike, not quite going to work out just yet, and Solo just about getting his shield up in time for that dash attack hit. We can see a lot of rage on Ninja and Tarik once again, trying to find these up smashes and tech chases where they aren't quite there, but with the momentum that he has had all the way through, it's always worth going for those early kills.
And actually, again, just to go back to a point about Luma as well, I think what is so interesting, I think so clever from Tarik as well, it's actually just the way he deals with Luma in itself. Oh my goodness, what a trump. Okay, good grief, Tarik. But just to finish point, I mean, like, even when he does, you know, actually acknowledge Luma's existence, which, as we pointed out, is not often, even then, he will still just do the most simple strings, and it just gets rid of Luma just like that anyway. It's like, we saw in that last stock, just before the final here, it was 3 moves, get rid of Luma, done, go back to Rosalina. It's just such, like, a simple flowchart, and it's so effective.
Honestly, it's the fact that it feels as if the game plan would be exactly the same whether Luma was there or not. Like, maybe there'd be a couple more like aggressive edge guards, but certainly Solo, you know, having to dig deep to find something here, and has dug deep into the stage list. As maybe for our American viewers, you haven't seen this stage in a while, but hey, Yoshi's story is legal over here, maybe. Get ready to see some up airs.
I'm gonna say, you may not be familiar with Yoshi's story, but we certainly are. And it's a really good thing that Youssef has been knocked out of the tournament, because otherwise he would be loving this one.
Oh yeah.
But either way, I mean, certainly, I think Rosalina also going to be quite happy. I mean, if you can get onto that top platform and get something like a neutral aim to up air, that is going to kill at a very ludicrously early percentage. And I think that is essentially what Solo is hoping for. And even without that top platform shenaniganery, I still think, you know, any kind of platforms that Solo can use will be to his benefit here.
Yeah, there are a couple of things, particularly about Greninja as well, that kind of mess with like the usual setups. Obviously, the slants there may mean that it's going to have a weird interaction with your Shuriken, and I believe you can't quite hit the you can't quite hit the side platforms with up smash. But also in the same vein, Tarik is very, very good at these vertical juggles, and of course the general smaller blast zones of the stage means that these early kills that Tarik has been getting are working even better. So you can see already that despite all of the things that we have been saying, Tarik still with an incredibly strong lead, and what feels like a bit of a Hail Mary counter pick from Solo is looking to be a bit of a regretful story.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, as useful as platforms are, as useful as the slants are, it doesn't really make a difference if you can't actually really hit your opponent, and it's kind of what Tarik's been doing. Even now, with obviously those slightly wider blast zones to the left and right, Tarik's still able to hold on, and of course he cling to that stage as well, and just kind of delay anything that Solo wants to do.
Yeah, that makes it even trickier as well, right? You've already got quite a difficult sort of scenario when you're trying to ledge trap Greninja, because Greninja is so good at getting out the corner. What a tech from Tarik there, I've got to say. But again, those walls, you've got the opportunity for those techs, and the fact that you've got to now think, okay, well, you can just cling to the wall for 5. Excuse my French. How on earth are we supposed to do that? You know what I mean? Like, Tarik is doing such a good job at taking every single advantage he can get and just pushing it as far as he can.
Yeah, this is the thing, and just, I mean, like, even when we saw the cling onto the left side as well, like, using the up air to deal with Luma, and then just going back to clinging onto the stage as well, just to delay what Solo wants to do as Solo Rosalina, is, yeah, it's so effective, and this is why Tarik is sitting very comfortably 2 stocks to 1 right now. Obviously, Solo was able to take that stock finally, but, you know, we are seeing just a player who feels very confident right now.
See, yeah, this is just a devastating end to the first set, and reaching out there with the back air, and almost in the blink of an eye, it feels like we barely started Smart in this grand finals. We are already looking at the bracket reset, as both of these players now in the loser side on even footing, and all the momentum in Tarik's favor.
I mean, this is the thing. Obviously, again, I said it earlier, but this is why we look at the data beforehand, and why I think it is so nice to kind of paint that initial picture, because this is, I think, still unusual to see from these two. I mean, a lot of the sets, as far as I remember, and as my memory is bad as I nearly turned 31, has been kind of like these 3-1s from Tarik, and these sort of like these 3-2s, rather than just like this quick, swift 3-0. Like, this is not what we normally get from these two players, and right now, Tarik is just looking like he's on a different level entirely.
That's the thing. And again, Solo obviously having that advantage of that first set to gather data, but with how quick that set went, I kind of struggle to think how much data he realistically could have got throughout that. And I think the thing is that at the start of this top 8, it felt like Tarik was maybe not quite playing at his best again. A lot of these conversions, not able to get these early kills, a lot of more like raw hits rather than these sort of like lovely strings that we're used to seeing from him. But as he's gotten further and further forward, he's done such a good job at just tightening up that gameplay, getting these early kills. But of course, now he's got to deal with Solo, who has had a whole 3 games worth of data and is showing that the adjustments are already there. A little bit of a slower start and a lot of percent in the favor of Solo at the moment. 123% on the Frog and rising.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this is a very interesting turnaround that we've seen actually from these two, with suddenly Solo looking very comfortable in this game one. But Tarik is just going to dive down there, whip it down and meet Rosalina in the blast zone there. Of course, Tarik, as I start talking about how well Solo has been playing, just suddenly takes that stock away from Solo with some devastating up airs.
I'll say it's the whole thing of finishing your food, right? You can't just be racking up that damage, and we've seen that in previous sets before. I think particularly with Tarik, he's so good at abusing that rage and finding these disgustingly early kills with the mobility of Greninja being able to go so far off stage or so far up into the blast zone. It's really the name of the game to end those stocks. You've got to make sure that rage is gone, because it doesn't matter if you can rack up all of that damage. The outcome still remains the same if that stock is still there. And from what looks to be such a gorgeous start from Solo in this reset, is now looking at a borderline 3 stock to 1 advantage from Tarik. And just as I say it, it comes into fruition. Solo, those adjustments are fine, but you've got to dig that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I mean, this game started off so nicely for Solo and has, again, just slightly fallen apart at the seams. Tarik still sitting on a healthy 3 stocks compared to Solo's 1, just trying to find an opportunity to take, get himself back into this game, which he does finally take that stock away. But again, as you say, Joycey, Solo's really got to dig deep here.
Getting a couple of nice hits with Tarik again, just spot dodging past that grab attempt and just going for the down smash. Maybe not quite having a belief in the down to the forward smash, maybe not quite connecting at that slightly higher percent, but certainly Solo trying to get a couple of down airs again. Anything works at this point as long as that stock is taken, but a bit of a desperate forward smash, no punish thankfully, but again maybe just showing a few cracks in that solid mentality that we have seen all the way up to this point, but maybe that momentum is just starting to drift away.
Yeah, 101% on Solo right now. Tarik is just looking to try and seal this up, but a lovely little bit of Luma back and forth, I should say, using the Luma 2 back to Tarik all the way into Solo, who just seals it up. But forward smash is a great way to get back into this game, and suddenly 47%. Solo has woken right back up.
I was going to say, this aggression from Solo has been really, really impressive to see. The fact that most of the time when Solo is Lumilus, he really elects to go for that more evasive playstyle. Again, like we mentioned earlier in the set with Youssef about that empty movement, about just sort of stalling out the clock. But it felt like at this point, Solo was like, right, I'm just going to swing. And got a good 82% without Luma as well. And what looked to be, as I say, a really strong start for Tarik. Potentially going to be spelling that first game. Oh, that was a 3-stock comeback from Solo. And clearly, my boy, some adjustments have been made.
My goodness, I mean, where did that come from, Joyce? I mean, genuinely. I mean, at the start of that game, as we say, Tarik was up 3 stocks. Solo was on 1. And suddenly, just like that, Solo's taking the game. Taking that first game of the set as well in true finals. What a way to do it. I mean, taking game 1 is always important in a best of 5 like this, and certainly that is quite the thing to do.
I think the fact as well that I feel like it was that little sequence in that last stock when Luma wasn't there. I think the fact that it would have been so easy for Solo to either rely on what has been working with everybody else, or to just even ramp that up, get really evasive, knowing the disadvantage that he's at, but instead was like, actually, I'm gonna swing for the fences, I'm gonna get this change of pace, because clearly what I've been doing hasn't been working, and got such a gorgeous amount of damage. And then when the Luma was there, just had 1 or 2 little setups, and it was all sorted. Of course, Tarik on his counter pick gonna get that up smash. That smaller blast zones are really gonna play into that, and Tarik, maybe not considering this before the first set, but seeing how game 3 of set 1 went, when actually, oh, you know what, this stage, I can kill you early on this stage. You know what, I'll take us here this time, my treat.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I mean, obviously, in game 3 of the previous set, it was obviously Solo's choice to go to Yoshi's story. But it is incredibly funny to see that Tarik has actually gone like, oh, hey, this one's pretty good. I quite like this one. I can cling to the walls. I got a lovely little slant. I got some platforms. Yeah, this is pretty nice for me right now. So actually just opted to go back to it himself, and already seeing exactly how useful it can be, holding a pretty nice lead in this game too. Again, just all over Solo right now, trying to just get a little bit something going with that up tilt, but not going to reach it. Was Solo being on the platform, but going to convert, clash with that forward air and the up air from Solo, but neither going to be dropping a stock just yet, Josie.
Hitbox on that forward throw as well. Not something that I quite realised was in Greninja's kit, but the fact that if you've got that Rosalina grab and you can forward throw, the hitbox from it is going to send Luma flying as well. Again, just a little bit, and not even going for the jab blocks or the dash attack, just knowing that, right, regardless of option, I am down smashing right now, and you are going to die. Again, those smaller blast zones really playing in Tarik's favor, and an entire stock up, which again, as we saw in that game 1, doesn't necessarily mean that Tarik is going to be taking home this game 2, but of course, very, very good position for him, particularly when he's getting these drag down up airs that are tried and true. Some of the best in the business, and really clutch air dodge that could have been disaster for Solo if he hadn't quite have gotten that, but Tarik, of course, still on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we previously saw in that game 1, I don't think we can actually count out Solo until we see the moment it says game, which it certainly will do right now. So
surprise!
It's a surprise, there it is. So 1-1 in this true final. Solo obviously making that huge game 1 comeback, but slightly falling short in game 2 on the Yoshi story pick. But now, of course, it falls back to Solo to have the stage advantage. And we are going to see that Hollow Bastion pick coming right back out.
I think it's really tricky in this kind of match, because I feel like a lot of the advantages that you want as Rosalina, almost like Greninja really benefits from as well. Like, don't get me wrong, like the platforms allow for those extensions, those tech chases, but Greninja's got that in spades. So maybe you flip them more towards those flat stages where, okay, well, I can just keep you in advantage this entire time, but Greninja's ground speed and juggling capabilities mean that actually it's going to be you that's going to be spending the whole time in disadvantage. It does genuinely seem like a pretty tough matchup for Rosalina, and no stage can really be picked without giving Greninja exactly the same thing, but almost just with that little bit cranked up. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hollow, whether you've got that platform and the flatter area, gives you that best of both worlds that maybe Rosalina is after. And we can see at the moment Solo once again with a really, really strong start. Shades of game one. See if he's able to seal the stock, and Tarik with a really nice aggressive back air just to intercept, but Solo once again just being ready for it, getting these little hits, but not quite managing to finish it just yet.
Yeah, although again, when Solo goes on the defensive, it really truly feels like a giant wall that is just insurmountable. And I mean, Tarik really just struggling to find a way through. Beautiful parry there, again from Solo, gonna just mitigate that damage. Meanwhile, obviously he's still just now kind of just taking his time, just waiting for his opportunity, which he will find there with the up air. And sitting at only 40, well, he was sort of in the 40% before Tarik came in swinging, but still looking pretty comfortably. But again, it's starting to slip away by the second in every word that I say.
I was going to say, very valiant sacrifice there from Luma to take the first forward air, but Tarik had another one ready and waiting, and it's so hard when you're trying to delay that recovery as best as possible. Tarik able to react with that back air and just evening the whole conversation right back to a level playing field, just getting that beautiful edge guard, catching the delay, catching the high recovery, and just making it look elementary for Tarik as again a real decisive turning point to stocks in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, like suddenly Tarik, you look like he was on the back foot once more, and then suddenly, you know, just completely locked in, you know, evens it right back up, even taking a lead here, sending those up airs again, the use of the upbeat to potentially try and push Rosalina just a little bit further into that blast zone, see if he can just take away a stock just like that. But thankfully Solo is going to hang on, but still got to try and find a way through and get something going, because Tarik really is just kind of outmaneuvering him right now.
And you see that Tarik has just been beginning to give these elements of respect to like Solo's out of shield game. The fact that he was holding shield for so long in that situation really shows that actually he knows that Solo can get these conversions. I love that little attempt on the footstool, not quite working out unfortunately for Tarik. But again, Solo just more than happy to take these swings and get these hits, and Luma again just trying to intercept where Greninja is, and we can see these traps and the down Bs as well, just dealing with the Shuriken, being that nice amount of space away where she can absorb them without Luma even having to look at them.
It's so funny as well to see two players who we have otherwise described at different parts of today's tournament playing so defensively around each other, and it's because they both genuinely respect each other's options. They know that they cannot really risk too many things, so they are just slowing it right down and really just waiting for an opportunity. Like Solo there, obviously recognizing, I'm just going to stay on the left side, because if I can get something with Luma, then I might be able to just take a kill where we just kind of back to each other. And it's almost what we saw with the down smash, which just only narrowly missed Joyce.
There's been a few instances I've seen where there have been a couple of quite, I'm going to call them optimistic smash attacks from Solo. Maybe whether he's trying to get that coverage going, but it feels like Tarik has gotten a couple of opportunities which I feel like he should have been able to get. Obviously Solo again doing an excellent job at almost like stopping the bleeding. That is that lead that Tarik gets and getting that conversion to get that stock, and now it is dead even as before. And again, if there is a game that you want to be winning and keeping the momentum on your side, it is game 3 of the reset. Having that counter pick in a potential game 5 is so crucial. There we go, the reverse aerial rush, the back air, the down air, not quite managing to connect, just hitting the stage instead. Lovely parry, not quite enough, and just a couple of forward airs to deal with Luma. Footstool down air. Wow, we could see there Tarik just trying to hunt down some kind of defensive habit, and again Solo in these situations where he should be playing scared is just swinging for the fences, and it's working smart.
It really is, and suddenly this is looking pretty scary for both players. Solo was going for it all there with the down air that would have actually more than likely sealed it up, but it's a slightly bad recovery from Solo, which is going to seal it up for Tarik, who goes 2-1 up. I'm sure he'd be very happy about that one, considering how the game was starting to shape.
Yeah, I feel like Solo was feeling the fear in that moment of having to deal with yet another edge guard from Tarik, and you saw him sort of better all. He had that neutral air, he just didn't quite space the down air properly and didn't quite manage. Again, unique about making sure that you can sort of finish your food in that situation, and now it is Tarik that is potentially going to have that counter pick advantage in the final game, assuming he doesn't close it out here. Going back to small battlefield, Solo's final counter pick, whether it will be a game 5 or whether Tarik manages to close it out, will remain to be seen. But again, having these couple of platforms there to ease those recoveries could be doing the world of good. Another lovely attempt there, but of course going that low means that the high recovery very much left unanswered, and Solo back in neutral once again.
I mean, this true final has just been such an absolute joy. We'll have to see if Solo can continue it onwards. Obviously, still, just again, both these players kind of just poking away each other. Solo does find a little opportunity with Luma there, but it's just a little bit of chip damage, nothing too meaningful. Meanwhile, Tarik, obviously just keeping up that distance between them, just throwing out the water shoe again, just trying to find just one small opportunity, one opening to get his damage going, but Solo really isn't granting those opportunities to him freely.
There we go, once again, Tarik making the most of that dash attack, just able to deal with Luma so efficiently. And we can see there Tarik not even trying to get the aggression going, just making sure that he's got that center stage first, and then going on the offensive, and the neutral air just stuffing out any kind of aggression from Luma. And again, Tarik having that perfect prioritization in mind, knowing that Luma and Rosalina were there, but knowing from that confirm he could get that kill. No interruptions necessary. And again, another conversion from Solo, not quite managing to meet its mark. You really need to be making every single interaction count when you've got a player as bloodthirsty as Tarik, as that lead is getting more and more difficult to control. However, Solo, once again, plaster on the wound, stops the bleeding.
Yeah, Solo once again just always remaining so calm and composed, even in the face of danger, finding that stock away, and is still just, you know, he is obviously wounded right now, but he is slowly fighting back. He's just got to try and find his way through Tarik right now, who's not given him many opportunities once again. That forward comes out, but thankfully Solo is going to hang on here. But the foot stall, we see this so many times, but the neutral actually doesn't take that stock away.
I'm gonna say just that teeny tiny bit of rage would have sealed the deal, and great awareness from Tarik for knowing that that option was so close to killing. And again, this aggression from Solo, the rapid jab in particular, takes so much time just through it. And Luma once again back onto the battlefield. Again, rapid jab from Luma, and there we go. We've got an up throw, and yeah, even with perfect DI, still going to seal the deal. Tarik one stock away from taking home the crown, taking home that first place on the podium. What a Solo left in the tank.
You know that Tarik wants to take home this tournament for his country. He wants to represent Germany so well in this German regional, but of course Solo doesn't want to go down just yet. Still knows that he is in this. He just has to play so immaculately right now, which he's certainly doing. But of course Tarik is going to come through fighting right now. Get a little bit more damage. We're going to go from left to right and right to left, Joycey.
Say just a couple of back airs there to deal with Luma. Solo managed to get a nice little two-piece as a punish, but nothing that Greninja can't handle. Again, it's a really vital percent here. Solo has got to be careful of these drag down up airs, of these dash attacks, these down tilts. Again, all of the bread and butters are looking even tastier for Tarik as he goes for the footstool down air. However, not quite got enough advantage to get that going here. Solo just doing whatever he can. A really aggressive up smash. However, a beautiful conversion, and last stock on Tarik as well.
Suddenly, oh, is that going to be it? It is. Tarik is going to find that up smash, seal it all up, and take home the title as your Elevate #2 champion here in Germany. Taking it home for his country and representing them gloriously. All the way from the loser side, Tarik wins it all.
The same. Tarik top seed of the event, taking a little bit of a roundabout way of getting to that same destination. But as I say, after today, going through Longo, going through Yano, Luke, Tapsy, Youssef, and then 2 sets over solo, making it clear that even though somebody may have got it on me, I am still the man to beat in each and every event, particularly when I am in-house, obviously defending his country's pride and defending any allegations of that number 1 spot. Tarik, of course, doing what he does best and putting on a show while he does it.
Yeah, just an absolute masterclass of Smash Ultimate. I think it's just so beautifully played. I mean, Tarik, as we say, is just such a joy to watch at every tournament that he attends. And again, that 3-0 initially in Grand Finals into that 3-1 in the reset, just showing exactly how strong a player is. Even if he comes from the loser's side, Joyce, it doesn't matter. He will still run through the majority of the German PR and make his way to the very end as your champion here today.
There's a reason why he's ruled the country with an iron fist. Let me tell you, he has been number 1 as long as I can remember. But of course, going down the list as well, huge shout out to Solo, 2nd seed of the event, and very much looking like the man to be all the way up until that grand final set where, you know, the Grim Reaper that is Tarik loomed for his last victim. Of course, Youssef, who has had a fantastic run, playing with all of the confidence of everybody else combined, and then some. Tapsy as well, being the man responsible for the start of this losers run and nearly double eliminating Tarik, but just falling short, but a sensational 4th place. Then, of course, Luke and drybie, the Pikachu and Pichu brothers, in at 5th, and then Yano and Mukuro rounding out the final part of the top 8 at 7th place. But that is it, folks, for Elevate 2. It has been absolutely one hell of a ride. I've been Joycey, joined by my brother Smart. Smart, where can they find you?
Well, if you really fancy, you can drop me a follow on the good old Twitter, because I refuse to call it X. At Smar is here if you want to follow me. If you also want to follow the Twitch, I do occasionally stream every now and then. You can find me on Smar Streams. Of course, I would say, to follow you somewhere, but you just got rid of your social media anyway, which, honestly, respect. That's
You'll
the way
never
to do
find
things.
me.
Yeah.
You'll never find me.
So you know what?
Keep an eye on
Yeah.
UK events. I might show up at some point. And of
Yeah,
course,
Joyce
make sure you're following True Force Smash, who has been the mainstream over for the German-speaking commentary. And of course, if you're here, you should be doing the same. But make sure you follow, and if you can, drop a sub to VG Bootcamp. Of course, huge shout out to the Elevate 2 staff, and of course, our boy Ambler, who has been behind the scenes, making sure that this English restream has been the absolute best that it can be. And of course, thank you as well to Liv for giving us both the opportunity for bringing you the rest of this top 8, and of course the other commentators as well, Crispy Kiwi, Chaki and Azara, for putting on a show and setting us up beautifully for the finale, which I hope you have enjoyed. But of course, that is going to be it from the two of us. I've been Joycey.
I've been Smart.
And that is going to be it for Elevate 2. But we will see you folks next time.